In my commentary on the fall of Gondolin, I have divided the analysis into sections for clarity. I frequently reference a much later, unfinished narrative of Tuor and his coming to Gondolin from Unfinished Tales, which I term the later Tuor. Its abandonment remains one of the most poignant instances of incompletion in the entire legendarium. The opening section covers Tuor's journey to the sea and the visitation by Ulmo. Remarkably, in places the later Tuor is so closely worded to the tale written over 30 years prior that it suggests my father had the original manuscript before him or had recently revisited it. Striking parallels include descriptions of sunrises and sunsets over the river, the haunting sound of a voice mistaken for an animal's cry in the wilderness, and the image of a wind-swept, treeless land where all vegetation leans persistently toward the dawn. These passages are nearly identical to those found in the early tale, yet the narrative foundations differ profoundly. The old story leaves Tuor's origins vague, merely hinting at kindreds around Lake Asgon. It states he lived alone on Lake Mithrim, navigating its waters in a small boat adorned with a swan's neck prow, largely disconnected from his wandering people. There is no mention of the grey elves of Hithlum who later become his fosterers, nor of his outlawry and pursuit by Easterlings, elements central to the later conception. However, the early tale does note the presence of wandering Noldoli in Dor Lomin, a detail that would undergo significant expansion. From the Noldoli, Tuor gained much knowledge, including their language, and it was they who led him through the dark river passage beneath the mountains. This foreshadows the later tale of Gelmir and Arminas, the Noldorin elves who guided Tuor through the gate of the Noldor. The idea that the Noldoli crafted that hidden way at Ulmo's urging persisted into the richer historical tapestry of the later legend, where the gate of the Noldor was said to have been fashioned by their skill long ago in the days of Turgon. For a time, the later narrative draws very near to the old story when Tuor emerges from the tunnel into the ravine, later named Cirith Niniac, though still a name of Tuor's own invention. Many details return, the stars glittering in the narrow strip of sky above, the echoes of his harp playing, though in the original tale these echoes lack the literary resonance of Morgoth's cry or the voices of Fëanor's host that once landed there. Tuor's uncertainty about the mournful calls of the gulls remains, as does the description of the ravine narrowing where the incoming tide, fierce from the west wind, clashed with the river's flow. His escape by scaling the cliff top is also present, though in the earlier version, the connection between his curiosity about the gulls and his salvation is not explicit. He climbed in response to the prompting of the Ainur. Notably retained is the concept that Tuor was the first of men to behold the sea, standing on the cliff with arms outstretched, filled with a deep sea longing. However, the story of his dwelling in the cove of Falasquil, where he adorned it with carvings, and the floating of timber down the river to him by the Noldoli of Dor Lomin, was abandoned. In the later legend, Tuor finds instead the ruins of ancient Noldoran harbour works from the time of Turgon's lordship in Nevrast. There is no trace in the old story of Turgon's former dwelling in these regions before he departed for Gondolin. Thus, the entire Vinyamar episode is absent, and though there are frequent reminders that Ulmo was guiding Tuor as an instrument of his designs, the crucial element from the later legend, the arms left for him by Turgon on Ulmo's instruction, is missing. The southward flying swans, 7 in the later version rather than 3, serve essentially the same purpose in both narratives, drawing Tuor to continue his journey, yet the emblem of the swan was later given a different origin as the token of Aniel and his foster folk, the grey elves of Mithrim. In both the route taken and the seasons of the year, my father later diverged significantly from the original account of Tuor's journey to Gondolin. In the later tale, it was the fell winter after the fall of Nargothrond, the winter of Turin's return to Hithlum, when Tuor and Voronwër travelled eastward beneath the mountains of shadow through snow and bitter cold. Here the journey takes far longer. He left Falasquil in the latest days of summer, but then travelled down the entire coast of Beleriand to the mouths of Sirion, lingering in the land of willows until the summer of the following year. The geography was likely less defined than it later became, though its general shape resembles the later map, suggested by the description of the coast eventually trending eastward rather than southward. Only in its narrative placement is there a resemblance between Ulmo's visitation of Tuor in the Land of Willows on a summer twilight and his tremendous epiphany from the rising storm on the coast at Vinyamar. Yet it is remarkable that the old vision of the Land of Willows, with its drowsy beauty of river flowers and butterflies, was not lost. Later, however, it was Voronwë, not Tuor, who wandered there, devising names and standing enchanted, knee-deep in the grass. The narrative suggests that Ulmo, Lord of Waters, guided Tuor's destiny toward the sea. A subtle echo of this might be found in Ulmo's later counsel to Tuor, where he states, "You must learn haste, and the pleasant path I intended for you must now be altered." In the original account, Ulmo's message is far more direct and concise. There is no mention of him defying his fellow Valar, the Lords of the West. However, two crucial points from his later prophecy are already present: the assurance that Tuor would find the right words when facing Turgon, and the veiled reference to his future son. This reference is less defined here than in later versions, which speak of bringing a hope beyond thy sight, and a light that shall pierce the darkness. Regarding Tuor and Voronwë's journey to Gondolin, the tale provides few details beyond their stay in the Land of Willows. Voronwë enters the story late, simply as the sole Noldo brave enough to accompany Tuor the final distance. His elaborate backstory from later texts is absent. He is not yet an elf of Gondolin. It is striking that the Noldoli who lead Tuor north from the Land of Willows openly declare themselves thralls of Melko. This concept is consistent across the early tales. It is said that all Eldar in the world, including the Noldoli who returned seeking their stolen treasures, fell under Melko's dominion as slaves. In these texts, the Noldoli served Ulmo in secret, constantly wavering from fear. Voronwë himself spoke of the weariness of thraldom, and Melko dispatched spies to hunt for any Noldoli who had slipped his yoke. These thrall Noldoli are depicted wandering the lands, even to the Syrian's delta, but they moved as if trapped in a nightmare, compelled to obey, haunted by a spell of bottomless dread. They felt Melko's gaze burning them from a distance, a phrase used repeatedly. Voronwë's joy in Gondolin was his freedom from this binding terror. The same oppressive spell was later used to ensnare Meglin. Frankly, the whole setup feels a bit over the top. A blanket magical dread affecting an entire people seems a clumsy mechanism compared to the more personal corruption of later tales. While much of this can be reconciled with later narratives, one can hear a faint echo in the Silmarillion's mention of former thralls whose wills were chained. The tone is distinctly different. In the early vision, Melko's supreme power feels more diffuse and intangible, a pervasive shadow over the entire continent. Here, all Noldoli outside Gondolin are thralls, remotely controlled, with Melko claiming them as his rightful property by mere virtue of their presence in the world. In the refined legend, the unfree Noldor are primarily prisoners in Angband, with a few escapees or enslaved agents sent abroad. This creates a clear, practical difference. It becomes highly unlikely in the later, more grounded history that Tuor would be escorted to the hidden city by Noldor, who were in any way slaves of the Dark Lord. The early concept paints with a broader, more mystical brush, while the later work carves sharper lines of fate and free will. The path into Gondolin shares a basic outline with the more detailed vision found in the later Tuor narrative: a deep river canyon, thick undergrowth, and a cave opening. However, the river here is unmistakably the Syrian, and the hidden passage begins in the side of a sheer riverbank. This stands in stark contrast to the later conception of the dry river, whose ancient empty channel itself formed the secret road. In this earlier tale, the long tunnel Tuor and Voronwë travel eventually brings them not only to the Guard, but into daylight, where they stand at the foot of steep hills with the city in view. This presents a simpler geography, a plain, a ring of mountains, and a single tunnel piercing through to the outside world. The later version is far more complex and dramatic. There, the Guard's tunnel opens into Orfalch Echor, a colossal axe-cloven rift, splitting the encircling mountains from peak to base. The road then winds upward past a series of 7 mighty gates. Only after passing the final 7th gate at the summit could Tuor finally behold Gondolin. presumably requiring a subsequent descent to reach the plain below. It is also noteworthy that in this original account, Tuor and Voronwar are met by the guard with immediate welcome, lacking the suspicion and latent threat that colours their reception in the later text. The description of the city itself, when compared to the Silmarillion, reveals a vision of enduring beauty within the mountain circle. Turgon's people flourished, their unceasing labour making Gondolin upon Amon Gwareth a rival in splendour to elven Turin across the sea. Its walls were high and white, its stairs smooth, and the king's tower stood tall and strong. Shining fountains graced its squares, and in Turgon's court stood images of the ancient trees, crafted by the king's own hand, the golden tree named Glingle, and the silver-flowered tree named Belfil. This majestic image persists even in fragmentary notes, mentioning the great stairs, the place of the fountain, and the pillared arcade of the king's house. The primary distinction lies in the nature of these trees. In the original telling, they were unfading saplings, actual shoots from the glorious trees of Valinor, a gift from the gods to the early elven leaders during the building of Kor. The Silmarillion recasts them as masterful metalwork images, yet a far more profound shift in the timeline separates the tales. In the early and later Lost Tales, Gondolin is established as a hidden refuge only after the catastrophic Battle of Unnumbered Tears. When Turgon's host retreats south, the Silmarillion dramatically rewrites this, placing the city's founding by Turgon of Nevrast over 4 centuries earlier, a secret kingdom long hidden before Tuor's arrival in the Bitterfell winter. In the original story my father envisioned, a vast stretch of time separated the Battle of Unnumbered Tears from the city's fall, a span so immense that generations of tireless work could not complete its construction and ornamentation. Later revisions to the First Age timeline, following the rising of the sun and moon, dramatically shortened this period to a mere 38 years in the final chronicles. Yet, the echo of that ancient, expansive time frame lingers in the description of Gondolin's people withdrawing from the outside world after the Nirna Ith Arnoediad, a passage steeped in the quiet passing of long, weary years. The Silmarillion explicitly states Turgon designed the city as a memorial of Tirion upon Tuna, and it grew to be as beautiful as a memory of elven Tirion. This specific connection is absent from the older Lost Tales, where Turgon himself had never seen the blessed city of Kur, having been born in Middle-earth after the Noldor's return. Still, one senses the ghost of that lost paradise in Gondolin's royal tower, its shimmering fountains and stairways, and the pale marble that seems to hold a memory of Kur's luminous streets as first described. Previously I noted the absence of a key element from the later legend, the arms left by Turgon on Ulmo's instruction for Tuor. However, a seed of this idea appears in Turgon's words to Tuor here, where he speaks of prophecies foretelling Tuor's arrival and the great changes it would bring to Gondolin. Interestingly, Tuor's response reveals that in this early conception, the very existence of Gondolin was not yet part of Ulmo's grand strategy. The Valar had only recently learned whispers of their hidden fortress and was pleased by their vigilance against Melkor. Seeing Turgon's likely reluctance to wage open war, Ulmo, speaking through Tuor, offered a secondary counsel that Turgon send elves down the river Sirion to build ships and carry pleas for help to Valinor. Turgon's reply was a weary and definitive refusal. He revealed he had been sending such messengers down the great river for countless years without success, and he would send no more. This directly foreshadows the later account of Turgon's secret shipbuilding at the mouths of Sirion and the Isle of Balar after the Dagor Bregolak, desperate expeditions lost to wild seas and hidden enchantments. He would make one final futile attempt after the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, with only Voronwar surviving, so, despite massive shifts in chronology and narrative, Turgon's heartbreaking attempts to reach the west are an original, enduring thread. Another foundational element is Turgon having no son, though curiously the tale is completely silent on the existence of his wife, Idril's mother. The later story of Elenwy, lost in the grinding ice of the Helcaraxe, belongs to a time when Turgon's own history was rewritten, placing his birth in Valinor. The core of Tuor's time in the Hidden City, however, endured, compressed into the brief summary found in the Silmarillion. Tuor chose to stay in Gondolin, captivated by its profound joy, breathtaking beauty, and the deep wisdom of its inhabitants. He grew powerful in both body and spirit, immersing himself in the vast knowledge of the exiled elves. During this time, he learned of Ilúvatar, the eternal lord who exists beyond the confines of the world, and of the great music of the Aina. This awareness of Ilúvatar's very being appears to have been a unique understanding held by the elves. Much later, in the garden known as the Cottage of Lost Play, a traveller named Eriel would ask the lawmaster Rúmil who was Ilúvatar. Was he one of the gods? Rúmil's reply was definitive. He was not, for he created them. Ilúvatar is the lord for always, dwelling beyond the world. The king's daughter was known from the beginning as Idril of the Silver Feet, called Irilde in the elven tongue. Meglin, later known as Maeglin, was the king's nephew, though the name of his mother, Turgon's sister, would later be changed from Isfin. In this part of the history, the later account in the Silmarillion retains all the core elements of the original narrative, with one significant exception. The marriage of Tuor and Idril occurred with King Turgon's full blessing and approval, bringing great celebration to all in Gondolin, save for Maeglin, whose secret love for Idril and the complication of their close kinship, not stressed in the earlier tale, is noted elsewhere. Idril's gift of foresight and her growing sense of impending doom, her secret project of a hidden escape route. Though in the original this passage led south from the city toward a gap in the mountains known as the Eagle's Cleft. Maeglin's disappearance while searching for metals in the hills, his capture by orcs, his treacherous bargain to save his own life, and his cunning return to the city to avoid suspicion. All these elements remained. Yet much was condensed or omitted in the more streamlined Silmarillion version. Gone were details like Idril's troubling dream about Maeglin, the watch placed on him during his expeditions, the formation of a personal guard bearing Tuor's symbol on her advice, Turgon's stubborn faith in the city's impregnability, and in Maeglin himself, Maeglin's discovery of the secret way, and the striking notion that it was Maeglin who first conceived the idea of the fiery iron monsters and delivered the plan to Melko, a truly valuable turncoat. The major divergence between the versions lies in how Melko, later called Morgoth, came to know of Gondolin. In the original tale, his vast network of spies had already located the hidden city before Maeglin was ever taken, and his creatures had even found the way of escape and peered down upon Gondolin from the high peaks. Maeglin's betrayal there consisted of providing a meticulous description of the city's layout and defenses, and crucially, his advice about the fire monsters. In the Silmarillion, a later edition tells of Húrin's unwitting revelation to Morgoth's agents about the general region where Gondolin might be found, a rugged land between the rivers Anak and the Upper Sirion. Yet, due to the vigilant watch of the eagles of the encircling mountains, a protective role entirely absent from the early story, no spy from Angband could penetrate the area. Thus, in the later narrative, Morgoth remained ignorant of Gondolin's exact location, until Maeglin's capture, making Maeglin's information far more critical and devastating. This shift lends the final years of Gondolin a different tone in the original account, for its people are aware that Melko has encompassed the Vale of Tumludin around, creating a palpable atmosphere of a siege long in the making, a slow tightening of a deadly ring. Turgon readies his forces for conflict and tightens the watch on the surrounding hills. The sudden disappearance of all Melkor's spies just before the assault on Gondolin did spark a fresh wave of hope among the city's people, and in Turgon himself most of all. This left them dangerously unprepared when the attack finally came. In the later versions of the tale, the shock of the onslaught is even more profound, as there had never been any real indication the city was in imminent peril. Idril's private sense of foreboding remains unique to her, a more enigmatic and personal dread. The central haunting image from this section, the citizens of Gondolin gathering on their walls to greet the sunrise during the gates of summer festival, only to see a bloody red light swelling in the north instead of the east, endured through all retellings. However, the elaborate heraldic descriptions of the houses and their captains found here have largely vanished from later writings. One can assume that, had my father completed the later Tuor narrative, much of this pageantry would have resurfaced in some transformed state judging by the rich descriptions of the gates and their guardians in the Orfalch Icor. In the concise account given in the Silmarillion, only faint traces remained, such as the titles of Ecthelion, of the Fountain, and Glorfindel, chief of the House of the Golden Flower. These two captains are also named as those who guarded Turgon's flanks during the retreat from the Nirnaeth Arnoediad. The other lords celebrated in the early tale fade from later mention, though it is a curious detail that a steward of Gondor centuries later would bear the name Egalmoth. Glorfindel, described from the start as golden-haired, retains that defining trait throughout, which was indeed the original meaning of his name. Almost the entire blow-by-blow chronicle of the battle within Gondolin's walls is unique to The Fall of Gondolin. The Silmarillion condenses the desperate struggle into a handful of lines, summarizing the legendary duels, Ecthelion's fatal clash with the Balrog Lord Gothmog in the King's Square, the doomed last stand of Turgon's household around his tower, and Tuor's fierce rescue of Idril and Erendil from the traitor Maeglin. That compressed account curiously retains the vivid, almost rhythmic detail of Maeglin's fall, his body striking the rocky slopes of Amon Gwareth 3 times before finally pitching into the flames below. While the later summary might suggest Maeglin's betrayal occurred late in the battle, just before the escape, this is more likely a result of extreme compression rather than a narrative change. The early tale presents Gondolin as a vividly realized city with distinct markets and great squares, a clarity that becomes somewhat blurred in later writings. The fighting is described with precise geography, not vague heroics. It's worth a wry note that the early conception of Balrogs, present here in hundreds, portrays them as formidable yet far more destructible foes than the near-demonic beings of terror they would later become. The forces of the enemy were cut down in great number by Tuor and the defenders of Gondolin. Tuor's mighty axe, Drambor leg, claimed 5, while Ecthelion's sword felled 3 and the royal guard slew 20 more. These Balrogs are described as demons of immense power, yet not immune to pain or fear, clad in iron and wielding fiery whips, a signature trait they would never shed. They also bore claws of steel. In later accounts, the dragons assaulting the city were of Glorung's brood, grown numerous and fearsome. Yet the original text hints that some of the monstrous foes were not living beasts but cunning devices, forged by smiths in the pits of Angband. Even these iron contraptions which split open to unleash orcs are called ruthless beasts, commanded by Gothmog to reposition themselves. Those of bronze or copper were imbued with hearts of raging fire, and the fire drake that Tuor struck screamed and thrashed its tail in agony. A curious, lingering question involves Maeglin's treachery. What messengers could he have possibly sent to warn Melko of the secret tunnel's exit? Whom would he trust for such a fatal errand, and who would dare to make that journey? The flight of the survivors and the clash at Cristhorn are rendered with a visceral detail that later summaries lack. The later narrative expands on the escape through the Eagle's Cleft, but the original tale immerses us in the stifling, corpse-strewn tunnel and the desperate struggle to save young Erendil. It also introduces Legolas Greenleaf, an elf of keen sight, marking the first appearance of a name destined for the Fellowship, followed later by Gimli in another story. One puzzling detail notes that moonlight did not reach the path due to the high walls, though the fugitives moved south with a cliff to their west and a steep drop to the east. One might expect a rising eastern moon to illuminate their way. The name Cristhorn is preserved in an early drawing of the region. Regarding the exiles' long journey, it seems almost a cruel irony that they wandered the wilderness for over a year, only to find themselves near the very tunnel entrance they had fled. Later accounts simply state that Tuor led the remnant over the mountains into the Vale of Sirion, presumably passing through Dimbar before reaching the Land of Willows. This discrepancy may stem from a less defined geography at the time the tale was written, a reminder of how landscapes shift in the telling. Their protracted ordeal, a year of dust and despair, adds a layer of futility to their flight, a haunting coda to the fall of a hidden city. In the account of the Silmarillion, following their journey from Nan Tathran to the Syrian Delta, Tuor and Idril are said to have united their followers with the group led by Elwing, the daughter of Dior, who had arrived there not long before. This detail is absent from the present text, and I will return to this section of the story later. Regarding the name list for the Fall of Gondolin, which is introduced on page 148, the purely linguistic notes and definitions are included in the appendix on names. What follows here is a selection of other descriptive entries presented in alphabetical order. Babylon is described as a city of men, more accurately called Babylon, though the gnomes adapted the name from men in earlier times and now use this form. Bansal was the name given by the people of Gondolin to the silver-blossomed tree before their king's door, which never withered. Elfriniel learned from his father Voronwe that it meant fair gleam. This tree was a sapling from an ancient one, brought from Valinor by the Noldoli, Doli, which possessed similar but far greater properties, illuminating all Valinor with a silver light for half the day. The Eldar still speak of that original tree as Silpion, or cherry moon, for its blossoms resembled those of a spring cherry. Yet for the tree in Gondolin they know no other name, and only the Noldoli preserve its memory. Dor Lomin, or the Land of Shadows, corresponds to the region the Eldar called Hisalome, meaning shadowy twilights. It was here that Melko confined men, a place of scant sunlight as the Iron Mountains to the east and south blocked the sun's reach. The shadow folk dwell there now, and it was from this sombre land that Tuor began his journey to Gondolin. Eärendil, the son of Tuor and Idril, is noted as the sole being of half-elven and half-mortal lineage. He became the greatest mariner among men, venturing to shores no other mortal has ever seen, despite all their voyages. He now rides the winds of the sky, with Voronwe never returning closer than the shores of Kor, for the mortal part of his nature would cause him to perish like other men if he did. These remarks concerning Eärendil are expanded upon later. The assertion that he was the only half-elven being is particularly significant, likely written during a period when Beren was still conceived as an elf rather than a man. In the related tales, Dior appears as the son of Beren and Tinuvil, but with Beren as an elf, Dior is not considered half-elven. Interestingly, in a later addition to the Fall of Gondolin itself, it is stated that Tuor was the first, though not the last, to marry a daughter of the elves. A separate, rather startling claim in another story suggests a character named Tamar Lamefoot was also half-elven. Ecthelion was the Lord of the Fountain, renowned among the Gondolin for his beautiful voice and supreme skill in music. He earned eternal fame by slaying Gothmog, the son of Melko, an act that saved Tuor from death, though Ecthelion himself perished, drowned alongside his foe in the king's fountain. Agelmuth, Lord of the Heavenly Arch, managed to escape the burning of Gondolin and later lived at the mouth of Sirion, only to be slain in a terrible battle there when Melko's forces seized Elwing. Galdor was the valiant gnome who led the men of the tree through many battles. He not only escaped Gondolin but also survived Melko's assault on the settlers at Sirion's mouth, later returning to the ruins with Eärendil. According to Elfriniel, he still dwells in Tol Eressëa, and some of his descendants call themselves Nos Galdon, for Galdon means a tree, to which Galdor's name is related. This final phrase was later altered to read Nosnan Alwyn, as Alwyn is also a word for tree. Glingold translates as Singing Gold, a name the Gondolin gave to one of the two immortal trees standing in the king's square, renowned for its radiant golden blossoms. This tree was a descendant from the sacred trees of Valinor, specifically from Lindelocta, meaning singing cluster or laurelin, known as Singing Gold, which bathed all Valinor in a warm golden light for half of each day. Glorfindel commanded the House of the Golden Flower and was cherished deeply among the Gondolin, second perhaps only to Ecthelion, though such comparisons are delicate. His fate was tragic, for he perished while vanquishing a Balrog in the fierce battle at Cristhorn. His name signifies Goldtress, a tribute to his shining golden hair, and his house was called Lothlorien in the Noldorin tongue. Gondolin itself means stone of song, a poetic term the gnomes used to describe stone sculpted and crafted into breathtaking beauty. This was the most common of the 7 names they bestowed upon their hidden city of refuge from Melko in those ancient days. Gothmog, whose name embodies strife and hatred, was a son of Melko and the ogress Lúthien. He served as captain of the Balrogs and commander of Melko's armies until the noble Icthelion struck him down during the fall of Gondolin. The Eldar referred to him as Cosmoko, a name that felt awkward on their tongues and carried a harsh, unpleasant sound, even in rougher speech, as Elfrith noted. In later tales, Gothmog would be remembered as the slayer of Fëanor and a key figure in the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, though the idea of him being a literal son of a Valar was eventually set aside. Hendor was an elderly, loyal servant of Idril's household who carried the young Arendelle to safety through the secret passage. Idril, the extraordinarily beautiful daughter of Gondolin's king, captured Tuor's heart when she was still a young maiden and later bore him Arendelle. She is known to the elves as Irilde and often called Idril of the Silver Feet, or Irilde Taltelepta in their own speech. Indor was the grandfather of Tuor, and for this lineage the gnomes named Arendelle Gon Indor, while the elves used Indorildo or Indorian. Legolas, meaning green leaf, was a man of the tree who guided the exiles across Tumladin under cover of darkness, thanks to his exceptional night vision. He is said to dwell still in Tol Eressëa, where the Eldar know him as Lycalasse. Regarding the geography described in the Fall of Gondolin, Tuor's journey along the coastline that would become Beleriand shows a clear alignment with later maps, particularly in the shift from a north-south to an east-west orientation. The narrative mentions how the distant hills gradually approached the sea's edge and how spurs of the Iron Mountains extended right to the coast. These descriptions correspond well with the later geography, where the western reaches of the Mountains of Shadow, bordering Nevrast, met the sea at Vinyamar. The area called Arlistion, the place of reeds, near the mouths of Sirion, evolved into the later Lisgard. The reed-filled land at the Sirion's delta. The great river Sirion's journey underground is a feature rooted in the earliest legends, as are the Merries of Twilight, known as Aelin Yul. This stands in contrast to the later account in the Silmarillion, where those pools and marshes were described as the place where Sirion's flow was checked before it plunged over a great waterfall and into subterranean tunnels carved by its own force. Here, however, the pools of twilight lie beneath the cavern of the tumultuous winds, a location never mentioned again, where Sirion first vanishes underground. Yet the Land of Willows, situated below this hidden passage, remains consistently placed. Therefore, the geographical clues found within the Fall of Gondolin can be interpreted in the same manner as those in the earlier tale of Turambar. The words of Tuor, inspired by Ulmo during his first audience with Turgon, present a curious conflict. He declared that the hearts of the Valar were angered by the sorrows of the Noldor and the struggles of men. This sentiment sharply diverges from the narrative in The Hiding of Valinor, which portrays most of the Valar as content in their ancient peace, wishing to hear no more of Melkor's violence or the restless gnomes. They clamoured to conceal their land, with even the great gods largely in agreement. Ulmo alone pleaded in vain for pity toward the Noldor. Later, Tuor would say the gods sat in Valinor, their joy dimmed by sorrow and fear of Melkor, hiding their land behind impenetrable magic to shield it from evil. Turgon, in a reply dripping with bitter irony, twisted these words. They who sit within care little for the dread of Melkor or the world's sorrow, but hide their land and weave their magic, so that no tidings of evil ever reach their ears. How should this be understood? Was this merely Ulmo's diplomacy at work? Turgon's cynical view of the Valar's motives aligns more closely with their portrayal in The Hiding of Valinor. Yet paradoxically, the gnomes of Gondolin held the Valar in deep reverence. The city featured pomps of the Aina, and its highest point was Gar Anion, the place of the gods, where weddings were celebrated. The people of the Hammer of Wrath revered Orly, the smith, above all other Aina. Of particular note is the reasoning given for Ulmo's choice of a man as his agent. Melkor, in his arrogance and power, did not greatly fear the race of men in those days. Therefore, Ulmo worked through one of them to better deceive the Dark Lord, as no Valar, and scarcely any elf, could stir without attracting his vigilant gaze. This stands as the only explicit explanation offered, save for an isolated early note that cites two reasons. The wrath of the gods against the gnomes, and Melkor's lack of fear toward men. Had he suspected messengers reaching Valinor, he would have redoubled his evil and hidden the gnomes away completely. This note, however, remains too vague to be truly clarifying. The concept of the luck of the gods appears again in this tale, as it does in the tale of Turambar. The Ainur were said to have guided Tuor's heart, prompting him to climb the cliff from the ravine of Golden Cleft to save his own life. Most strange is the passage concerning the birth of Erendil, which hints at a destiny woven from both profound hope and desperate circumstance. In those days, the long-held wish of the Valar and the hope of the Eldalir reached its fulfillment, for Idril, in her profound love for Tuor, gave birth to a son named Erendil. Was the union of elf and mortal and the child born from it truly the desire of the Valar? Did they foresee or hope for this event as part of Iluvatar's design from which great good would spring? No other hint of this concept appears elsewhere in the texts. Regarding the orcs, an interesting note in the tale speaks to their origin, then called Orci. It states that all that race were bred of the subterranean heats and slime. This early view shows no sign of the later conception that Melkor could not create independent life after his rebellion, or that orcs were corrupted from enslaved Quendi after the awakening. One might see a faint initial hint of this later idea in a suggestion from the same passage, unless it be that certain of the Noldoli were twisted to the evil of Melkor and mingled among these orcs. Still, this remains distinct from the notion of orcs being biologically bred from elves. The name Glamhoth for the orcs also appears here, a name that persists in later writings. Concerning Noldorin in the Land of Willows, the tale recounts that after Tuor's time, Noldorin and his Eldar came there searching for Dor Lomin, the hidden river, and the caverns where the gnomes were imprisoned. Ironically, though so close to their goal, they nearly abandoned their quest, lulled by the peace of the place. It was here, while they were resting and dancing, that they were ambushed by goblins sent by Melko from the Hills of Iron. Noldorin barely escaped. This was the Battle of Tazarinan, which occurred during the Great Expedition from Ker. In a curious parallel, Lindo once mentioned his father Valwer journeying with Noldorin to find the gnomes. The tale also notes, though the name was later struck out, that Noldorin fought beside Tulkas at the Pools of Twilight against Melko himself after that battle. On the matter of stature, an unrevised passage indicates that while Tuor was not exceptionally tall for a man, he was still taller than the elves of Gondolin, aligning with other early statements. The revised text, however, suggests men and elves were not so distinct in height. Finally, the earliest version of the tale of Isfin and Eol is found in a small notebook. Isfin, daughter of Fingolma, was loved from afar by Eol of the Molekin, a strong miner in favour with Fingolma and the sons of Feanor, to whom he was related. Despite his status as a leader who searched for hidden jewels, he was ill-favoured, and Isfin loathed him. This presents a clear early parallel to the later story of the ill-favoured miner Meglin, who bore the sign of the sable mole and sought Idril's hand, only to be rejected. The connection is striking, yet its interpretation remains challenging. The most straightforward interpretation is that the story hinted at in the small notebook predates the one found in the Fall of Gondolin. At this earlier stage, the character of Meglin had not yet been conceived. The archetype of the unattractive miner, the spurned admirer, would later evolve into that of the son, with the focus of affection shifting to Idril Isfin's niece. A separate narrative was then crafted for the father, Eol, the shadowy forest elf who captured Isfin. However, the exact circumstances of Eol, the miner's distant longing for Isfin, daughter of Fingolma, remain ambiguous. It seems unlikely he had any connection to Gondolin at this point. The concept of the miner bearing the mole's emblem probably entered the hidden city's lore only with the later creation of Meglin. We now arrive at the final of the original Lost Tales, to be presented in a continuous narrative form. This story is contained within its own notebook titled The Norglafring, the Necklace of the Dwarves. Its opening presents a slight puzzle. Prior to the telling of the Fall of Gondolin, Lindo had expressed to Littleheart the collective wish to hear the tales of Tuor and Erendil soon. Littleheart had agreed, noting the story's grandeur and its deep entanglement with the accounts of the Norglafring and the Elf March, suggesting he would need Aelius's aid in the telling. Therefore, Little Heart's gesture of yielding the storyteller's chair to Aelios at the start of this text, so that Aelios might recount the tale of the Norglafring, aligns perfectly with the established context. Yet the introductory phrase, "but after a while silence fell," feels somewhat jarring, given that the fall of Gondolin concludes with the entire room of logs sitting in stunned, motionless quiet for a long duration. One might reasonably assume such an epic tale would necessitate a break, with the next story reserved for the following evening's gathering. The manuscript itself shows a curious composition. Up to a certain point, it consists of ink, written over a completely erased pencil draft. Beyond that, the narrative continues in a hurried primary pencil manuscript, its words sometimes seeming flung onto the page in a rush, leaving several passages difficult to decipher with certainty. Interestingly, portions of this rough draft were extensively reworked even as the tale was being written. The Nalglafring, the necklace of the dwarves. A hush eventually settled over the room, though it was a restless quiet. Murmurs of Earendel were softly spoken, but other voices countered. Not yet. What of the Nalglafring, the dwarf's necklace? Sensing the mood, Ilfiniel rose from the storyteller's seat. Indeed, he said, this tale would be better served if Aelios were to unravel the history of that fateful necklace. Aelios, showing no reluctance, turned his gaze upon the assembled listeners and began. Do you all remember how Urin the Steadfast, in his final bitter act, cast Glorun's gold at the feet of King Tinwelint, then refused to reclaim it, departing instead in sorrow for Hisalomi, where he met his end? A murmur of assent confirmed the tale's vivid hold on their memories. Then mark this, Aelios continued. The king watched Urin's departure with profound grief, weary of the deceit sown by Melko that poisoned all hearts. Yet the records tell us that the spells woven about that hoard by Mim the Fatherless were so potent that even as it lay upon the hall's floor, gleaming with an unnatural light under the torch flames, a subtle corruption touched all who beheld it. Its very presence was a slow poison, a gleaming trap for the soul. Now the men of Urin's company began to grumble among themselves. One of them spoke up to the king, saying, Our captain Urin has left us an old man, and perhaps not in his right mind, but we have no intention of abandoning the treasure we have won. King Tinwelint, who was not himself immune to the lure of the gold, replied, You must understand that this hoard belongs to the elven people as a whole. The Rodothlim who mined it from the earth long ago are gone, and no one holds a special right to it, save perhaps Urin, because of his son Turin, who slew the dragon that stole it from the elves. But Turin is dead, and Urin wants none of it. Besides, Turin served under my command. Hearing this, the outlaws grew furious. The king raised a hand and said, Go now in peace, and do not be so foolish as to pick a fight with the forest elves unless you wish to meet death, or worse, the ancient enchantments of Valinor, somewhere in these woods. Do not curse the name of Tinwelint, their king, for I will reward you well for your labor and for bringing the gold here. Let each man come forward and take what he can hold in both hands, then leave without further trouble. This displeased the woodland elves, who had been standing nearby, watching the treasure with longing. The wild men did as they were told, and then some, for many, returned to the hoard 2 or 3 times, sparking angry shouts throughout the hall when the elves moved to stop what they saw as theft. A great quarrel broke out. Though the king tried to calm them, no one listened. The outlaws, fierce and fearless from years of battling orcs, drew their swords and began to strike out, and soon a violent fight raged even on the steps of the king's high seat. These men were strong warriors, skilled with blade and axe, and many fell before the king, seeing that peace was no longer possible, called a host of his own guards. Bewildered by the king's deeper magic and confused in the shadowy passages of his halls, the outlaws were all slain. Though they fought bitterly to the end, the king's hall ran with blood, and the gold before his throne, scattered and trampled underfoot, was soaked in gore. So began the curse of Mim the dwarf, and another sorrow planted long ago by the Noldor in Valinor finally bore its bitter fruit. The bodies of the outlaws were cast out, but Tinwelint ordered the slain woodland elves buried near the hill of Tinuviel. It is said the great mound still stands in Artenor, and for many years the fairies called it Cume and Idrisaith, the Mound of Avarice. Then Gwenniel came to Tynwellint and warned him, "Do not touch this gold. My heart tells me it is cursed 3 times over by the dragon's breath, by the blood of your own people that now stains it, and by the deaths of those they killed. But I fear some deeper, more binding evil hangs over it, one I cannot yet see." Remembering his wife's wisdom, the king decided to listen. He commanded that the gold be gathered and thrown into the stream outside the gates, yet even then he could not shake its spell. He thought to himself, "Let me look upon its beauty one last time before I cast it away forever." So he had the gold washed clean of blood in clear water and laid out before him. Never since has so much gold been gathered in one place. Some was fashioned into cups, basins, and dishes. There were sword hilts, scabbards, and dagger sheaths, but most of it was raw red gold, lying in heavy bars and lumps. No one could reckon the full worth of that hoard, for among the gold lay many jewels, breathtaking to behold, brought out of Valinor by the fathers of the Rhodothlim, a portion of the vast treasure the Noldor once possessed there. As he gazed, Tynwellint whispered, "How glorious this treasure is! I do not possess even a fraction of that wealth, nor any of the gems of Valinor save for the single Silmaril that Beren retrieved from Angermandi." Yet Gwenniel, standing nearby, remarked, "And that one jewel would be worth all that lies here, even if this hoard were 3 times its size." Then a figure rose from the assembly. This was Euphedien, a gnome who had wandered the world far more than any of the king's people, and who had long lived among the Nauglath and their kin, the Indrafangs. The Nauglath are a peculiar folk, their origins shrouded in mystery. They serve neither Melko nor Manwë, and care little for elves or men. Some whisper they have never heard of Ilúvatar, or, having heard, refuse to believe. Yet in crafts, sciences, and knowledge of the hidden properties of all things upon the earth or beneath the waters, none surpass them. They dwell in subterranean caves and tunneled cities, and in those days Nogrod was the greatest of these. They are ancient with no children among them, and they never laugh. Squat and strong, their beards reach to their toes, with the beards of the Indrafangs being the longest of all, forked and often bound about their waists when they travel. Men call these beings dwarves, claiming their craft and cunning exceed even that of the gnomes in marvelous invention. In truth, however, their own works possess little inherent beauty. In the lovely things they wrought in ages past, renegade gnomes like Euphedien always had a hand. Long had this gnome forsaken his own kind, allying instead with the dwarves of Nogrod. He had come to the realm of Tynwellint with other like-minded Noldoli bearing swords, coats of mail, and other exquisite smithwork. In those times, the Nauglath conducted much trade in such items with the free Noldoli, and, it is said, even with the orcs and soldiers of Melko. As he stood there, the spell of the gold pierced Euphedien's heart more deeply than anyone else's. He could not bear the thought of it all being cast away. "This deed that King Tynwellint intends is an evil one," he declared. "Who hereafter shall say the kindreds of the Eldalia love beauty, if an elven king casts so great a store of loveliness into the dark forest waters, where only the fish may later behold it? Rather than this waste, I beg you, O king, to allow the craftsmen of the dwarves to try their skill upon this raw gold. Let the name of Tynwellint's golden treasury become renowned in all lands. This they will do, I promise you, for small reward, if only they might save the hoard from ruin." The king looked upon the gold, then upon Euphedien. The gnome was clad most richly in a tunic of golden web, a gem-studded belt of gold, and a sword damasked in strange patterns. A collar of intricately interlaced gold and silver was around his neck, making Tynwellint's own raiment seem plain by comparison. Tynwellint looked again at the gold. It shone more alluringly than ever, and the gems sparkled with a new-found brilliance. Lúthien pressed further. "And in what manner, O king, do you guard that Silmaril of which all the world has heard?" Gwenniel kept it in a simple iron-bound wooden casket. Lúthien declared it a shame to house such a jewel in anything less than the purest gold. Tynwellint, now abashed, yielded. This was the agreement he made with Euphedien. The king would measure half the gold and give it into the hands of Euphedien and his company. They would bear it on the long journey south to Nogrod and the dwellings of the dwarves far beyond the wide forest near the borders of the great heaths close to Umboth Muelin, the pools of twilight, on the marches of Tassarinnan. The journey would be arduous, a test of endurance through tangled wood and bleak moor, a detail the original telling overlooked, but one which foreshadowed the peril such treasure always brings. After only 7 full moons had passed, the dwarves returned bearing the king's loan, now transformed into works of the most exquisite craftsmanship, yet the weight and purity of the gold remained undiminished. They presented themselves to Tynwylint, declaring that, if the workmanship did not please him, they would depart without another word. Yet if it met his approval from the remaining gold, they would forge such marvellous adornments for him and Queen Gwenil as had never before been conceived by elf or dwarf. Úfedin spoke, "I have mastered the skill of the dwarves and possess the design beauty known only to the Noldor, yet our wages shall be modest and we will name them when all is complete." The king, however, enchanted by the gold's allure, began to regret his pact with Úfedin. He distrusted the gnome's words, and could not bear the thought of such a vast treasure leaving his sight for 7 moons, journeying to the distant halls of the dwarves without surety. Still he was determined to exploit their artistry. So, in a sudden move, he ordered the seizure of Úfedin and his companions, declaring, "You shall remain here as hostages in my halls until I lay eyes upon my treasury once more." Tynwylint reasoned in his heart that Úfedin and his gnomes were far too valuable for the dwarves to abandon, believing no greed could compel them to forsake their own. But Úfedin burned with anger, protesting, "The dwarves are no thieves, O king, nor are their allies." Tynwylint coolly replied, "Yet the gleam of excessive gold has turned many honest souls to theft," and Úfedin was forced to yield, though he buried his resentment deep within. Thus the gold was transported to Nogrod by the king's own men, guided by a single companion of Úfedin, and the terms of their agreement were relayed to Nogladr, the dwarf king of that realm, during the long wait. Úfedin was treated with courtesy in Tynwylint's courts, but idleness chafed at him, and he seethed inwardly. In his forced leisure he would often wander the palace gardens, a place of serene beauty that only sharpened his sense of confinement. There he endlessly contemplated the splendid items of gold and jewels he might later craft for the king. But this was merely a ruse to further ensnare him, for Úfedin's mind was already weaving intricate plots of avarice and vengeance. On the very day the 7th moon reached its fullness, the watchers upon the king's bridge shouted, "Look, a great company comes through the wood, all seeming like aged men, bearing heavy burdens upon their backs." Hearing this, the king said, "It is the dwarves honouring their pledge. Now you may go free, Úfedin. Take my greeting to them and lead them straight to my hall." Úfedin went forth gladly, yet his heart held fast to its grudge. Once he had private speech with the Norglath, he persuaded them to demand at the project's end an exorbitant reward, one the king could not grant without humiliation. He further unfolded his designs, plotting how that gold might find its way to Nogrod for good. And so the dwarves crossed the bridge and stood before Tynwylint's throne. They had brought their handiwork wrapped in silken cloths and within boxes of rare, cunningly carved wood. This was a far cry from how Urin had once dragged the treasure there in rude sacks and clumsy chests. When the gold was unveiled, a collective gasp of wonder arose. The creations of the Nauglath far surpassed the simple vessels and ornaments crafted long ago by the Rodoth Lim. The king beheld cups and goblets, some with double bowls or intricately interlaced handles. There were horns of strange design, dishes and trenchers, flagons and ewers, every appurtenance for a truly regal feast. Candlesticks and torch sconces were crafted, along with countless rings, armlets, bracelets, collars, and golden coronets, all fashioned with such subtle artistry and cunning adornment that Tynwylint's delight surpassed even Úfedin's hopes. Yet Úfedin's designs remained thwarted, for Tynwylint would not permit him or any of the dwarves to depart for Nogrod, whether they took the remaining raw gold or not. "How could it be thought," declared the king, "that after your weary, burdened journeys I would let you leave so soon to spread word of Tynwylint's discourtesy in Nogrod? Stay a while, rest, and feast. The gold that remains shall be yours to work as you please, and no aid from me or my folk will be withheld in your labour. A rich reward more than just awaits you at the end." They understood, none the less, that they were prisoners. Testing the exits in secret, they found each strongly guarded, without recourse. They bowed before the king, their thoughts hidden behind the inscrutable faces of dwarf folk. After a period of rest, the final smithing began in a deep chamber of Tynwellint's halls, set apart for their use. What their hearts lacked in willingness, fear supplied, and in all that labour Ufedin played a mighty part. They fashioned a golden crown for Tynwellint, who had worn only a wreath of scarlet leaves and a helm of most glorious design. A sword of dwarven steel brought from afar was hilted in bright gold and damassoned with gold and silver in strange figurings. There, pictured clearly, was the wolf hunt of Carchara's knife fang, father of wolves. That blade outshone even the sword in Ufedin's belt that the king had coveted, a more wonderful weapon than any Tynwellint had seen. These were works of Ufedin's cunning, yet the dwarves also made a coat of linked mail from steel and gold for the king, and a belt of gold. Tynwellint's heart was gladdened, but they said, "All is not finished." Ufedin crafted a silver crown for Gwenniel, and, aided by the dwarves, contrived slippers of silver crusted with diamonds. The silver was fashioned into delicate scales, yielding like soft leather to the foot, and he made a girdle of silver blended with pale gold. Still, these were but a tithe of their works. No tale gives a full count of them all. When all was done, and their smithcraft presented, Ufedin spoke. "O Tynwellint, richest of kings, do you deem these things fair?" The king said yes. Then Ufedin replied, "Know then that a great store of your purest gold remains, for we have husbanded it, having a boon to ask. We wish to make you a carcanet, pouring into its crafting all the skill and cunning we possess. We desire this to be the most marvelous ornament the earth has seen, the greatest work of elves and dwarves. Therefore we beg you to grant us that Silmaril you treasure, that it may shine wondrously within the Noglafring, the necklace of the dwarves." Once more Tynwellint doubted Ufdisen's purpose, yet he yielded the boon, provided they would allow him to be present at the smithing. None now living, save Little Heart's son of Bronweg, have seen that most glorious thing, yet many tales are told of it. Wrought with the greatest skill and subtlety in the world, it held a magic power. There was no throat, whether great or slender, upon which it did not sit with grace and loveliness. Though a weight of gold beyond belief was used in its making, it hung upon its wearer as lightly as a strand of flax. All who clasped it about their necks seemed, as it rested upon their breasts, to be of goodly countenance, and women appeared most fair. Within that golden necklace lay a multitude of gems, yet they served merely as a radiant frame, drawing all attention toward the crowning centerpiece. There, suspended like a tiny lantern of purest flame, rested the Silmaril of Feanor, that hallowed jewel of the Valar. But even had the gold of the Rhodothlim carried no dark enchantment, this carcanet was fated to be an ill-omened thing, for it was forged by dwarves whose hearts brimmed with bitterness, every link woven through with malice. Now they presented it before the king in its newly polished glory, and so the joy of Tynwellint, ruler of the woodland elves, reached its zenith. He clasped the Nauglaffring about his neck, and in that instant the curse of Mime settled upon him. Then Ufedin spoke. "Now, O Lord, seeing your delight has surpassed even your hopes, perhaps you will grant your craftsmen a kingly reward, and allow them to depart in equal joy to their own lands." Yet Tynwellint, his mind clouded by the gold spell and Mime's curse, felt no fondness for the memory of his pact. Still masking his discomfort, he summoned the craftsmen before him and praised their work with regal courtesy. At last he said, "It was told to me by Ufedin that at the end you would name your desired reward, and that it would be modest, given the labour was born of devotion and Ufedin's own wish that the golden hoard not be wasted." "What then? Do you ask that I may grant?" Ufedin replied with scorn. "For myself nothing, O Lord. In truth, the hospitality of your halls for 7 moons and 3 has been more than I desired." But the dwarves declared, "This. We request for our labours of 7 moons, each of us 7 jewels from Valinor, 7 robes of magic, such as only Gwendolen can weave, and a sack of gold. And for our toil during 3 unwilling moons within your halls, we ask each 3 sacks of silver, a golden cup, with which to toast your health, O king, and a fair maiden of the woodland elves to accompany us to our homes." Then King Tynwylint grew truly wrathful, for what the dwarves demanded amounted to a royal treasury, and their company was large. He had no wish to squander the dragon's hoard so freely, and the thought of surrendering elf maidens to misshapen dwarves filled him with undying shame. This demand they had made solely by Euphadian's design, yet seeing the king's rising anger, they added, "Nay, this is not all, in payment for Euphadian's captivity of 7 moons. 7 sturdy elves must come with us and dwell among us for 7 times 7 years, as bondsmen and servants in our forges." At that, Tynwylint rose from his seat and called for his armed thanes and warriors who swiftly surrounded the Nauglath and their gnome companions. He then proclaimed, "For your insolence each of you shall receive 3 stripes from stinging withs, and Uthadin 7. Afterward we will speak of recompense." When this punishment was meted out, kindling a flame of bitter vengeance in those deep hearts, the king said, "Behold, for your labor of 7 months, each shall have 6 pieces of gold and 1 of silver. And for your toil in my halls, each shall receive 3 pieces of gold, and some small gem I can spare. For your travels here, a grand feast you shall enjoy, and you will leave well provisioned for your journey back. Before you depart, you shall raise a toast to Tynwylint with elven wine. However, take note, for the upkeep of Euphedin during 7 idle months in my halls, each of you shall pay 1 piece of gold and 2 of silver. He possesses nothing himself, and will not accept payment, as he desires none, yet I suspect he lies at the root of your insolence." Thus were the dwarves compensated like common smiths of bronze and iron, and were forced to surrender a portion of that payment once more for Euphedin's sake. "Otherwise," declared the king, "you shall never remove him from this place." They then sat through a lavish feast, masking their true feelings. When the moment to leave finally arrived, they drank to Tynwylint with the elven wine, though they cursed him under their breath. Euphedian did not swallow his drink. Instead, he spat the wine from his mouth onto the threshold. The tale recounts that the Nauglath journeyed homeward if their greed had been merely kindled when the gold was first brought to Nogrod. It was now a fierce, burning desire, further inflamed by the king's insults. Indeed, that folk cherished gold and silver above all else on earth, and that treasury was ensnared by a powerful enchantment against which they had no defence. There was one among them, the aged Fangluin, who had advised from the beginning never to return the king's loan, saying, "We may later seek to free Euphedin by cunning, if it seems wise." At the time, however, this did not appear prudent to their lord Norgladur, who wished to avoid war with the elves. Yet upon their return, Fangluin mocked them relentlessly, claiming they had thrown away their labor for a pittance of a wage and a sip of wine, gaining only dishonor in addition. He stoked their covetousness, and Euphedin added his own bitter words to the taunts. Therefore, Nergladur convened a secret council of the dwarves of Nogrod, plotting how he might both exact vengeance upon Tynwylint and satisfy his greed. After long contemplation, he saw no way to achieve his aim except through force, though hope seemed slim. The elves of Artenor were numerous and strong in those days, and the woven magic of Gwenniel protected all those lands, so that those with hostile hearts became lost and could not find the woods. Indeed, none could reach that place without aid from treachery within. As these elders sat in their shadowed halls, brooding and gnawing their beards, a sudden sound of horns announced messengers from Bodrith of the Indrafangs, a kindred of dwarves dwelling in distant realms. They brought news of the death of Mime the Fatherless at the hands of Urin and the theft of Gloran's gold, a tale only recently heard by Bodrith. Until then, the dwarves did not know the full story of that hoard, having only heard fragments from Euphedin in Tynwylint's halls, and Urin had not revealed the complete account before he left. Hearing these tidings, fresh wrath was added to their lust, and a clamour arose among them. Now Gladur vowed not to rest until Mim was thrice avenged, and more, he declared, "It seems to me the gold rightfully belongs to the people of the dwarves." This then became their design, and by these actions the dwarves were forever severed in feud from the elves, drawing closer in alliance to the kin of Melko. Secretly he sent word to the Indrafangs to prepare their host for a day he would name when the time was ripe. A hidden forging of bitter steel commenced in Belegost, the dwelling of the Indrafangs. Moreover, he gathered a great host of orcs and wandering goblins, promising them generous pay, the pleasure of their master, and rich plunder in the end. All these he armed with his own weapons. An elf from Tynwellint's own people approached Nauglador, offering to guide the host through Gwendolen's protective enchantments. This elf had fallen under the spell of Glóran's horde, his mind poisoned by gold lust, and so the curse of Mim first touched the elves of Artenor through this act of betrayal. Seeing his opportunity had arrived, and Tynwellint now vulnerable, Nauglador acted with cold purpose. Each year near the anniversary of Beren's great wolf hunt, the king held a grand chase in the woods, a mighty gathering filled with feasting and merriment that lasted for nights. From the elf Narthseg, a name still spoken with bitterness. Nauglador learned the king would ride out at the next full moon. He swiftly sent the prearranged signal, a blood-stained knife, to Bodrith at Belegost. Soon the assembled host gathered at the forest's edge, their presence still unknown to the king. The tale tells that a figure, wild-haired and unrecognizable, came before Tynwellint. It was Mablung. Even in the forest's deepest reaches, he said, "We heard this year's celebration for Carcarus's death would be the greatest yet, my king. I have returned to join you." The king was overjoyed at the return of brave Mablung, and his gladness doubled upon hearing that Huan, captain of dogs, had also come into Artenor. So Tynwellint rode forth to the hunt, his array more glorious than ever before. The golden helm sat upon his flowing locks, and his steed's trappings shimmered with gold. Sunlight filtering through the trees fell upon his face, making it shine like the morning sun, and about his throat gleamed the Norglafring, the dwarf's necklace. Mablung the Heavy Hand rode beside him in the place of honor, but Huan ran ahead of the hunters. Many noted the great dog seemed uneasy, as if sensing something wrong in the wind that day. Now the king was deep in the woods with all his company, the horns growing faint in the distance. Back in the palace, Gwendolen sat in her bower, a cold foreboding in her heart. Her handmaiden Nealthie asked, "My lady, why such sorrow on the king's festive day?" Gwendolen replied, "Evil seeks our land. My heart tells me my days in Artenor are ending, and if I lose Tynwellint, I would regret ever leaving Valinor." Nealthie sought to comfort her. "But have you not woven great magic all around us for protection?" The queen answered darkly, "Yet I feel a rat gnawing at the threads, and the entire web is coming undone." As if summoned by her words, a cry erupted at the doors, swiftly turning into the fierce clash of steel. Gwendolen went forth unafraid to find a sudden multitude of orcs and Indrafangs seizing the bridge, bringing war inside the cavernous gates. The place already ran with blood, piled with the slain from the secret, unexpected assault. Gwendolen knew her foreboding was true. Treachery had found her realm. She heartened the few guards who had not gone to the hunt, and they valiantly warded the king's palace. But they were slowly borne back by overwhelming numbers until fire and blood filled the halls and deep ways of the elven fortress. The orcs and dwarves ransacked every chamber for treasure. Then one came and sat, laughing loudly, in the king's high seat. Gwendolen saw it was Euphédin, who mockingly bid her take her own seat beside the throne. Gwendolen fixed him with a stare that made his own eyes drop. "Why do you, a traitor, dare to sit in my lord's place?" she demanded. "I never thought to see an elf become a thief, marked by killing, allied with the merciless foes of his own people. Do you think it a brave act to attack a poorly defended home when its master is not here to protect it?" Euphédin remained silent, unable to meet the queen's piercing gaze. "Leave now," she commanded. "Take your vile orcs and go before Tynwellint returns and makes you pay dearly for this." Finally, Euphédin responded with an uneasy laugh, his attention fixed on a noise outside the hall rather than on Gwendolen. "I'm afraid he is already here," he said. At that moment Nauglador entered, surrounded by a host of dwarves. In his hands he carried the severed head of Tynwellint, still crowned and helmed in gold. The wondrous necklace now hung around Nauglador's own throat. In that instant, Gwendolen understood in her heart everything that had occurred, how the curse of the gold had finally fallen upon the kingdom of Artenor. From that dark hour onward, she never danced or sang again. Norgladur ordered his followers to gather every item of gold, silver, and precious stone and carry it all back to Norgrod. Whatever remains of goods or people, he declared. The orcs may keep or destroy as they please, but the Lady Gwendolen, Queen of Artenor, will come with me. Thief and murderer, spawn of Melko, you are also a fool, Gwendolen said, her voice cold with a clarity born of utter anguish. Her fey wisdom, sharpened by grief, allowed her to perceive the weight of Mime's curse and much of the sorrow yet to come. You cannot see what now hangs over your own head. Nargladur, drunk on triumph, laughed until his beard shook and ordered his warriors to seize her, yet none could lay a hand on her. As they approached, they fumbled as if suddenly blinded, or stumbled and fell over one another. Gwendolen walked out from the halls that had been her home, and her bitter weeping echoed through the forest. A great darkness then clouded her mind. Her wisdom and counsel deserted her. She wandered without direction or purpose for a long time, lost in a grief so profound that the world held neither beauty nor joy for her. Whether in Valinor or in the outer lands, she had long ago chosen to remain in the wild northern forests for the love of Tynwelint, forsaking the beauty of the gods and Valinor, and now that love was ashes. In her aimless journey she encountered scattered elves who pitied her and tried to offer comfort, but she paid them no heed. They shared news and tales, but she listened little, for with Tynwelint dead, nothing else seemed to matter. Yet the story must still tell of the king's final hunt. Even as Uthedion's forces broke into the palace, other great and terrible companies of orcs and Indrafangs fell upon Tynwelint's realm with fire and death. The king's hunting party, moments before filled with mirth and laughter, was suddenly surrounded in the woods by armed foes, the noise of battle filling the air as Huan bayed loudly. A fierce and bitter fight ensued among the trees. The dwarves, the Norglath, suffered heavy losses before the king's company was finally overwhelmed. Mablung and Tynwelint fell side by side. It was Naugladur who, only after the king was dead, dared to strike off his head. He would not have ventured so close to Tynwelint's bright sword or Mablung's axe while they still lived. As for Huan, the tale tells only that while swords still clashed, the great hound was already speeding across the land. His path led him unerringly toward the country of the living dead, where Beren and Tinuviel, Tynwelint's daughter, now ruled. Beren and Tinuviel lived without a fixed home, their domain lacking clear borders. No messenger other than Huan, who knew every path, could have found them so swiftly or secured Beren's aid with such speed. The story recounts that even as the orc host set the lands of King Tynwelint ablaze, and as the dwarves and Indrafangs trudged homeward, weighed down by plundered gold and treasures, Huan arrived at Beren's woodland lodge at dusk. Beren was seated upon a gnarled root, watching Tinuviel dance upon a grassy clearing in the fading light, when Huan appeared before them. Beren cried out in joyful surprise, for it had been long since they last hunted together. Yet Tinuviel, looking upon Huan, saw his wounds and the urgent story in his deep eyes. "What evil has befallen Artenor?" she asked suddenly. Huan answered, "Fire and death and the terror of orcs. Tynwelint is slain." Both Beren and Tinuviel wept bitterly at this news, and even Huan's full telling could not dry their tears. When the tale was done, Beren sprang to his feet in a cold fury. Seizing a horn from his belt, he blew a clear, ringing blast that echoed through the surrounding hills. As if by magic, a host of woodland elves, clad in greens and browns, emerged from every glade, thicket, stream, and slope to answer his call. Not even Beren knew the full number of these folk who followed his horn in the shadowy woods of Isilome. Before the moon had climbed high, a great host had gathered in his glade, though they were lightly armed, most bearing only bows and knives. "Speed is our greatest need now," declared Beren. At his command, swift elven scouts raced ahead like deer to gather news of the dwarves and Indrafang's march. At dawn, he led the green elves forth, while Tinuviel remained behind in the glade, weeping for her slain father and mourning Gwendolen as lost. Meanwhile, the laden host of dwarves journeyed from their plundered realm. Norgladur led them, with Uthedin and Bodrith at his side. As he rode, Uthedin could not shake the dreadful memory of Gwendolen's gaze from his mind. All joy had fled from his heart, which shriveled under that haunting memory. This was not his only torment, for whenever he glanced up, his eyes fell upon the necklace of the dwarves gleaming around Nogludur's aged neck. At such moments, all other thoughts were banished by a bottomless desire for its beauty. So the three lords travelled with their host, but Ufedin's mental anguish grew so great he could bear it no longer. One night, when the company halted, he crept stealthily to where Nogladur slept, intending to slay the old dwarf and claim the wondrous Noglafring. Yet, as he moved to act, strong hands seized his throat from behind. It was Bodrith, consumed by the same greed, who had also come to steal the treasure and now sought to kill Ufedin for his kinship to Nogladur. In the dark, Ufedin stabbed backward blindly with the long, slender knife he had brought for Nogladur's murder. The blade found its mark, piercing Bodrith, Lord of Belegost, through the vitals. Bodrith fell dying upon Naugladur, drenching the Dwarf King's throat and the magic carcanet anew with blood. Naugladur awoke with a great cry. Ufedin, gasping from the Indrafang's near-fatal chokehold, fled into the night. When torchbearers rushed to the scene, Naugladur believed Bodrith alone had tried to rob him of the jewel. Marvelling at the timely slaying, he proclaimed a rich reward for the one who had killed Bodrith if that person would come forward and tell all they had witnessed. For a time, no one noticed Ufedin's escape. This ignited a bitter conflict between the dwarves of Nogrod and the Indrafangs, leading to many deaths outnumbered. The Indrafangs were driven back, scattering and fleeing to Belegost with little of their wealth. This clash planted the seed of an enduring feud between these dwarven clans, a grudge that would ripple across lands and spawn countless tales, most of which elves scarcely know and men have rarely heard. It seems the curse of Mim swiftly found its mark among his own people, and one might wish it had ended there, sparing the Eldar entirely. When Ufedin's flight was finally discovered, Nogladur flew into a rage, ordering the death of every remaining gnome in his company. "Now we are free of Indrafangs, gnomes, and all traitors," he declared. "I fear nothing at all." Meanwhile, Ufedin wandered the wilderness, consumed by fear and regret. He felt he had betrayed his kin, stained his hands with elven blood, and was haunted by the piercing gaze of Queen Gwendolen. His reward for all this was only exile and despair, with not a single coin from Gloran's hoard to soothe the burning greed in his heart. Few would ever pity him. As fate would have it, he stumbled upon the scouts of Beren's people. From him they extracted precise details of Naugladur's host, its formation and its intended route. Like a wind through the trees, they sped back to their lord with this intelligence. Ufedin, however, concealed his true identity, pretending to be an elf of Artenor who had escaped captivity among the dwarves. Treated well for his information, he was sent to Beren so the captain could weigh his words. Though Beren was troubled by the stranger's evasive eyes and hesitant speech, the news seemed credible. He decided to set a trap. Abandoning a direct pursuit, Beren used his knowledge. He knew the dwarves, burdened with treasure, would attempt to cross the fierce river Aros at a specific ford. Turning aside, he led his swift, light-footed elves by a more direct path, aiming to reach Sarnathrod, the stony ford before Naugladur's host. The Aros is a violent stream, the very same waters that rush past the ancient caves of the Rodothlim and Glorun's dark lairs nearer its source. In these lower regions, a great laden host could only cross at this ford, and even here it was no simple task. Blinded by the gold's enchantment and his own arrogance, Nogladur feared nothing, both within his ranks and without. In his haste to return to the dark caverns of Nogrod, for dwarves have little love for the open sky, he took the route without a thought for Beren. The host reached the riverbank at dawn. Their formation was deliberate, a vanguard of unburdened, heavily armed dwarves, a central column bearing the immense treasury of Glorund, along with plunder from Tinwelint's halls, and Naugladur himself riding awkwardly upon Tinwelint's stolen horse, a comical sight, given the short, crooked legs of dwarves, requiring two to lead the unwilling beast, which was itself laden with spoils. A rearguard of armed warriors, lightly burdened, completed the procession. In this order they began their ill-fated crossing. Morning saw them on the near bank, and by high noon they were still filing across in long lines, wading slowly through the shallow but swift running channels. The river widened here, flowing around great boulders and over spits of shingle and stone. Noglador dismounted from his overburdened steed to make his own way across the armed vanguard had already scaled the far bank, a steep, tree-thick slope. The gold-bearers were strung out, some already on that far shore, some struggling midstream, while the rear guard paused to rest on the near side. The forest erupted with the sharp, clear call of elven horns, one ringing out above all others, the horn of Beren, the huntsman of the woods. The air grew thick with the swift arrows of the Eldar, which flew true, unswayed by the wind. From behind every tree and rock, brown and green, elves sprang forth, their quivers full, loosing a ceaseless, deadly rain. Panic seized the host of Noglador. Those wading in the ford cast their golden burdens into the water, scrambling for the banks in terror, but many were struck by the pitiless darts and fell, their dark blood staining the clear currents of the Aros River. Dwarf warriors on the far bank tried to rally and close with their foes, but the elves nimbly retreated, all the while maintaining their relentless hail of arrows. The Eldar suffered few wounds, while the dwarf folk fell unceasingly. This great clash at the stony ford near to Noglador himself saw the dwarf lord and his captains leading stoutly, yet they could never grasp their elusive enemy. Death fell like a storm upon their ranks until most broke and fled. The clear laughter of the elves echoed then, and they held their arrows for the sight of the fleeing dwarves. Their ill-shaped figures, white beards whipped by the wind, filled them with cruel mirth. Now Noglador stood with but a few about him, and he remembered the words of Gwendolen. Behold, Beren came toward him, casting aside his bow and drawing a bright sword. Beren was tall among the Eldar, though not of the girth and breadth of Noglador of the dwarves. "Defend your life if you can, O crooked-legged murderer," said Beren, "or I will take it." Naugladr offered him the Nauglafring, the wondrous necklace, for his freedom, but Beren refused. "Nay, I can take that still when you are slain," he said, and he advanced alone upon Naugladr and his companions. After Beren slew the foremost of them, the others fled away to more elven laughter, leaving Beren to face Naugladr, the slayer of Tinwillint. The aged dwarf defended himself fiercely, and theirs was a bitter fight. Many watching elves, for love and fear of their captain, fingered their bowstrings, but Beren called out even as he fought for all to stay their hands. The tale tells little of the specific wounds and blows of that affray, save that Beren received many hurts, and many of his shrewdest strikes did little harm to Naugladr, thwarted by the magic of his dwarven mail. For 3 hours they fought, and Beren's arms grew weary, but not those of Naugladr, accustomed to wielding his mighty hammer at the forge. It is more than likely the outcome would have been different but for the curse of Mim. For seeing Beren grow faint, Naugladr pressed him ever more nearly, and the arrogance born of that grievous spell swelled in his heart. He thought, "I will slay this elf, and his folk will flee in fear before me." Grasping his sword, he dealt a mighty blow and cried, "Take here your doom, O stripling of the woods!" In that very moment his foot found a jagged stone, and he stumbled forward. Beren slipped aside from the blow, and catching at the dwarf's beard, his hand found the golden carcanet. With it he swung Noglador suddenly off his feet and onto his face. Noglador's sword was shaken from his grasp, but Beren seized it. "I will not sully my bright blade with your dark blood," Beren said, "since there is no need," and with Nauglador's own sword he slew him. The body of Naugladr was cast into the Aros. He unfastened the necklace and stared in awe, beholding the Silmaril, the very jewel he had taken from Angband, the deed that earned him undying renown. "Never," he whispered, "have I seen you shine so brilliantly, O lamp of faerie, as you do now, set within this gold and these gems, enhanced by the dwarf's craft." He ordered the necklace cleansed of its stains, and unaware of its hidden power, chose not to discard it. Instead, he carried it with him back into the forests of Hithlum. Meanwhile, the waters of the river Aros flowed ceaselessly over Glorun's sunken treasure, as they still do. In later years, dwarves journeyed from Nogrod to search for that hoard and for Nogladr's remains. but a sudden flood surged from the mountains, drowning all who sought it. So profound is the gloom and dread that now clings to that stony ford that none dare seek the guarded treasure or cross the enchanted stream at that place. In the vales of Hithlum there was celebration at the elves' return. Tinuviel felt great joy to see her lord come back among his warriors, though it did little to soothe her grief over Tynwelint's death, even with Noglador and many dwarves slain. Beren sought to comfort her. Taking her in his arms, he placed the glorious Nauglaffring around her neck. All who saw were dazzled by the radiance of her beauty. "Behold," said Beren, "the lamp of Feanor that you and I wrested from hell." Tinuviel smiled, recalling the early days of their love and their trials in the wilderness. Beren then sent for Uthedin and rewarded him richly for his truthful guidance, which had led to the dwarves' defeat. He invited Uthedin to dwell among his people, an offer Uthedin was not entirely reluctant to accept. Yet not long after, the very thing he feared most came to pass. A sound of mournful singing echoed through the woods. It was Gwendolen wandering in distress. Her steps led her to a sunlit glade where Beren and Tinuviel sat. It was early morning, and at the sound all nearby fell silent. Beren watched Gwendolen with reverence, but Tinuviel cried out in sorrow mingled with sudden joy. "Mother Gwendolen, where do your feet carry you? I believed you lost to us." Their reunion on the green grass was tender and sweet. Uftin, however, fled from the gathering of elves. He could not bear to meet Gwendolen's gaze. A kind of madness seized him, and none can say what unhappy fate befell him afterward. He gained little from Glorun's gold save a tormented heart. Hearing Uthedin's cries, Gwendolen looked after him in wonder, pausing her gentle words. Memory flashed back into her eyes, and she stared in astonishment at the dwarven necklace hanging from Tinuviel's fair throat with rising anger. She demanded of Beren what this meant, and why he allowed such an accursed thing to touch Tinuviel. Beren recounted the entire tale, as Juan had relayed it to him, both fact and speculation, including the pursuit and battle at the ford. He concluded, and truly, now that Lord Tynwelint has departed to Valinor, who could wear this jewel of the gods more fittingly than Tinuviel? But Gwendolen spoke of the dragon's curse upon the gold and the bloodshed in the king's halls, and yet, she said, another, more potent curse, whose origin I do not know, is woven into it. Nor do I think the dwarves' labour was free from spells of the most enduring malice. Beren only laughed, insisting that the Silmarill's glory and holiness could overcome all such evils, just as it had scorched the flesh of Carchaross. Beren replied, "Nor have I ever seen my Tinuviel as radiant as she is now, adorned with the beauty of this golden treasure." Yet Gwendolen countered, "Still, the Silmarill once rested in the crown of Melko, a creation born from dark and cunning hands." Tinuviel declared that she held no desire for riches or glittering gems, longing only for the simple joy of the forest. To please Gwendolen, she removed the necklace, but Beren was far from content. He would not allow it to be discarded, instead securing it safely upon his person. Gwendolen remained with them in the woods for a time, her spirit slowly mending. Eventually, she departed with a heavy heart for the land of Lúthien, never again to appear in the chronicles of the world. Upon Beren and Tinuviel, the doom of mortality that Mandos had foretold descended swiftly, perhaps hastened by the lingering curse of Mim. This time their paths did not end together. While their child Dior the Fair was still young, Tinuviel began to fade, much as the elves of later ages would, until she vanished among the trees, her dance seen no more. Beren searched tirelessly through the lands of Hithlum and Artanor in his longing, enduring a solitude unmatched by any elf before he, too, faded from life. Their son Dior was left to rule the brown and green elves as lord of the Nauglaffring. It is said among the elves that the two now hunt in the forest of Oroma in Valinor, where Tinuviel dances eternally upon the green fields of the goddesses Nessa and Vana. Yet the departure of the Gilwathan brought profound grief. Leaderless and diminished in magic, their numbers dwindled, and many journeyed in secret to Gondolin, drawn by whispers of its rising power and splendor. Dior, upon reaching manhood, ruled a considerable people and shared his father's deep love for the woods. Songs often name him Osir the Wealthy, for he possessed that wondrous gem set within the necklace of the dwarves. As the tales of Beren and Tinuviel grew distant in his memory, he took to wearing the jewel, cherishing its light above all else. Word of its brilliance spread like wildfire across the north, and elves whispered to one another. A Silmaril of Fëanor now burns in the woods of Hisselome. The long years of elfiness unfolded until the time when Tuor made his home in Gondolin. By then, Dior had children of his own, Oridhir and Elwing. Oridhir bore a striking resemblance to his forefather Beren, beloved by all but cherished most by Dior. As for Elwing, the poets have named her as beautiful as Tinuviel, if such a thing were possible, though the legendary loveliness of the elder elves makes it hard to judge. Those were days of contentment in the vales of Hithlum, with peace holding between them, Melko and the dwarfs, though the dwarfs plotted solely against Gondolin, and Angband buzzed with dark industry. Yet a bitter seed took root in the hearts of the seven sons of Fëanor, stirred by the memory of their binding oath. Their leader was Maedhros, whom Melko had cruelly maimed. He gathered his brothers, Maglor, Dinethel, Damrod, Celegorm, Cranthor, and the cunning Curufin, and revealed what he had learned, that a Silmaril crafted by their father, Fëanor, was now the prized possession of Dior in the southern vales, and his daughter Elwing carries it wherever she goes, he said. But do not forget, he pressed, we swore to have no peace with Melko, nor with any of his kind, nor with any other beings of this world who withhold the Silmarils of Fëanor from us. Maedhros spoke with a bitter edge. Why do we endure this exile, this wandering and this rule over a dwindling, forgotten people, if others are allowed to amass the very heirlooms that belong to us? Driven by this grievance, they dispatched Curufin the crafty to Dior. He laid bare their oath and demanded the return of the fair jewel to its rightful owners. Yet Dior, his gaze fixed upon the radiant beauty of Elwing, refused. He declared he could not bear to see the Naglfring, that masterpiece of earthly craft broken apart. Then, countered Curufin, his voice growing cold, the Naglfring must be surrendered whole to the sons of Fëanor. This ignited Dior's wrath. He commanded Curufin to leave, daring him not to claim what his own father, Beren one-handed, had wrested from Melko's grasp with his own hand. 2 others remain in that very same place. Dior taunted, if your hearts are bold enough to seek them. Curufin returned to his brothers, bound by their unbreakable oath, and consumed by desire for that Silmaril, a desire further poisoned by the lingering spells of Mime and the dragon. They plotted war against Dior. The Eldar would forever decry this act, the first premeditated war of elf upon elf, staining a name otherwise glorious among the Eldalier for its enduring sufferings. Their assault brought them little profit. They fell upon Dior unexpectedly, and both he and Oridhir were slain. But in the chaos, Evernin, Elwing's nurse, and Gareth, a gnome, seized the unwilling child in a desperate swift flight from that land, carrying the Naglfring with them, so the sons of Fëanor never laid eyes on it. A host of Dior's people, arriving too late for the initial clash, fell upon their rear with sudden fury. A great and terrible battle ensued. Maglor was cut down by swords, and 21, perished from his wounds in the wilderness. Celegorm fell, his body pierced by 100 arrows, with Cranthor slain beside him. In the grim end the sons of Fëanor stood as masters of a field of slaughter. Brown elves and the green were scattered, a broken people across unhappy lands, for they would not listen to the maimed Maedhros, nor to Curufin and Damrod, the slayers of their lord. It is whispered that even on that day of elf fighting elf, Melko moved against Gondolin, and the fortunes of the elves sank to their lowest ebb. Now nothing remained of the line of Beren Ermabed, son of Egnor, save Elwing the Lovely. She wandered the woods, a handful of the brown and green elves gathering to her side. They departed forever from the glades of Hithlum, turning south toward the deep waters of Sirion and the pleasant lands beyond. And so all the tangled threads of fairy fate were woven into a single strand, the great tale of Eärendil. To the true beginning of that tale we have now arrived. Then Aelios said, and I think that is tale enough for this time of telling. The term damascene describes the intricate patterns on King Tinwelint's sword crafted by the dwarves, which depicted scenes of a wolf hunt. It also refers to the decorated armor worn by Glorfindel. The manuscript initially reads Elters, but the name Aelios is penciled above it, given that Aelios is introduced as the storyteller at the tale's outset without any prior correction. Elters here is likely just a simple error. The phrase save only was later changed from the original not even. Interestingly, the name Gwendolen appears in this section instead of Gwenyl, which has been used consistently up to this point since the first part of the tale is written in ink over an erased pencil draft. The most straightforward explanation is that the erased text contained Gwendolen, and my father intended to change it to Gwenyl as he proceeded, missing this single instance. However, the situation is probably more complicated, one of those minor mysteries common in the Lost Tales manuscripts, because after the ink portion ends, Gwenyl is used only once more and Gwendolen then appears for the remainder of the story. At this point, the ink manuscript concludes. A marginal note by my father indicates an earlier idea that the Norglafring necklace became entangled in the bushes, trapping the king. A deleted passage in the manuscript presents a previous version of events where Gwendolen, not Juan, brings the news to Beren. In this alternate account, her mournful weeping echoes through the forest as she gathers scattered woodland elves. From them she learns the grim details she had feared. The hunting party was ambushed and overwhelmed by the Nauglath, while the Indrafangs and Orcs launched a sudden fiery assault on Tynwelint's entire realm. It was said that Euphedian's forces killed the Bridge Guardians and Norgladr himself struck down Tynwelint when the king was outnumbered. Many believed a wild elf named Narthseg had guided the enemies and was slain in the battle. With all hope lost, Gwendolen and her companions fled that land of sorrow with great haste, journeying to the kingdom of Igilwathan in Hisilome, where Beren and her daughter Tinuviel ruled. Beren and Tinuviel lived a nomadic life without fixed borders, and no messenger other than Gwendolen, daughter of the valley, could have found those two living dead figures so swiftly. It is clear from the manuscript that the return of Mablung and Juan to Artenor and their presence at the hunt was a later addition to the narrative, and this new element altered Gwendolen's immediate actions following the disaster. Although the textual history here is exceptionally difficult to decipher due to erasures and loose page additions, it seems almost certain that this restructuring occurred while the tale was still being originally composed. The first gap in the text contains two words. The first might be believe, and the second is probably best. In the second gap, the word could possibly be pala, the sentence beginning, and is it not that very water, is crossed out and bracketed with a hurried note in the margin reading, no is Narog. An illegible word might be braze, and the word clearer is an emendation from horsa. The phrase and told Beren means and Beren told, as the text originally read, then told Beren another illegible word could perhaps be treasury, though this is uncertain. The name Dior replaces Osir, though Osir appears later as another name for Dior. J.R.R. the elf is an emendation from Dior, then an aged elf. The latter part of a name here is unclear. It might be read as Maethog or Maelwegth. Throughout the revised section of the story, the queen is referred to as Gwenyl, with the sole exception of the final mention on page 228, where the name appears as Gwendolen. In the penciled portion of the tale, her name is first given as Gwenyl on page 230, but from that point onward it is consistently Gwendolen. The queen's name in the Lost Tales proves as changeable as that of Littleheart. In the chaining of Melko and the coming of the elves, she is called Tindriel, later shifting to Wendelin. Within the tale of Tinuviel, the name evolves from Wendelin to Gwendoling. The typescript for Tinuviel lists Gwenethlin before settling on Melian, while the tale of Turambar uses Gwendoling, which becomes Gwedling. In the present narrative, the forms Gwendolen and Gwenyl are used, though the variant Gwendoling appears in a rejected passage noted earlier. The Gnomish dictionary records the name as Gwendoling, later altered to Gwedling. Regarding the location Belegost, its first appearance on page 230 is written as Ost Belegost, with Ost circled as if to be removed. Thereafter, it is simply Belegost. The name Gilwathon presents its own challenges. In the Tale of Tinuviel on page 41, it appears as Kilwathan. On page 240 of this text, the ending of the name is unclear and does not resemble On, since the exact form is uncertain. Gilwathan is retained in the main text. Another point of ambiguity is the name on page 241, which could be read as either Dinethil or Durethil. This name was later written in ink over a nearly illegible penciled original, though it clearly begins with Mai, matching the name used for this son of Feanor later in the narrative. In this commentary on the tale of the Norglafring, a detailed comparison with the corresponding chapter in the Silmarillion of the ruin of Doriath will not be undertaken. The two versions differ profoundly in their core elements. Most notably, the treasure Húrin brings from Nargothrond is reduced from a great hoard to a single, pre-existing artifact, the necklace of the dwarves, which does not yet contain the Silmaril. Furthermore, the entire history of the relationship between Thingol and the dwarves is completely transformed. My father never again wrote any part of this story on such an expansive scale, making the construction of a published text exceptionally challenging, a process I hope to document later. It is often difficult to distinguish between what my father omitted for brevity and what he actively discarded. However, it seems evident that a substantial portion of the elaborate narrative in the tale of the Norglafring was abandoned early on. In later writings, the conflict between Úrin's band and Tynwellint's elves vanishes entirely. There is no further trace of characters like Úfedin or the other gnomes living among the dwarves, nor of the subplot where the dwarves take half the raw gold, termed the king's loan, to Nogrod to craft it into precious items. Also gone are Úfedin's role as a hostage, Tynwellint's refusal to let the dwarves leave, their subsequent outrageous demands, their scourging, and their insulting payment. This tale strongly emphasizes Tynwellint's growing obsession with treasure and his initial lack of it, a stark contrast to the later conception of his immense wealth. Here, the Silmaril is kept in a simple wooden casket. Tynwellint wears no crown, only a wreath of scarlet leaves, and his attire is far less splendid than that of the wayfarer in his halls, Úfedin. This portrayal of a woodland elf corrupted by the lure of gold is compelling in its own right. Yet it is almost amusing how wildly it clashes with the later image of Thingol, Lord of Beleriand. That later king commands a vast treasury within the wondrous, dwarf-carved underground realm of Menegroth, the Thousand Caves. This is a monarch of pride, stern wisdom, and great power, whose stature and knowledge were magnified by his union with a Maya. He certainly never needed dwarven craftsmen to fashion him a crown, a fine sword, or banquet vessels at this late stage. The shift from a rustic king seduced by glitter to a majestic pre-existing power is nothing short of a narrative revolution. Could a king truly descend to the petty, miserly swindling depicted in the tale of the Norglafring? The narrative places immense emphasis on the sheer scale of the hoard. Such mighty heaps of gold have never since been gathered in one place. A treasure so vast it strains belief that a wandering band of outlaws could have transported it to the halls of the woodland elves. Even allowing that, some was lost upon the way. This portrayal seems to diverge from the earlier account of the Rodothlym and their works, where there is no suggestion their treasures originated in Valinor, though that concept endured through later revisions of the legend. More crucially, the elements of enchantment and malediction dominate this tale to such an extent they become its primary actors. The curse of Mime upon the gold influences every twist of the story, driving Naugladur's decision to assault the elves of Artenor as an act of vengeance. This curse culminates in the age-long feud between dwarven kindreds, a conflict later erased from the record, along with tales of attempted theft and interclan warfare. Naugladur, blinded by the spell, chooses a recklessly imprudent path from Artenor, and Mime's curse is even cited as the cause for his stumbling during his final fight. Most strikingly, it is suggested as a reason for the brief second lives granted to Beren and Tinulviel, and the spell of Mim lingers as a factor in the later assault on Dior. The Nauglafring itself is crafted with bitterness by the dwarves, its nature inherently baleful, and the web of curses is further tangled with the dragon's ban upon the gold. While not explicitly cursed by Glorund in earlier tales, the dragon's long possession was believed to taint it with evil. Notably, Gwendolen counters Beren's faith in the Silmarill's purity by implying it was unhallowed from its time in the crown of Melko. In this original conception, the dwarves are portrayed as far more ignoble, prone to evil and driven by naked greed. So much so that the idea of Doriath being ravaged by mercenary orcs in dwarvish employ later became unthinkable. Their actions here sever them in perpetual feud from the elves, drawing them nearer in spirit to the kin of Melko. Early outlines even classify the Nauglath as an evil people associates of goblins and monsters, a far cry from their later, more nuanced depiction. A fascinating parallel can be drawn with a passage from The Lord of the Rings, Appendix F, which notes that dwarves are not inherently evil and rarely serve the enemy willingly, despite what stories from men might claim. This early account of the dwarves is particularly noteworthy for several reasons. While the beards of the Indrafangs were mentioned earlier in Tinuviel's spell, this marks the first detailed portrayal of dwarves in the author's work. Even here, his distinctive spelling is present, a form he stubbornly defended against persistent editors. Their recognizable traits are already evident, their stern, secretive dispositions, their perceived unloveliness, and their legendary craftsmanship with metals. The odd claim that never comes a child among them might connect to a mistaken belief among men, referenced elsewhere, that dwarf women do not exist and that dwarves simply emerge from stone. That same source clarifies it is the scarcity of women that leads to their slow population growth. This tale also suggests some believe dwarves have not heard of Ilúvatar, a point of theological curiosity when compared to men's understanding. According to a gnomish lexicon, Indrafang was a specific name for the Longbeards, yet this narrative clearly identifies the Longbeards as the dwarves of Belegost. The dwarves of Nogrod were the Nauglath, ruled by King Nogladur. Frankly, the terminology can get a bit messy. For instance, a description labelled as being of the Nauglath reads more like a general portrait of all dwarves, presumably including the Indrafangs, which likely wasn't the intention. A reference to the march of the dwarves and Indrafangs is best understood as shorthand for the dwarves of Nogrod and the Indrafangs. It's said that Nauglada of Nogrod and Bodrith of Belegost were related, though this may simply mean they were both dwarves, unlike the elf Uthadin. The tale places the dwarf city of Nogrod a very long journey southward beyond the wide forest on the borders of those great heaths nigh the pools of twilight, on the marches of Tazarenna. One could read this as putting Nogrod itself on those heaths, but that seems highly unlikely. What self-respecting dwarf who lives in subterranean halls and carved cities would settle on a windswept heath? Mountains aren't explicitly named here in connection with dwarves, but it's almost certain the author already envisioned their great holes within mountain ranges, as he later established. Furthermore, the geographical layout in these early tales seems consistent with later maps, where a very long journey southward simply doesn't fit the distance between the Thousand Caves and the Pools of Twilight. The meaning, therefore, is just a very long journey southward beyond the wide forest, with the subsequent text describing the forest's location, not Nogrod's. This forest is the forest of Artenor. The Pools of Twilight are described elsewhere, though their elvish name isn't given there. Whether Belegost was near to or far from Nogrod isn't explicitly stated. One passage says treasure should be taken to Nogrod and the dwellings of the dwarves. Yet later, the Indrafangs are called a kindred of the dwarves that dwelt in other realms. In his dealings with dwarves, the character Uthadin brings to mind Eol, the father of Maeglin, who, it is said, had a greater fondness for dwarves than any other elf of that age. Few elves ever ventured to the mountain halls of Nogrod or Belegost, with the notable exceptions of Eol from the shadowy woods of Nan Elmoth and his son, Maeglin. In earlier versions of Eol's story, his connection to the dwarves did not exist, but here we see a shift. The narrative speaks of a great traffic between the dwarves and the free Noldoli during that age, which raises a question: who exactly were these free elves? The people of Rhodothlym were gone, and Gondolin remained secret. Perhaps it refers to the sons of Feanor, or maybe even Egnor, the father of Beren. While later tales would narrow this commerce solely to the dwarves of Nogrod, with those of Belegost refusing any part in it, this earlier account leaves the matter more open. Turning to Beren. He is still an elf in this telling, and after his return to life, he rules a vast population in Hithlum, a people so numerous that not even Beren knew the tale of those myriad folk. They are described as the green and brown elves, named for the colours of their attire, and after Beren and Tinuviel finally depart, their son Dior leads them. But who were they? It's a puzzle how they fit into the broader understanding of the elves across the land. We might recall other stories where elves sang of lost kin wandering ancient forests, beings that men in Hithlum, or Ariador as they called it, feared as shadow folk. In some accounts, these shadow folk eventually ceased to be elves altogether. Yet the label Green Elves is a telling clue, as it connects them to the Green Elves of Osiriand, whom Beren would later lead against the dwarves at Sarn Athrud in the refined legend, even though the land of Osiriand itself had not yet been fully conceived. It became necessary, frankly, to move this land of the dead that live out of Hithlum. The place was getting a bit overcrowded with mythic residents. A later note, scribbled on the manuscript, insists that Beren must dwell in Doriath beyond Sirion, not in Hithlum. This region, known in other texts as Nivrim, or the West March, is where Beren and Tinuviel, called Aikul Wathon, were said to have become powerful spirits in the north of Sirion. Compared to the formidable Melian of later tales, Gwendolen here seems a paler, less potent figure. Her magical protection over Artanor is vague and far weaker than the infamous girdle of Melian, which created an impenetrable maze-like barrier. In this story, the dwarves of Nogrod are not detected until they are practically at the bridge to Tinwelint's caves. Yet it's also said that the queen's woven magic did keep out those with hostile hearts, unless, of course, they had a traitor to guide them. Perhaps this offers some insight into how the dwarves from Nogrod managed to reach King Tinwelint's halls without obstruction and seemingly unnoticed, much like the earlier arrival of Durin's company in the tale of Turambar. In the end, the protective enchantments were breached with surprising ease. All it took was a single disloyal elf from Artanor who agreed to guide the invading host past Queen Gwendolen's spells. This resolution feels unsatisfying, but I will not delve deeper into the matter here. The concept of Doriath's inviolability created significant challenges for the narrative structure, a topic I intend to explore more fully later. One might speculate that the scene of the treasure sinking at the stony ford, where both the gold and the dwarves carrying it were lost to the river, developed from an earlier discarded ending in the tale of Turambar, where Tinwelint, heeding a curse, ordered the gold thrown into a deep pool near his gates. In the tale of the Noglafring, however, though the queen's ominous warnings weigh on him, Tinwelint only considers this action and never follows through. The account of Beren and Tinuviel's second departure reintroduces the complex decree laid upon them by Mandos. As I have previously discussed, their unique fate involved a complete alteration of their natural destiny as elves. Having died as elves might, they did not experience rebirth but returned in their own forms, yet now subject to mortality like men. Here, however, Tinuviel simply faded, disappearing into the forest, and Beren wandered through Hithlum and Artanor in a desperate search until he too faded from life. Notably, this fading is explicitly described as the fulfillment of Mandos's doom, and it is compared to, even identified with, the fading of elves in later ages, as if, in the original conception, such fading was itself a kind of mortality. This idea is confirmed in a later version. The 7 sons of Feanor, their oath sworn not in Valinor, but after the Noldoli's arrival in the Great Lands, and the maiming of Maedhros appear in outlines for Gilfanan's tale. In the most recent of these outlines, the Feanorians are located in Dor Lomin, which is Hithlum. In the tale of the Naglafring, 5 of the sons are named for the first time in nearly their final forms: Maedhros, Maglor, Celegorm, Cranthor, and Curufin, who already bears the epithet the Crafty. The names Amrod and Amras in the Silmarillion were a later change. For a long period, these two were known as Damrod and Diriel, with variants like Dinethel or Durethel appearing here. This tale also introduces Dior the Fair, also called Osir the Wealthy, and his daughter Elwing. His son Oridhir vanished early in the legend's development. Yet Dior ruled in the southern vales of Hithlum, not in Artanor, and there is no hint of Tynwellint's kingdom being restored after his death, contrary to later accounts. Moreover, the Feanorians also dwelt in Hithlum. How this aligns with other descriptions of the region's inhabitants is unclear. Compare, for instance, the tale of Tinuviel, which states Hithlum was home to men and thrall Noldoli, with few free Eldar present. A rather peculiar remark concludes this part of the story, claiming that those were days of happiness in the vales of Hithlum. For there was peace with Melko and the dwarves, who had but one thought as they plotted against Gondolin. This fleeting peace, nestled between greater conflicts, paints an almost ironic picture of calm before a storm, a quiet moment where old enemies briefly turn their scheming gaze elsewhere. The idea of peace with Melko likely just means that Melko's focus had shifted away from those regions for a time. There is no other mention in the texts of the dwarves actively scheming against Gondolin. In the typed manuscript for the tale of Tinuviel, it is noted that while Turgon of Gondolin was the most renowned of the elf kings who resisted Melko, for a period the most powerful and the longest to remain free was Thingol of the Woods. The straightforward reading of this suggests that Gondolin fell before the realm of Artenor. However, in the later Silmarillion narrative, we learn that news came to Turgon via Thorondor, Lord of Eagles, of the fall of Nargothrond, followed by the deaths of Thingol and his heir Dior, and the ruin of Doriath. Yet Turgon closed his mind to these external sorrows. This present tale follows a similar timeline, mentioning that many elves who had followed Beren later made their way to Gondolin after he left, drawn by the secret whispers of its rising power and splendor. Interestingly, here the destruction of Gondolin is said to have occurred on the very same day. Dior was assailed by the sons of Feanor. To reconcile these points, we might interpret the Tinuviel passage to mean that Thingol maintained his freedom for a greater number of years than Turgon did. Regardless of the specific dates their kingdoms ended. On a somewhat lighter note, it's almost as if the chroniclers themselves couldn't agree on a calendar, leaving us to piece together a puzzle where the pieces keep changing shape. Furthermore, the statements that Cum and Idrisith, the Mound of Avarice, remains there still in Artenor, and that the waters of the river Aros still flow over the sunken treasure are significant. They indicate that the original conception did not include any event analogous to the great drowning of Beleriand. The true beginning of the tale of Eärendil was intended to be the settlement of the Lothlim at the mouths of Sirion, precisely where the fall of Gondolin concludes, and the subsequent arrival there of Elwing, as noted at the end of the tale of the Norglafring. The narrative complexities all the fates of the elves into a single strand, which is the grand tale of Eärendil. The matter is complicated, however, by the author also designating the Norglafring as the first part of Eärendil's story. This great tale was never fully written. Our understanding of it relies entirely on brief, condensed outlines and isolated notes, which are often contradictory and impossible to arrange into a clear sequence. Among these is an early outline, referred to as Scheme B, which appears to have been composed when the Lost Tales had reached their most developed form. This scheme provides a rough narrative plan divided into 7 parts, the first of which is the Nauglafring down to the flight of Elwing. This division is referenced at the opening of the Fall of Gondolin. The outline becomes notably more detailed when covering the material for Gilfinan's tale, then contracts again for summaries of the tales of Tinuviel, Turin, Tuor, and the Necklace, before expanding once more for the tale of Eärendil. This is a grand and sweeping story, a tale so vast that listeners would need to gather 7 times around the fire to hear it told in full. It is deeply woven with the legends of the Nauglafring and the Elf March, making it a story where a teller would surely welcome a companion's voice, had the 6 parts meant to follow the tale of the Nauglafring been written to a similar scale. The entire saga of Eärendil would have rivaled half the length of all the tales that were ultimately set down, yet the author never returned to craft it on such an expansive canvas again. Here is the final portion of the outline, known as Scheme B, which braids together the beginning of Eärendil's story with the Norglafring and the March of the Elves. For more intricate notes, one must consult the pages of Notebook C. The first part recounts the Norglafring up to the moment of Elwing's desperate flight. The second part finds them dwelling at the mouth of the river Sirion. Elwing arrives there, and she and Eärendil grow from childhood friends into deeply devoted lovers. Meanwhile, Tuor begins to feel the weight of his years. Lured by the distant call of Ulmo's conches, he secretly sets sail one twilight in his ship. The Swanwing, Eärendel, driven by love and worry, launches his own voyage northward aboard the Irami, seeking his father or even the halls of Mandos. A terrible wreck follows, from which he is saved by the appearance of Ulmo himself, who commands him to sail instead for Kor, telling him this purpose alone spared him from the ruin of Gondolin. The third part details Erendel's second, grim attempt to reach Mandos. His ship, the Falasquil, is wrecked, but he is rescued by the benevolent Orni. In his travels, he sights the mysterious Isle of Seabirds, a gathering place for every bird from every shore. He returns overland to Sirion, only to discover that Idril has vanished, having set sail into the night. When the conches of Ulmo call to him once more, he shares a final, heart-wrenching farewell with Elwing before building the great vessel Wingeilet. The fourth part follows Earendel's long, years-long voyage toward Valinor. The fifth part sees a great stir among the elves when birds from Gondolin bring urgent tidings to Kor. Councils are held among the gods, and hosts of the Inwa, Teleri, and Solosimpi march forth. A raid falls upon Sirion, leading to Elwing's capture. This act brings such sorrow and wrath upon the gods that they drop a veil between Valmar and Kor, unable to bear the sight of it, yet unwilling to see it destroyed. The coming of the Eldar follows the binding of Melko, a journey to the Lonely Isle, and the grim fulfillment of the Nauglafring's curse upon Elwing. In the sixth part, Eärendel finally reaches Kur, finding it desolate and abandoned. He turns for home in deep despair, and though he glimpses Tol Eressë and the fleet of the elves, a great wind and darkness sweep him off course on an unintended voyage eastward. When he at last returns to Sirion, he finds it empty. He journeys to the ruins of Gondolin, learns what tidings he can, sails to Tol Eressë, and then to the Isle of Seabirds. The seventh and final part was to tell of his legendary voyage to the firmament itself. At the end of this text is a simple note, Rem of Scheme in Notebook C. These references point to a small, well-worn pocketbook dating back years, used for notes throughout this period. At its beginning lies another outline labelled C and titled Earendel's Tale, Tuor's Son, which aligns closely with Scheme B. It tells of Eärendel living with Tuor and Idril at the mouth of the Sirion on its islands. Elwing of the gnomes of Artenor flees to them with the accursed Nauglafring. Eärendel and Elwing's bond blossoms from a childhood affection into something profound and enduring. Eärendel shares a powerful love with Tuor, but as Tuor ages, the call of Ulmo's conches from the far western sea grows ever louder, until one evening he slips away in his twilight boat with its purple sails, the Swanwing. Idril sees him go too late and is left singing a lament on the shore. His failure to return casts a shadow of grief over both Eärendel and Idril. Eärendel, urged on by his immortal mother, resolves to sail forth and search, even if it means seeking the halls of Mandos. Yet a shadow lies upon all his journeys, the curse of the Nauglafring with Ossë as his relentless foe. He encounters the fjord of the Mermaid and suffers a wreck, only for Ulmo to appear, save him, and reveal his true destiny. He is spared for a journey to Kor. When Elwing learns of this bidding, her grief is immense, for it is said that no mortal who treads the streets of Kor or looks upon the places of the gods may ever again know peace in the outer lands. Defiant, Eärendel departs anyway. Ossë's treachery causes another wreck, and he is saved solely by the Orni, who hold him in affection along with Voronwë and taken to Falasquil. Making his way back overland with Voronwë, a weary traveller with salt still in his hair, he returns to Sirion to find that Idril too has vanished. This new loss breaks upon him, a solitary wave of sorrow on an already desolate shore. Eärendel offered prayers to Ulmo, and the deep sound of conches answered him. Ulmo commanded that a new and marvellous vessel be constructed from the wood of Tuor, taken from the shores of Falasquil. Thus began the building of the Wingeilet. 4 additional notes titled Additions accompany this passage in the notebook. The construction of Iram, also called Eagle Pinion, the Noldoli, adding their own pleas to Ulmo's command, Eärendil surveying the original dwelling of Tuor at Falasquil, and the voyage toward the halls of Mandos and the icy seas. The narrative outline proceeds. Voronwë and Eärendil embarked upon the Wingeilet. They were driven south into dark, unknown regions, past volcanoes breathing fire, forests of animated trees, and lands of pygmies. They encountered the Sarkindi, terrible cannibal ogres, blown westward. They passed the lurking shadow of Ungweliante and navigated through enchanted isles, including a Twillit Isle, where the striking of Little Heart's gong roused a sleeper within the Tower of Pearl. They discovered Kor, but it was utterly deserted. In its silent pools, Eärendil discerned ancient tales and future prophecies written upon the waters, a vision that deepened the desolation he felt. Here a fine diamond dust settled upon his shoes and his very person, causing them to gleam with an inner light. Their homeward journey brought new perils. Driven east, they sailed over sun-scorched deserts and past the red palaces where the sun is said to rest. Upon finally reaching the mouths of the river Sirion, Eärendil found only devastation. The haven had been sacked and abandoned. In his distress he wandered with Voronwë until they came upon the broken ruins of Gondolin. There miserable camps of men were found, alongside bands of gnomes still obsessively searching for lost jewels, some having returned to the fallen city in their futile quest. This spoke of the enduring grip of Melko's malice. The outline mentions the wars that followed with men and the eventual departure of the Eldar to Tol Eressë. For they could no longer bear the world's strife. Eärendil sailed to that lonely isle, and there learned the tragic fate of Elwing and the Nauglaffring, how his love had been transformed into a seabird. His grief was so profound it manifested physically. His garments and body shone with a diamond radiance, and his face was framed in a silver flame of sorrow. He set sail once more with Voronwë, dwelling on the Isle of Seabirds in the northern waters near Falasquil, clinging to the hope that Elwing might return to him among the flocks. Unbeknownst to him, she, in her bird form, searched every shore and piece of wreckage, crying out for him. After 21 years, he embarked again for the halls of Mandos with Voronwë, a journey permitted only to those who had endured great suffering. He discovered that Tuor had passed into Valinor, and nothing was known of Idril or Elwing. Reaching the world's edge, he launched his ship upon the oceans of the firmament to gaze down upon all the earth. The mariner of the moon, drawn by his brilliance, gave chase, and Eärendil dove through the door of night. Now he cannot return to the mortal world lest he perish, but he holds faith that he will be reunited with Elwing at the final faring forth. Some say that Tuor and Idril now sail in the ship Swanwing, visible as a swift glimmer upon the wind at dawn and dusk. The co-events to Eärendil's tale include the raid upon Sirion by Melko's orcs and the captivity of Elwing. Messenger birds brought the elves news of Gondolin's fall and the grim fate of the gnomes. This sparked councils among the gods and great unrest among the elves. The Inwyr and Teleri prepared for march. The Solar Simpi also agreed to go forth, but only along all the world's beaches, for they were unwilling to be far from the sea's sound, a condition of their alliance with the Teleri, born from old grievances, when Noldoli slew some of their kin at Copus. This outline then continues to the events following the arrival of the elves of Valinor into the Great Lands. While this version is far more detailed, its core remains largely consistent with the earlier account, though each contains unique elements. In discussing these outlines, the divisions of the earlier narrative are followed. The second part elaborates on Tuor's departure from Sirion, introducing Ossi's hostility toward Eärendil and the curse of the Nauglaffring as causes for his shipwrecks, the first occurring at a place called the Fjord of the Mermaid. A manuscript ambiguity using them rather than him when Ulmo saves them and instructs them to go to Kor, hints that Idril or Elwing may have been present. The third part notes a shift where the earlier account framed Eärendil's second voyage as a search for his father in Mandos. This version suggests it was undertaken primarily to fulfill Ulmo's bidding to sail to Kor, a mission that caused Elwing great sorrow. In the sea text, Voronwë is identified as the companion of Eärendil on the second voyage, which concluded at Falasquil, though the Isle of Seabirds is not referenced here. The construction of the ship Wingilot is described as being from the wood of Tuor from Falasquil. This contrasts with an earlier account in The Fall of Gondolin, where the wood for Tuor was cut by the Noldoli in the forests of Dor Lomin and transported down a secret river. The narrative then shifts to Earendil's extended wanderings, while the B text only briefly mentions his years-long quest for Valinor. The C version offers fleeting visions of these journeys, depicting Wingilot being driven southward and then into the western seas. A peculiar element is the encounter with Ungweliente during this western voyage, a figure elsewhere associated with holding dominion in the south. We encounter again the sleeper in the Tower of Pearl, said to be Idril in a later struck-out note, who is awakened by the sound of Littleheart's gong. This connects to earlier lore where Littleheart, said to be the son of Voronwy, sailed with Eärendil on that final search for Kor. The ringing of that very gong on the shadowy seas is what stirred the sleeper. The Twilit Isles are described as floating upon those seas with the pale Tower of Pearl rising from their westernmost point. Interestingly, the sea outline does not elsewhere specify Littleheart as a companion on this voyage, though his name appears in earlier rejected phrases. In another tale, it is stated that few living had seen the Nauglafring, save only Littleheart's son of Bronweg. Later sections introduce the enduring image of Eärendil, his shoes and raiment gleaming with the diamond dust of Kor as he walked his abandoned paths. This scene would persist in later tellings. However, the reason for the emptiness differs. In later works, Tirion is deserted due to a festival, but in these early schemes, both B and C strongly imply Kor was empty because the elves of Valinor had already departed for the Great Lands, spurred by news from Gondolin. Most strikingly, these early narratives contain no account of Eärendil pleading before the Valar as an ambassador. This leads to an extraordinary, almost bleak conclusion that his epic voyage, though successful in reaching its destination, was ultimately fruitless. He was not the catalyst for the aid that later came from the west. Even Ulmo's grand designs for Tuor and his line appear in this framework to have come to nothing. A revision from the 1930s underscores this point, initially stating that the one emissary who returned came too late, a phrase later softened. The fundamental mystery remains in these earliest writings. What was Ulmo's true purpose for Eärendil's journey? What was supposed to happen if he had arrived in time beyond the exodus of the elves that occurred anyway? A separate, curious note in C poses the related question of how Turgon's messengers were supposed to reach Valinor, answering bluntly, they never did. The birds of Ulmo carried word to the elves concerning the fall of Gondolin, the doves and pigeons of Turgon bearing the grim news. This message sparked what the chronicles term the councils of the gods and a great uproar among the elven hosts. While one text speaks of divine sorrow and wrath and a veil falling between Valmar and Kor, the implication is clear. The subsequent march of the elves from Valinor was a direct defiance of the Valar's will, a bitter point of contention regarding their intervention in the affairs of the Great Lands. This may connect to Vaira's later words about the path from Kor being forever blocked by impassable stone when the fairies departed. The message's profound impact is echoed elsewhere, as when Lindo spoke to Eriol in the Cottage of Lost Play, recounting how King Inwer, whom the gnomes named Inwithiel, led the Eldar forth from Kor into the lands of men, after hearing the world's lament. It was a journey from which Inwer himself would not return, perishing in that march, though his son Ingil later went back to Valinor. The third kindred, the Solosimpi, agreed to join the expedition only on the condition they remain by the sea, their reluctance a lasting scar from the kinslaying at Swanhaven. This was no voyage by ship. It was a great march with the Solosimpi faring along the world's beaches, though how they ultimately reached the Great Lands is left unrecorded. The outlines then turn to Eärendil's troubled journeys. Driven eastward on his return from Kor, he found the dwellings at the mouth of Sirion ravaged. One account attributes this sack and the capture of Elwing to a raid by the orcs of Melko, noting how figures like Eaglemoth, who had escaped Gondolin, were slain there in that dire battle. Neither outline details Elwing's escape from captivity, but both mention Eärendil's poignant return to the ruins of Gondolin, where in one version he went with Voronway and found both men and gnomes dwelling amidst the desolation. Following the binding of Melko, both texts note the departure of the elves from the Great Lands to Tol Eressëa, one adding a somber note about wars with men and the Eldar's growing inability to endure the world's endless strife. Eärendil would later come to that isle, though the order of events is sketched hastily, one draft showing him sighting the elven fleet from Kor, another placing the Exodus after his return to Sirion. These notes were dashed down in a flurry, capturing fleeting thoughts, and their sequence should not be pressed too hard. Yet, on the fate of Elwing, the accounts diverge more clearly. One offers a simple, tragic reference to her death, seemingly tied to the curse of the Naglafring and possibly occurring on the voyage to Tol Eressëa. The other, however, speaks not of death, but of a transformation, a sinking from which Elwing emerged as a seabird, an idea of strange hope that would endure in later tales. This adds a new layer of meaning to Eärendil's journey to the Isle of Seabirds, a detail present in both earlier versions. In one account, he holds on to the hope that Elwing might find her way back to him among those very birds. The seventh section of the story is only briefly noted in one outline, simply referencing his voyage to the firmament and pointing to another draft for more. That other draft offers fleeting glimpses of a fuller narrative. It hints that Eärendil's radiant glow, interestingly separate from the light of the Silmaril, may have sprung from two sources, the mystical diamond dust of the ancient city of Kor and, in a more poignant sense, from the sheer intensity of his sorrow. A separate scribbled note from this period poses a direct question. What was the fate of the Silmarils after Melko's defeat? At this stage, my father provided no answer, but the question itself is telling. It suggests the jewels of Fëanor were not yet the central pillar of the legendarium, though perhaps it also signals a dawning awareness that their significance was destined to grow, that a core meaning of the entire mythology was still hidden within them, waiting to be uncovered. The narrative implies Eärendil took to the skies in a relentless, lonely pursuit of Elwing, sailing the starry ocean simply to catch a distant glimpse of the world below. His eventual passage through the Door of Night, that gateway fashioned by the gods in the western wall of the world, was not part of any grand plan. It was rather a desperate flight. He was being hunted across the heavens by the moon itself. This echoes an earlier idea where Ilinzor, the moon's steersman, is said to chase the stars. A later, more developed scheme for the tales, which I've labelled D, provides a somewhat fuller outline but disappointingly breaks off early into Eärendil's story. It reads as follows, starting from a slightly earlier point. Concerning the death of Tynwylint and the flight of Gwenethlin, how Beren sought vengeance for Tynwylint and how the necklace came into his possession. How it brought a wasting sickness upon Tinuvil, and how she and Beren slowly faded from the mortal lands. How their sons lived after them, and how the sons of Fëanor marched against them with an army, coveting the Silmaril. How all were slain save for Elwing, daughter of Daemod, son of Beren, who fled with the necklace of Tuor's ship with its white sails. How the folk of the Lothlym made their home at the mouths of Sirion. Eärendil grew to be the fairest of all men, past or present. How the mermaids, the Orni, loved him. How Elwing came to the Lothlym, and of the deep love that grew between her and Eärendil. How Tuor fell into old age, and how Ulmo beckoned to him one evening. He then set out upon the waves and was never seen again. How Idril swam out after him. The text becomes difficult here. It seems my father first wrote that Eärendil, with the aid of the Orni, built the ship Wingailet and set sail in search of something, leaving Voronware with Elwing. Then he wrote Eärendil built Swanwing and partially erased the passage, leaving his final intention unclear, Elwing's lament. How Ulmo forbade his quest, but Eärendil was determined to sail on, seeking a passage to the halls of Mandos. How Wingailet was wrecked upon the shores of Falasquill, and how Eärendil discovered the carved house of Tuor there. And with that, scheme D ends, there is also an earlier reference in it to the messengers sent from Gondolin. The doves of Gondolin fly to Valinor at the fall of that city. This outline appears to streamline the narrative, making Wingailet the ship used for the failed voyage to Mandos, and the same vessel wrecked at Falasquill. but the outline is too brief and cuts off too soon to draw any firm conclusions. A fourth outline, which I will call E, exists on a separate sheet. Here, interestingly, Tuor is named Tur. It lists Fall of Gondolin, the Feast of Glorfindel, the dwelling by the waters of Sirion's mouth. The mermaids come to Eärendel. Tur grows ever more haunted by the sea, his song to Eärendel. One evening he calls to his son, and together they go down to the shore. There they find a small skiff waiting. Tur said his farewells to Eärendel, urging him to push the skiff from the shore. The small vessel slipped away, heading into the distant west until it dipped below the edge of the world. From the sea, Eärendel heard a great song swelling on the wind, and he was left weeping on the shore, overcome with a passion of grief. He heard the lament of Idril and witnessed the building of the ship Aram. Later came Elwing, though Eärendel met her with reluctance, sharpened by Idril's urging. He embarked on a voyage northward aboard Aram, only for the ship to founder and vanish, taking Idril with it. Rescued by sea maids, Eärendel was brought to Tur's Bay and began a weary journey along the coast. During his absence, Elwing was taken in a sudden raid. Returning, Eärendel discovered the ravaged mouth of Sirion. In his grief and fury, he built the ship Wingalot and set out to search for his lost love. Mighty winds blew him far to the south, where he encountered the great spider Wiralom in a shadowed land. Managing to escape eastward, he turned again to the west, and at last descried the Bay of Farry, with its tower of pearl and magic isles lying under great shadows. He found the city of Kor deserted and sailed back home, his face burning with anguish and his ship crusted with strange dust. There he learned of Elwing's own foundering. He sat in despair on the Isle of Seabirds until, one evening, Elwing came to him transformed into a sea mew. Together they set sail once more and pass over the margent of the world. This outline, labelled E, is highly condensed, offering little beyond the fuller tale of Tuor's departure from Sirion. Even accounting for its brevity, it shows essential differences from the earlier versions B and C. Here, Elwing appears to arrive at Sirion later after Tuor has gone, yet her capture seems to occur earlier while Eärendel is returning from his shipwreck in the north, not during his later great voyage to Kerr. This version appears to combine events, reducing two northern voyages ending in wreck to just one. The form Tuor for Tuor, though temporary, suggests this outline may postdate B and C. Other notable points include the spider Rulame, encountered in the far south rather than the west, and Elwing's transformation into a seabird to reunite with Eärendel, a detail absent or even contradicted in version C. A separate curious page linked to the poem The Bidding of the Minstrel gives a wildly different account of Eärendil's travels. It describes him sailing north past Iceland and Greenland to wild islands, then swept by a mighty wind to hotter climes behind the west wind. He traverses a land of strange men and magic. The home of night and the spider, escaping its meshes with a few comrades, he glimpses a great mountain island and a golden city before being blown southward. His journey takes him past tree men, sun dwellers, spice lands and fire mountains to a Red Sea, perhaps the Mediterranean or the Atlantic, where he loses his boat and travels afoot through the wilds of Europe. He finally returns home, aged and weary, has a new boat built, and bids farewell to his northern land. Setting sail west just as the sun dives into the sea, he passes on to the sky and does not return. The golden city was Koa, where he had caught the music of the Solosympe. He returned seeking it only to find the fairies had departed from Eldamar. The account mentions him climbing Kor's deserted streets, dusted with diamond dust, and references a little book, likely meaning the same notebook as version C. One might assume this vivid, geographically anchored tale to be the earliest, were it not for that reference which ties it to the later materials. It seems quite likely, judging by the look of the manuscript, that the final section mentioning the Golden City of Kor was a later addition. The rest of this outline likely belongs to the poem's earliest phase, written in the winter of 1914. What's particularly interesting here is that only in these initial notes is it explicitly stated that the diamond dust covering Eärendel came from the streets of Kor. Another early piece, The Shores of Faerie, includes a brief prose introduction, even if not written at the exact same time as the poem in July 1915. It certainly dates from not long after. In this preface, Earendel the Wanderer, having spent his life sailing the world's oceans in his white ship Wingalot, rests in his old age on the Isle of Seabirds in the northern waters before embarking on one final journey. He passes by Tanicatil, and even Valinor drags his vessel over the world's edge and sets sail upon the starry seas above, of his adventures there. No full tale exists, only that, pursued by the glaring moon, he fled back to Valinor. From the high towers of Kor upon the rocks of Eglamour, he gazed back longingly upon the mortal oceans below. To this perch he returns at every full moon, when the moon chases fiercely beyond Tanicatil, both here and in the outline linked to the bidding of the minstrel. Earendel is imagined as an aged man when he ventures into the firmament. No other continuous narrative of Earendel's tale survives from this earliest period. There are, however, numerous scattered notes, often just single sentences, found in the small notebook C or jotted on loose slips. I've gathered these references here, roughly following the story's sequence. First, a note states he dwelt in the Isle of Sirion in a house of snow-white stone. Notebook C mentions Earendel living with Tuor and Idril at the mouth of Sirion on the Isles of Sirion. Second, the Orni are said to have given Earendel a marvellous silver coat that never gets wet. They loved him, despite Orsa's displeasure, and taught him boat building and swimming as he played with them along Sirion's shores. Other outlines also reference the Orni's affection for him, the mermaids coming to him, and Orsa's hostility. Third, Earendel is described as smaller than most men, but agile and a swift swimmer, though, interestingly, his companion Voronoi could not swim at all. Fourth, a note says, Idril and Earendel see Tuor's boat dropping into the twilight and a sound of song. Earlier versions differ. One says Tuor's sailing was secret, another that Idril saw him too late, and a third that Earendel was present, pushing the boat out and hearing a great song rise from the sea. Fifth, a speculative note asks, Death of Idril follows secretly after Tuor. This idea is contradicted elsewhere, which states that Tuor and Idril now sail together, and another version claims Idril swam after him. Sixth, a rejected idea, marked with a query and an X, suggests Tuor sailed back to Falasquil and then up Ilbrantaloth to Asgon, where he sits playing his harp on a lonely islanded rock. Curious references to this islanded rock in Asgon appear in other outlines. Seventh, there is mention of the Fjord of the Mermaid, enchantment of his sailors, with a question about whether mermaids are Orni, earthlings, or fays. Another outline equates mermaids and Orni. Eighth, the ship Wingilet was built of wood from Falasquil, with the aid of the Orni, a point likely made elsewhere. Ninth, Wingilet is poetically described as being shaped as a swan of pearls. Tenth, the doves and pigeons of Turgon's courtyard bring message to Valinor only to elves. Other references confirm that birds flying from Gondolin carried news to the elves or to Kor. 11th, during his voyages Earendel sights the white walls of Ker gleaming afar off, but is carried away by Os's adverse winds and waves. A similar event is recorded in another early outline. During his journey back from the ancient city of Kor, Earendel caught sight of the lonely isle of Tol Eressë. In the Tower of Pearl, a sleeper was roused by the sound of Little Heart's gong. This messenger, sent long ago by King Turgon, remained trapped by enchantments, unable to depart and warning all of the lingering magic. An early idea, later discarded, suggested this sleeper was Idril herself. Ulmo's guardianship was withdrawn from the havens of Sirion, angered by Earendel's persistent attempts to reach the halls of Mandos, which left the refuge vulnerable to Melko's assault. This note was later crossed out, and another text clarifies that Ulmo forbade the quest. Yet Earendel was determined to sail on, seeking a path not to Mandos, but to the far shores of Kor. Before his fateful voyage, Earendel wed Elwing upon learning of her tragic loss. He declared that his children would be all those brave souls who thereafter dared the vast oceans in ships. This echoes tales from the Cottage of Lost Play, which speak of wayfarers as sons of Earendel. and early legends claim that any newborn touched by his light becomes a wanderer, a child of the mariner. Driven by love and despair, Arundel journeyed even to the desolate iron halls searching for Elwing, a quest that took him also to the broken ruins of Gondolin. The ship bearing Elwing and the famed necklace of the dwarves was lost during the great exodus of the elves from the mortal lands to Tol Eressëa, an event that some say finally laid to rest the curse upon that treasure. Arundel, with his companion Voronwy, later made his home on the remote Isle of Seabirds in the northern seas, a place where all waterfowl gather, and there he kept a lonely vigil, hoping to see Elwing return to him on the wind. When he finally reached the halls of Mandos, Arundel discovered his father Tuor was not there, nor in Valinor or Erumani. None among elves or Ainur knew his fate, for he dwelt with Ulmo in the deeps. Arundel would sometimes return from his celestial travels to the deserted streets of Kor, checking in vain for the rekindling of the magic sun and the return of the fair folk, only to be driven back by the rising moon. Ancient tales inscribed on the walls of Kor tell that Arundel once read many wondrous and dark stories there in symbols and runes of great beauty. He is remembered as the son of Tuor and Idril, the greatest mariner among men who beheld shores beyond the knowledge of his kind, a solitary figure forever bridging the worlds of elves and mortals. He now rides the high winds with Voronwell, never venturing further back than Ker, for should he do so, he would perish as mortals do. So much of that mortal essence remains within him. In the notes tied to the poem The Bidding of the Minstrel, it is said, Arundel sets sail upon the sky and returns no more to earth. The prose preface to The Shores of Faerie mentions he comes to Eglamour at the full moon, when it journeys beyond Taniquetil and Valinor. Another outline states plainly that he cannot now return to the world, or he will die, while an earlier citation notes he returns from the firmament ever and anon with Voronwy to Ker within the pages of the Silmarillion. Manwë's decree was that Arundel and Elwing shall not walk ever again among elves or men in the outer lands. Yet it is also recorded that Arundel did return to Valinor from his voyages beyond the world's edge, just as the name list to the fall of Gondolin asserts he comes no further back than Kor. That additional note in the name list that stepping beyond would mean his death, so much of the mortal is in him, found a distant echo. Decades later, in a letter from 1967, Arundel, being in part descended from men, was not allowed to set foot on earth again and became a star shining with the light of the Silmaril. This concludes the prose materials concerning the earliest conceptions of the tale of Arundel, aside from a few scattered references in the following chapter. These outlines and jottings represent a very nascent phase, where ideas were still fluid and had not yet been shaped into a proper narrative. The myth existed in certain enduring images, but those images had not been fully woven together. It is a striking omission that there is no hint yet of Arundel being the one whose plea summoned aid from the west. Likewise, there is no suggestion that the Valar hallowed his vessel and placed him in the heavens, or that his radiance was that of the Silmaril. How ironic, then, that the grand celestial fate we now associate with him was utterly absent from these first imaginings. The foundational pieces were there, however: his arrival at the deserted Ker, or Turin, the diamond dust upon his shoes, the transformation of Elwing into a seabird, his ship's passage through the door of night, and the prohibition against his return to the lands east of the sea. The early outlines include the raid on the havens of Sirion, though here it is an act of Melko, not the Fëanorians and Tuor's departure, curiously without Idril, whom he left behind. His ship was first named Alcarame, Swanwing. It would later be called Airame, meaning sea wing, a name which retained the form but not the meaning of Arendel's very first ship, Airame, or Eagle Pinion. It is fascinating to consider the author's own reflection, written some 50 years later in that 1967 letter on the origins of the name Arundel. He stated that the name is derived from the Anglo-Saxon Arundel. During his initial professional study of Anglo-Saxon, which began in 1913, he had dabbled in it as a youthful diversion, while supposedly focusing on Greek and Latin. He was captivated by the singular beauty of this word. It fit perfectly within the normal style of Anglo-Saxon. yet was euphonic to a remarkable degree in that language, which he found pleasing but not overly sweet. The form strongly indicated it was originally a proper name, not a common noun. This is supported by related forms in other Germanic languages. From within the tangled and degraded late traditions, it seems certain the name belonged to astronomical myth and was the name of a star or constellation. One can almost picture the young scholar, momentarily distracted from his prescribed studies, turning this luminous word over in his mind, unaware of the legendary voyage it would one day come to signify. In my view, the Anglo-Saxon references clearly suggest it was a star heralding the dawn, at least within English tradition. This is what we now know as Venus, the morning star seen shining with brilliant intensity in the twilight just before sunrise. That was certainly my own interpretation. Prior to the First World War, I composed a piece of verse about Earendel, who set his vessel forth like a radiant ember from the harbours of the sun. I welcomed him into my own legendarium, where he grew into a central figure, a seafarer who ultimately transformed into a herald star, a symbol of hope for all people. The elvish exclamation, Aya Erendil Elenion Ankalima, meaning Hail Erendil, brightest of stars, finds its distant ancient root in the Old English phrase Eala Erendil Inglabeortast. Yet the name could not be borrowed outright. It needed to be fitted into the linguistic fabric of the elvish world, even as a space was carved for this personage within the tales. From this process deep in the early history of the developing elvish languages, which after many youthful false starts were beginning to crystallize just as the name was adopted there, eventually emerged two elements. First, the common Eldarin stem Aya, meaning sea, used chiefly for the vast western sea separating Middle-earth from the blessed realm of Aman. Second, the element or verbal base Endil, conveying to love or be devoted to, describing a profound dedication to a person, pursuit or cause. Earendil materialized as a character in the first major legend committed to writing around 1916-17, The Fall of Gondolin. There he is presented as the greatest of the half-elven son of Tor, from a famed line of Men and Idril, daughter of Gondolin's king. My father did not explicitly state then that the name Earendel inherently carried components combining to mean sea lover, but it is evident from the earliest surviving notes that the name was linked to the elvish word Ea, meaning eagle, a connection reinforced by the name of his first ship, Erum or Eagle Pinion. The name list for the Fall of Gondolin makes this explicit, suggesting that while Earendel may relate to elvish words for eagle and eyrie, bringing to mind the perilous passage of the Cristorn and Idril's use of the eagle sigil, it is also thought to be woven from the secret tongue of the Gondolin. I conclude with 4 of my father's early poems featuring Earendel. The first, Ella Earendel Engla Beortast, was almost certainly his initial poetic treatment of the theme, composed in September 1914 at Phoenix Farm in Gedling, Nottinghamshire. He recalled this piece in a 1967 letter, referencing the line about launching his ship like a bright spark. The poem exists in roughly 5 successive versions, each refining the last, with only the first stanza undergoing major revision. Its title originally was The Voyage of Earendel, the Evening Star, accompanied by an Old English rendering. Later copies changed the title to Ella Earendel Engla Beortast, or The Last Voyage of Earendel, eventually dropping the modern English name altogether. The final version, written in a noticeably later hand, is presented here alongside variant readings from the earliest draft in the footnotes. Earendel arose where the shadow flows, at ocean's silent brim, through the mouth of night as a ray of light. Where the shores are sheer and dim, he launched his bark like a silver spark from the last and lonely sand. Then on sunlit breath of day's fiery death, he sailed from Westerland. He threaded his path o'er the aftermath of the splendor of the sun, and wandered far past many a star in his gleaming galleon. On the swelling tide of night they glide, those starry fleets of the sky, stitching the dark with their sails of light as the evening star sweeps past. Yet he pays them no mind. This wandering spirit hurled on a ceaseless journey across the shadowed west toward the very edge of creation. He races in haste over a jeweled emptiness, back toward the twilight from which he emerged, his heart burning with a fierce longing, his face alight with a silver fire. Soon from the east arrives the ship of the moon, departing the golden haven of the sun, whose gleaming gates are lit by the approach of that great silver wanderer. See how he makes the billowing clouds his sails, weighing anchor into the deep dark, and on shimmering oars departs those radiant shores in his vessel of pale, luminous wood. And then Eärendel fled from that fearsome mariner, passing beyond the dark curve of the world, back under the dim ocean's rim, to set his course behind all known lands. He listened to the mingled sounds of the earth's people, their laughter and their falling tears as the world itself fell away into a mist of years behind him. He then faded into the starless expanse, a lone islanded beacon upon a black sea, moving beyond the sight and understanding of mortals on his solitary quest. He followed the sun's galleon through the trackless heavens, a pursuit that stretched until his own light grew feeble in the cold voids, and his eager flame at last was spent. It seems clear this verse came before all the other notes and outlines in this chapter, with phrases within them being echoes of the poem. In the fourth stanza, the moon's ship comes from the sun's haven. In the related legend, both the golden haven of the sun and the white, pearly-gated haven of the moon were built within the same eastern harbourage. The poem's shimmering oars find a parallel in the earlier tale of the sun and moon. This second poem, according to a scribbled note, was composed in Oxford during the winter of 1914. The earliest drafts are very rough and much longer, initially lacking a title. A title was added later, first seeming to be The Minstrel Renounces the Song, then becoming The Lay of Eärendel, and finally changed to The Bidding of the Minstrel, from The Lay of Eärendel. The revisions across 4 subsequent versions were minor. In the earliest draft, the minstrel answered the call to sing much sooner, and references to fairies were later thoughtfully changed to Eldar and Elven. Sing us another song of Eärendel the Wanderer, a ballad of his ship with its pale oars, a vessel more wondrous and clever than any built by mortal hands, its journey a melody of foam upon the deep recount for us that ancient, immortal longing for the sea, a lay the Eldar crafted before the world's light was altered, weaving an intoxicating spell of spray and the scents of dusk. Tell of hushed evenings upon distant oceans, of his ship resting at anchor near desolate islands, lulled by the eternal motion of the wakeful waves. Speak of sails filling as a breeze arose, and the gurgling, bubbling wake in warm tropical waters that chimed beneath the curved prow. She was fashioned thousands of miles from where she sailed. A petrel, a seabird, a gem with white wings, boldly set upon endless voyaging before turning homeward in a salt-laden flight, a wandering, lingering, restless and daring journey, coming to harbour unexpected in the night. Yet the melody is fractured now, the words half lost to memory, the sunlight has dimmed, the moon is aged, the elven ships are sunk or wrapped in rotting seaweed, the fire and wonder in the heart grown cold. Who now can recount it, and what harp can provide accompaniment with melodies sufficiently strange and rich, harmonies pale with deep magic, or loud with the music of shores and dunes? Who can tell of her slender build, of her wood that seemed to gleam with its own light, how her sails were all of silver, her mast tall and fine, and her prow silvered with foam, her graceful flanks moving swan-like upon the water? The song I can offer is but fragments recalled from golden visions shaped in sleep, a whispered story told by fading embers, a memory of distant ancient things that now only a few hearts preserve. 3. The shores of Ferry, east of the moon and west of the sun, there rises a solitary hill. Its roots are in the pale green sea. Its silent towers are white, set beyond Tanicatil in Valinor. Only a single fleeing star comes there, one that outran the moon, and there stand bare the 2 trees that once bore night's silver flower and the rounded fruit of noon in Valinor. There lie the shores of Faery, with their moonlit pebbled beach, whose foam is a music of silver upon the opalescent seabed, beyond the great shadows of the sea, on the borders of a sand that stretches forever to the dragon-headed door, the very gateway of the moon beyond Tanicatil in Valinor. West of the sun, east of the moon rests the haven of that star, the white town of the wanderer beside the rocks of Eglamour. There Wingelot lies at anchor, while Eärendil gazes far out over the darkness of the waters between this world and Eglamour, far out, beyond Tanicatil in distant Valinor. At the head of this winding inlet rises a solitary hill, gazing across at the taller peaks. The phrase, the golden feet of Ker, later removed from the poem, and likely the sand that stretches on forever, find their origin in the tale that follows. There Oli brought all the magical metallic dust forged and gathered from his great labours, heaping it around the base of that hill. Most of this dust was gold, creating a vast shimmering golden sand that flowed from the feet of Ker into the distance, all the way to where the two trees bloomed. The notes detail textual evolutions, margent for marches, and the gateway imagery shifting from the dragon-headed door and the gateway of the moon to from the golden feet of Kor. Other revisions include west of the sun, east of the moon, becoming O, west of the moon, east of the sun, and the ship's name fluctuating between Wingelot and Vingelot across manuscripts. The line O'er the darkness of the waters was once on the magic and the wonder. In later texts, Elvenland is written over Fairy, and Eldamar replaces Eglamour. The dragon-headed door echoes the description of the Door of Night, carved with great black stone dragons from whose jaws shadowy smoke pours. Yet in that earlier conception, it is the sun, not the moon, that passes through that door into the outer dark. The moon, due to its lesser light, dared not face that utter loneliness, and instead journeyed beneath the world. Lastly, we turn to the poem The Happy Mariners, which speaks of the Tower of Pearl in the Twilight Isles, written in July 1915. It went through 6 drafts before its 1923 publication. The poem begins, I know a window in a western tower that opens onto celestial seas, where a wind that has blown around the stars comes to nestle in its tossing draperies. It is a white tower built in the Twilight Isles, where evening sits forever in the shade. It glimmers like a spike of lonely pearl, mirroring forlorn beams and fading lights. The sea washes around the dark rock where it stands, and ferry boats pass by to gloaming lands, all piled and twinkling in the gloom with hoarded sparks of orient fire that divers one from waters of the unknown sun. Perhaps it is a throbbing silver lyre, or the voices of grey sailors echoing up, afloat among the shadows of the world in oarless boats with furled canvas. For often there seems a ring of feet and song, or the twilight twinkle of a trembling gong. O happy mariners on a long journey to those great portals on the western shores, where far away constellate fountains leap and, dashed against night's dragon-headed doors, fall in a foam of stars sparkling into the deep. While I alone look out from behind the moon from my white and windy tower, you bide no moment and await no hour, instead chanting snatches of a mystic tune. You go through the shadows and dangerous seas, past sunless lands to fairy lease, where stars upon the jacinth wall of space tangle, burst and interlace. You follow Eärendil through the west, the shining mariner to islands blessed, while only from beyond that sombre rim a wind returns to stir these crystal panes, magically murmuring of golden rains that fall forever in those dim spaces. In a related tale, when the sun was first made, the Valar tried to draw it beneath the earth, but it was too frail and nimble. Much precious radiance was spilled in their attempts into the deepest waters, escaping to linger as secret sparks in many an unknown ocean cavern. In a western tower there is a window that looks out upon celestial seas from wells of darkness behind the stars. A keen and unearthly breeze forever blows cold. This white tower stands upon the Twilight Isles, rising from their everlasting shade. It glimmers like a lonely house of pearl, a final harbour where forlorn lights linger before they fade. Waves that never rest wash against its feet. Silent boats pass by into the west, their shapes piled and twinkling in the dark, carrying orient fire in many a hoarded spark, treasure that divers gathered from the waters of the rumoured sun. Sometimes a silver harp throbs below, its sudden sharp music touching the heart, or, far down where the mountains rise high and sheer, the clear voices of grey sailors echo. They are afloat among the shadows of the world in oarless ships, with furled canvas, chanting a solemn song of farewell, for the sea is wide and their journey is long. O you happy mariners, on a journey far beyond the grey islands and past Gondobar, heading for those great portals on the final shores. There, far away, constellate fountains leap, dashing against night's dragon-headed doors in a sparkling foam of stars that falls into the deep. And here I am, looking out alone from behind the moon, imprisoned in my white and windy tower. You bide no moment and await no hour. Instead, you go with solemn song and harper's tune through the dark shadows and the shadowy seas toward the last land of the two trees. There the fruit and flower are moon and sun, where the light of earth finds both its ending and its beginning. You follow Arundel without rest, the shining mariner beyond the west, who passed the mouth of night to launch his bark upon the outer seas of everlasting dark. Here only at times comes a wind to blow, returning darkly down the path you go, laden with the perfume of unearthly trees. Here, only from afar, through the window pane, I catch a glimpse, the flicker of a golden rain that falls forever on the outer seas. This section, which begins with Arundel distraught, was substituted for an earlier draft that mentioned the fall of Silmarillion, Elwing's capture, the journey of the Coraldar, and the binding of Melko. It is possible the phrase, the fairing of the Coraldar, was accidentally removed, a point supported by references in Outline B. The name Erum appears altered from an initial Erum, and was originally followed by the struck-out name Ernhammer, an Old English term meaning eagle coat or eagle dress. Several minor textual edits are noted. Ye becomes you. The word outer is omitted. Lines 41 to 43 are crossed out. Thee is changed to those, and a line is added at the end referencing the land beyond the shining trees. The two earliest surviving manuscripts date the work, one adding a note about a reading for the Essay Club in December 1914, while a third indicates composition began in Gedling, Nottinghamshire in September 1913 with later revisions. A letter from the author to his mother, dated November 27, 1914, confirms he read Arundel to the club. A small correction is noted. Rocks in line 27 should be the singular rock. Further notes on composition place the writing at Barnt Green in July 1915 and later at Bedford, with one memo dating a rewrite to September 9th. The original drafts were penned on the back of an unsent letter from Moseley, Birmingham, dated July 11, 1915, just before the author began his military training at Bedford on July 19th. This final chapter addresses the most intricate, though not entirely impenetrable, part of the early mythology, its conclusion, which is deeply interwoven with the tale of Eriol or Ilfwine and the foundational history of Tol Eressëa. For clarity, various citations within this chapter are numbered consecutively. The primary narrative source is a continuation within Notebook C, picking up from earlier events involving birds from Gondolin, the deliberations of the gods, the unrest among the elves, and the march of the Inwer and Teleri, with the Solosympi agreeing to join only if they could stay near the coast. The outline proceeds. The Eldar arrive and make their first camp in the Land of Willows. The forces of Noldorin and Valwer are overwhelmed. Noldorin wanders alone with his harp. In the Battle of the Silent Pools, Tulkas defeats Melko, who is then bound in Lumbi and guarded by Gorgumoth, the Hound of Mandos. Following Melko's capture, the Noldoli are freed. However, soon after Tulkas and Noldorin return to Valinor, a war breaks out with men. The Noldoli are ultimately led back to Valinor by Igalmoth and Galdor. This battle in Tazarinen, the Land of Willows, is foreshadowed in earlier lost tales, such as in the Tale of Turambar, and most explicitly in the Fall of Gondolin. In that text, during Tuor's time in that serene land, there is a prophetic mention of future strife, noting that Noldorin and his Eldar would later search there for Dor Lomin and the hidden river, coming agonizingly close to their goal before being attacked by goblins sent by Melko from the Hills of Iron. With Noldorin barely escaping, Valwy was first spoken of by Lindo during Eriol's initial night at the Cottage of Lost Play, recalling his father who journeyed with Noldorin to seek the gnomes. We understand Noldorin to be the Valar Salmar, twin to Omar Amillo, who entered the world alongside Ulmo and in Valinor was known for his skill with harp and lyre, holding a deep affection for the Noldoli. A separate fragment suggests Noldorin fled the defeat at the Land of Willows, taking his harp to search the Iron Mountains until he discovered where Valwu and the gnomes were held captive. Tulkas pursued him, and Melko moved into... Curiously, Tulkas is the sole great valor noted in these sketches as joining the expedition to the Great Lands. Whatever tale explained his involvement, despite the Valar's grief and anger over the elves' departure, is now lost to time. A faint hint exists in scattered notes mentioning that Tulkas, or perhaps the elves themselves, took limpe with them, and that this drink was given by the gods, possibly Orome or Tulkas, when the elves left Valinor. This contrasts with an earlier account stating the fairies had no limpe until the later March of Liberation. According to one version, Tulkas battled and overthrew Melko at the Silent Pools, also called the Pools of Twilight. The name Lumby appears elsewhere as Melko's third dwelling, with a cryptic jotting mentioning Lumfad as his castle after release, though this narrative thread has also vanished. One account notably claims the Noldoli were led back to Valinor by Eaglemoth and Galdor. Yet this is contradicted by another source, stating Eaglemoth fell during the raid at Sirion's mouth when Elwing was taken, and further challenged by the next citation, which asserts the elves were forbidden from dwelling in Valinor at all. The sole other record is found in an early outline of Gilfanon's tale. It describes the march of the elves into the world, Noldorin's capture, and the camp in the Land of Willows, Tulkas' army gathered at the Pools of Twilight. And though joined by gnomes, men assailed them from Hisilome. Melko was defeated, Angamundi broken, and captives freed. Hostility from men followed. The gnomes gathered some jewels, but Elwing and most elves returned to dwell on Tol Eressëa. The gods would not permit them to stay in Valinor. This version differs in Noldorin's capture and the men's early attack, but its most striking element is the divine refusal. This ban likely applied to all Eldar, not solely the Noldoli, and seems linked to the gods' sorrow and wrath over the elves' initial departure. It aligns with the account that Ingil, son of Inwe, returned to Tol Eressëa with the fairest, wisest, merriest, and kindest of the Eldar, founding a town named Koromus, the resting of the exiles of Kor. This echoes the notion that most elves, weary of the world's strife, withdrew to Tol Eressëa. The evidence, when considered as a whole, strongly suggests my father's initial vision. In this early conception, the Eldar of Valinor launched their expedition into the Great Lands in defiance of the Valar's will. Alongside the rescued Noldoli, they attempted to cross back over the ocean, only to be denied re-entry into the Blessed Realm. Thus they became known as the Exiles of Kor, establishing their new home upon Tol Eressëa. That a few eventually found a way back to Valinor might be inferred from the words of Merrill E. Turinki, who noted that Ingil, the builder of Cortirion, had long ago returned to dwell with Manwë, yet Tol Eressëa remained the primary realm of the fairies in this early framework, a land where Eldar and gnomes speaking both Eldorissa and Noldorissa lived as exiles. Beyond this, little more can be gleaned concerning the original narrative of aid arriving from the west and the renewed assault on Melko. The entire envisioned conclusion was ultimately set aside. For the remainder, we rely heavily on a very rough, disjointed outline from Notebook C, presented here with minimal editing, following Erendel's departure and the elves' settlement on Tol Eressëa, events which largely belong to the history of men, vast ages past. Mankind spread and prospered, while the elves of the Great Lands began to fade. As the stature of men grew, that of the elves subtly diminished, though they were once of comparable size, with men always possessing a slight physical advantage. Melko, aided over long ages by the gnawing Tevildo, once again broke free. Dissension grew among the gods concerning the fates of men and elves, with factions favoring one race over the other. Melko traveled to Tol Eressëa, seeking to sow discord between the gnomes and the Solar-Simpi. The alarmed elves sent pleas to Valinor, but no official aid was dispatched. Secretly, however, Tulkas sent his son Telimektar, also known as Taimonto. In a daring ambush, Telimektar of the Silver Sword and Ingil managed to wound Melko, forcing his flight. The dark foe sought refuge by climbing the immense pine of Tavrobel. This tree had a curious origin. Before the Inwyr departed, Valinor Belorin, also called Palurion, entrusted them with a seed to be guarded, promising it would one day bear great significance. Forgotten and cast into Gilfanon's garden, it grew into a mighty pine whose heights touched the very firmament of Ilwe and the stars. The pursuit did not end there. Telemectar and Ingil followed Melko into the heavens, where they remain as eternal guardians. Melko now stalks the high airs, forever attempting to harm the sun, moon, and stars. His malice manifest in eclipses and meteors, though continually thwarted. His first vengeful act, claiming the gods stole his fire for the sun's creation, caused the vessel to tilt. Urwendi fell into the sea, and the sunship scorched regions of the earth as it plunged near the ground. The sun's radiance has never been as clear since, and a certain magic departed from its light. This, in fact, is why fairies are seen more easily, and their songs sound sweeter under the moon's glow, a lingering consequence of Urwendi's tragic fall. The concept of the rekindling of the magic sun refers partly to the two trees and partly to her memory, a loss which fueled Fionwe's profound rage and grief, driving his oath to one day slay Melko. The constellation we call Orion is but an image of Telemectar in the sky. Vada set stars upon him so the gods would know he keeps watch. The diamonds on his sword sheath are said to glow red when he draws his blade at the great end. For now, Telemectar and Gil, who follows him like a persistent blue bee, work to ward off evil. Vada herself replaces any stars Melko manages to loosen and cast down. In a bittersweet resolution, the great pine was finally cut down at the god's behest, casting Melko out of the world for a time. He will inevitably find a way back, heralding the final uproars before the great end. The evils that still befall the world trace their origin to this ceaseless celestial struggle. The divine beings possess the ability to place thoughts within the hearts of mortals, though not within elves, a distinction that long ago complicated their interactions during the gnome's exile. While the dark power known as Melko remains outside, brooding and gnawing his fingers in wrathful observation of the world, he can still whisper corruption to those men whose hearts lean toward shadow. The ancient falsehoods he once sowed continue to flourish and spread unchecked. Thus, in this age, Melko can inflict harm, ruin, and wickedness upon the world solely through the agency of men. His influence over them is more potent and cunning than that of Manwë or any of the other Valar, for he has walked long in the mortal realms and dwelt among them. These early narratives belong to a primal mythology, where Melko is portrayed as a grotesque figure once chased up a towering pine tree, which was then felled to bar him from the world. From this exile, he is said to stalk the high airs or sit beyond the world, gnawing his fingers, and even to have upset the vessel of the sun, so that the maiden Orwendi fell into the sea, meeting a most strange and tragic end. It is clear from various notes that the figure of Ingil, also called Gil, who alongside Telemectar pursues Melko, is the same Ingil son of Inwe, who raised the towers of Cortirion. This connection is detailed in the appendices concerning names. Here we find the most complete account of the myth of Orion, touched upon in the tale of the sun and moon. It speaks also of Lúthien, the azure bee, a constellation all may still behold in autumn or winter, burning brightly near the feet of Telemectar, son of Tulkas, whose own story remains to be fully told. An older gnomish record offers a slightly different vision, stating that Gil ascended to the heavens in the likeness of a great bee bearing honey of flame in pursuit of Telemectar. This seems a distinct idea from the earlier notion that Ingil had long ago returned to dwell with Manwë in Valinor. The prophecy that Fionwe, son of Manwë, driven by his love for the lost Urwendi, shall ultimately be the doom of Melko is echoed here. It is said he will bring about the world's ruin to vanquish his foe, and so all things will be rolled away. This fate is also glimpsed in the tale of Turambar, which foretells that Turambar shall stand with Fionwe in the great rack. The elves' own prophecies and hopes concerning a future rekindling of the magic sun are recorded elsewhere. The chronicle continues, spanning longer ages. Gilfanan is now the oldest and wisest elf in Tol Eressëa, though he is not of the royal Inwer line, and so the Lady of the Isle remains merrily Turinki. It is at this time that the traveller Eriol comes to the lonely isle. He first sojourns in Turin before journeying to Tavrobel to seek out Gilfanan, taking lodging in the famed house of 100 chimneys, for this is the final requirement to earn the drink of Limpe. Gilfanan instructs him to write down all he has learned before he may partake. After Ariol drinks the enchanted beverage, Gilfanan shares visions of things to come. He confesses a private belief, though the elves themselves hope otherwise, that Tol Eressëa will one day become a dwelling place for men. Gilfanan also prophesies the great end, the rack of things, and the last battle on the plains of Valinor, where Fionwe and Tolkas will face Melko. Ariel ends his days in Tavrobel, yet in his final time he is consumed with a profound longing for the dark cliffs of his own homeland, just as Lady Merrill had foreseen. His book lies untouched in Gilfanan's house for many ages of men, until it is taken up by a later compiler of the Golden Book, a descendant of the earliest fathers of men. Perhaps it would be better, the text muses, to have let Ariel himself witness these last events and complete his work. The narrative then turns to the rising of the lost elves against the forces of the orcs and other dark beings. The time is not yet ripe for the great faring forth, but the elves deem it necessary. They secure the aid of Ulmo and great whale Ewan, and Tol Eressëa is torn from its roots and drawn near to the great lands, close to the headland of Rose. A magical bridge is cast across the narrow sound. This act enrages Osse, who is furious at the breaking of the island's foundations, which he set long ago, and around which many of his rare sea treasures had grown. In his wrath he tries to wrench the isle back, causing its western half to shear away, which thereafter is known as the Isle of Everin. The conflict, known as the Battle of Rose, saw the united forces of the island elves and the lost elves clash with the armies of Notar, Gongs, orcs, and a scattering of corrupted men. The elves suffered a devastating defeat. In the aftermath, their spirits broken, the fading elves withdrew to the sanctuary of Tol Eressëa, retreating deep into its ancient forests. Over time, men began to arrive on the island as well, followed by orcs, dwarves, gongs, and trolls. The sorrow from that battle seeped into their very essence, causing them to diminish. They found it impossible to thrive in air shared with a multitude of men. And as humanity grew more powerful and numerous, the elves continued to fade, becoming small, tenuous, and transparent, while men became larger, denser, and more solid. Eventually, most men lost the ability to see them altogether. The gods now reside in Valinor, rarely venturing into the world, content to merely restrain the elements from utterly destroying mankind. They watch with profound grief, yet above all, Ilúvatar remains sovereign. On a facing page, another account is noted, a great battle between men at the Heath of the Sky roof, now called the Withered Heath. A league from Tavrobel, the elves and the children flee across the rivers Grur and Afros, with a lament that their great tale approaches its ending. This narrative was discovered in a book within the ruins of a house famed for its 100 chimneys. It is said that Gilfanan was the oldest elf on Tol Eressëa, though Merrill held the title of Lady of the Isle. Notably, in this outline, it is Gilfanan, not Aelios, the teller of the tale of the Noglafring, who appears, indicating a later stage in the writing of the Lost Tales. The references to Ariol drinking Limpe at Gilfanan's dwelling are significant. Earlier in the Cottage of Lost Play, Lindo had told Ariol he could not offer him the drink, stating that only Turinki could grant it to those not of the Eldar race, and that those who drank must remain with the Eldar until the faring forth. When Ariol later beseeched Merrill y Turinki, her response was stern. Drinking it would bind him to stand with the elves against his own kin if war came, and he would never be able to return home, though longing might gnaw at him. In a subsequent text, Ariol laments this refusal to Lindo, who advises him that Merrill's decision is not final, hinting that after his time in Tavrobel, Ariol would indeed partake of the drink. The outline confirms that in his final days, Ariol was consumed with a desperate longing for the black cliffs of his homeland, just as Merrill had foretold he would be when an autumn wind and a gull's cry stirred his memory. Lindo's mention of the Eldar's faring forth to seek their lost kindred connects to the outline's notes about the rising of the lost elves and their alliance at the Battle of Rose. The identity of these lost elves remains somewhat ambiguous, but in Gilfanon's tale, the term seems to encompass all elves of the great lands who never beheld the light of Kor, considered the lost fairies of the world, which likely applies here as well. We must imagine that only the Eldar of Kor, those who had chosen exile, and the Noldoli, freed from Melko's servitude, remained dwelling on Tol Eressëa. The faring forth was conceived as the grand voyage from that lonely isle, aimed at delivering those of their kin who had never left the great lands behind. In the fifth account, we encounter the idea of Tol Eressëa being drawn back eastward across the ocean to become the land we know as England. The fragment torn away by Ossi, called the Isle of Ivarin, is directly identified as Ireland in the Kenya word lists, while the headland of Rose may correspond to Brittany. This passage also offers a stark definition of the elves fading, their physical forms diminishing, growing ever more tenuous and translucent until they pass beyond the sight of coarse humanity, becoming at last a thing of disbelief. This notion lies at the very heart of the early legendarium. The fairies, as men now dimly understand them, have been reduced to this state. They were not always so wraith-like. Perhaps most striking in this extraordinary text is the portrayal of the gods, to whom the Eldar are most akin in spirit, making their final and nearly total retreat from the affairs of the world across the sea. They observe, for they are capable of grief, and thus are not entirely indifferent to the struggles in the lands of men. Yet from this point onward they become profoundly distant, concealed in the uttermost west. Other elements, such as the Golden Book of Tavrobel and the conflict known as the Battle of the Heath of the Sky Roof, will be addressed shortly. Following this, I present a separate entry from Notebook C, titled Rekindling of the Magic Sun, Faring Forth. The elvish prophecy foretells a day when they will embark from Tol Eressëa and, reaching the world, gather all their dwindling kindred who yet linger there together. They will then march toward Valinor through the southern realms. This great endeavor, however, can only succeed with the aid of men, should men stand with them. The fairies will guide those who desire it to Valinor itself. They will wage a mighty war against Melko upon the plains of Erimani and throw open the gates of the Blessed Realm. Laurelin and Silpion will blaze anew, the mountain wall will be broken down, and a gentle light will wash over all the earth, allowing the sun and moon to be summoned home. But if men instead oppose them and lend their strength to Melko, it will bring about the ruin of the gods, the final end of the fairies, and perhaps the conclusion of all things. On the facing page, a note adds, were the trees relit, every path to Valinor would shine clear to follow, and the shadowy seas would lie open and free. Both men and elves would then know the blessedness of the gods, and the halls of Mandos would stand empty. This prophecy clearly echoes in Vari's words to Eriol concerning the faring forth, when the roads through Arvalin to Valinor might be crowded with the children of men. Since the prophecy states the sun and moon will be recalled only when the two trees shine again, it appears the rekindling of the magic sun, toasted in the cottage of lost play, refers here to the relighting of the trees. Yet another source suggests the phrase refers partly to the trees and partly to the maiden Urwendi. In the tale of the sun and moon, Yavanna herself seems to distinguish the two concepts, telling the Valar that many ages must pass before they see the trees rekindled or the magic sun relit, a statement whose meaning puzzled them for a long time. A separate note concerning Arendelle states he returns from the heavens now and then, with Voronwë to Kor, to see if the magic sun has been lit and the fairies have returned. However, in a final, isolated jotting, the meaning becomes explicit. The rekindling of the magic sun signifies the re-arising of Urwendi herself, who was cast from her boat by Melko and imprisoned by the spirit Moru, leaving only the moon possessed of magic since that day. The faring forth and the battle of Erimani would be her liberation. The disruption of the sunship by Melko and the subsequent loss of its radiant power is further detailed in another account, which notes that Urwendi plunged into the ocean and met her end. In the narrative of Melko's theft, it is recorded that the very cavern where Melko conspired with Ungwiliant later became the prison for the sun and moon, for Ungwiliant was in truth the ancient spirit Moru. The conflict known as the Battle of Irumani is mentioned elsewhere, and it may well be the same as the final prophesied struggle on the plains of Valinor spoken of by Gilfanon. Yet later writings reveal that the great faring forth ultimately failed, leaving those prophecies unfulfilled. While there are no further mentions of the great whale Ewan hauling Tol Eressëa across the sea to the Isle of Ivarin, or of the Battle of Rose, a remarkable and hastily scribbled document titled Epilogue survives. It concerns the aftermath of a great clash among men at the Heath of the Sky Roof, near Tavrobel. This epilogue begins with a brief note. Eriol escapes with the fading elves from the Battle of the High Heath, crossing the rivers Greur and Afros. These are presented as the final words of the Book of Tales, penned by Eriol in Tavrobel before he sealed it. This fulfills an earlier suggestion that Eriol should witness the concluding events himself. Scattered notes also refer to this conflict as the Battle of the Heaven Roof or the Battle of Dor Nadiadiloth. And so the fair times draw to a close, and all the lingering beauty on earth, mere fragments of the unimaginable splendor of Valinor, from whence the elven folk came long ago, now vanishes into smoke. Here lie but a few tales, poorly remembered echoes of that magic and wonder between here and Eldamar, which I have come to know more than any mortal since my wandering feet first chanced upon this sorrowful isle. Of that last battle on the high heath, whose only roof was the vast sky, no other place beneath the blue folds of Manwë's domain lies so near the heavens, or is so broadly canopied. I have told what grievous sights I saw. The elves already fade in their sorrow, the faring forth lies in ruins, and only Ilúvatar knows if the trees shall ever be relit while this world endures. Listen, I stole away at evening from the scarred heath, my path winding down the valley of the Brook of Glass. But the sunset was blackened by the reek of fires, and the stream's waters were fouled with the grime of war. My heart turned bitter to see the good earth laid bare, where the destroying hands of men had torn the heather and fern, burning them in a twisted sacrifice to Melko and their own lust for ruin. The thronging places of bees, which once hummed all day among the winds and bore rich honey down to Tavrobel, were now but stark red ditches. Nothing sang or danced there save unwholesome breezes and pestilent flies, now the sun set, and I reached that enchanted forest where once the timeless oaks had stood strong among the younger beeches and slender birches, yet all had been felled by the heedless axes of men. Ah, here was the path worn with ancient magic, traced with melodies and spells where the elves once rode to the hunt. I saw them often, and Gilfanon was among them, riding like royalty to the chase. Their faces in the sunlight were like a fresh dawn, the wind in their golden hair like the shimmer of bright blossoms at daybreak, and the powerful music of their voices like the sea, like trumpets, like the sound of countless violins and golden harps. I also witnessed the people of Tavrobel under the moon, riding or dancing across the valley where the two rivers meet, and the grey bridge spans the converging waters. They moved with dreamlike swiftness, adorned with gems like morning dew on grass, their white robes catching the moon's long glow, and their spears trembled with silver flames. Yet now grief has fallen upon the elves. Tavrobel lies empty. All have fled from the enemy camped on the ruined heath less than a league away, whose hands are stained with elf blood and the lives of his own kin, who has allied with Melko and the Lord of Hate, who fought alongside orcs and gongs and the world's foul monsters. Blind and foolish, he knows only destruction. The fairies' paths he has turned to dusty roads where thirst lingers and no traveller greets another, each passing in sullen silence. Thus the elves fade, and it will come to pass that, bound by this island's surrounding waters and still more by their undying love for it, few will escape. As men thrive here, growing complacent and ever blinder, the elves will diminish further. Future generations will mock, asking, who are the fairies? Just tales told to children by foolish men or wistful women. A handful may reply, fading memories, a whisper of vanishing beauty in the trees, a rustle in the grass, a glint of dew, a subtle shift in the wind's tone. Fewer still will insist. The fairies are now small and delicate, yet we have eyes to see and ears to hear. Tavrobel and Cortirion are still filled with gentle folk. Spring knows them, and summer too. In winter they remain among us, but autumn is their season, for they have entered the autumn of their days. What will the dreamers of the earth become when their winter arrives? Listen, my brothers, the tiny trumpets sound. We hear a music of unimaginably small instruments, like threads of wind, like half-seen visions. Gilfanon, lord of Tavrobel, rides out tonight with his people to hunt the elfin deer under the fading sky. A melody of forgotten footsteps, a gleam among leaves, a sudden bending of the grass, and wistful voices murmuring on the bridge. Then they are gone. But behold, Tavrobel will forget its name. The whole land will be transformed, and even these words I write may be lost. And so I set down the pen, and so I cease to tell of the fairies. Another text relating to these matters is the prose preface to Cortirion Among the Trees from 1915, previously noted but repeated here long ago. After the great wars with Melko and the fall of Gondolin, the fairies lived in the lonely isle. They built a fair city at the island's heart, encircled by trees. This city they named Cortirion, both in memory of their ancient home of Cor in Valinor, and because it too stood upon a hill, crowned by a great tall grey tower that Ingol, son of Inwi their lord, had raised. Cortirion was a place of breathtaking beauty, beloved by the fairies, who filled it with music, poetry, and the bright sound of laughter. Yet a time came for the great faring forth, when the fairies sought to rekindle the magic sun of Valinor, a hope undone by the treachery and failing courage of men. Now that sun is extinguished, the lonely isle has withdrawn to the edges of the great lands, and the fairies are scattered across the wide, unwelcoming paths of the world. Men live upon this faded island now, neither caring for nor knowing its ancient glory. Still, a few of the Eldar and the Noldoli of old remain, and their songs can sometimes be heard along the shores of what was once the fairest home of the immortal folk. To the fairies, and to me who knows that town and has often walked its marred lanes, it seems that autumn, the season of falling leaves, is the time when a human heart might here or there open, and an eye might see how far the world's state has fallen from the laughter and loveliness of days long past. Think on Cortirion and feel sorrow, but is there not also a thread of hope? We may now turn to the history of Eriol himself. The early ideas about the mariner who reached Tol Eressëa are, in these notebook outlines, little more than suggestive fragments. Among the earliest is a set of notes titled Story of Eriol's Life. Eriol was originally named Otter, but he called himself Wayfrey, meaning restless wanderer, and lived his life upon the sea. His father was Eo, meaning horse, who was slain by his own brother Beorn in a great battle. Otter Wayfrey eventually settled on the island of Heligoland in the North Sea, marrying a woman named Quen. They had 2 sons, Hengist and Horsa, destined to avenge Eo, but a profound sea longing, perhaps born from his lineage as a son of Erendel, took hold of Otter. After Quen's death, he left his young children behind. Hengist and Horsa would grow to be great chieftains and fulfill their vow of vengeance, while Otter Wefra sailed on to seek and find Tol Eressëa, the unknown island. There, drinking the youth-renewing Liz, he wedded Naimi, also called Eadgifu, who was the niece of Vaere. With her, he had a son named Herenda. In a curious and unique aside, it is said that Eriol told the fairies of the gods Woden, Unor, and Teeth. The fairies identified these figures with their own Manweg and Tulkas, and a third whose name is now lost. Eriol also took the name Angol through him and his sons. The Engel, the English, came to possess the true tradition of the fairies, a lore more authentic than the garbled tales told in Celtic lands. Thus was born a distinctly English fairy lore. While his marriage in Tol Eressëa is not mentioned again, his son Hiorenda appears later as one who translated a song of Meryl's maidens into the tongue of his people. More will be revealed of Hiorenda as this chapter unfolds. Accompanying these notes is a title page and a prologue that ends abruptly after only a few sentences. It reads, "The Golden Book of Hiorenda, containing the tales of Tavrobel, as written by Hiorenda of Higudu. I have compiled this volume from the writings of my father, Wfree, whom the gnomes called Angol after the lands of his origin. He penned these during his time in the Sacred Isle in the age of the elves. To his accounts I have added many things his own eyes did not later witness, though such matters are not yet ready to be told. For know this, here we see the Golden Book being assembled by Ariel's son, Hirenda, which presents a contrast. Earlier notes suggested an unnamed compiler, while a later epilogue depicted Ariel himself finishing and sealing the work. As previously discussed, Angol refers to the ancient homeland of the English people before their journey across the North Sea. A genealogical chart accompanies this outline, aligning with it in nearly every detail. In one version, Bjorn is listed as the brother of Eo, while another names Hasan of Isanora, which translates to Iron Shore. The crucial point comes at the chart's end, where Ariel's sons are grouped together: Hengest and Horsa, born to Quen in Heligoland, and Herenda, born to Naimi in Tol Eressëa. Beneath their names is written, "Conquered the unstained isle," now called England, where the Anglesey or English dwell. Following this in the notebook are brief jottings that directly link places in the mythical Tol Eressëa to real locations in England. The name Cortirion is analysed first. Its core element, cor, stems from an earlier form, cor, and before that, gor from Gor, the Gnomish language also derived the form gwor. This aligns with entries in the Gnomish dictionary. Therefore, cor equals gwor, making Cortirion equivalent to Gworminden, with Minden meaning tower, much like Tyrion. The actual Gnomish usage reversed these elements to Minden gwor. The note continues, stating that in Welsh it would be Ceagwor, and in English Warwick. Thus, the war in Warwick shares an elvish root with Cor in Cortirion and Gwor in Minden Gwor. It is further noted that Hengest established his capital at Warwick. His brother Horsa is connected to Oxenford, the Old English name for Oxford, which is given the elvish names Turuktana in Kenya and Taruithorn in Gnomish. The third son, Hurenda, is said to have had his seat of power at Great Haywood, a village in Staffordshire. This location is rendered in Kenya as Tavarossi or Taurossi, and in Gnomish as Tavrobel or Tavarost. The notes also intriguingly suggest a connection from this place to the shores of the Western Sea, hinting at the direction from which Ariel originally journeyed. This notion of a Western origin seems supported by a mention in another text of wild men from the Eastern Mountains, visible from a duke's tower. The only potential contradiction to this continental homeland theory appears in an early poem, with a complicated textual history, which will be presented next. The earliest surviving drafts of this poem show it began with the title The Wanderer's Allegiance, and it seems it wasn't initially planned as a three-part work. My father later added handwritten subtitles to these pages, splitting the text into sections he called Prelude, the Inland City, and the Sorrowful City, with the overall heading appearing as the Sorrowful City. He also noted the dates March 16 to 18, 1916. In the sole complete later copy that exists, the main title became The Town of Dreams and the City of Present Sorrow. Three parts are labelled Prelude, Old English Forsang, The Town of Dreams, Old English Piet Slep Pende Tun, and the City of Present Sorrow, Old English Seo Wepende Berg. This version is dated March 1916, Oxford and Warwick, rewritten Birmingham, November 1916. The Town of Dreams refers to Warwick on the River Avon, while the City of Present Sorrow is Oxford on the Thames, as it was during the First World War. There is no clear connection here to the figure of Ariel or the Lost Tales narratives. Prelude. In days beyond my knowing, the fathers of my fathers arrived, and from sun to sun they settled deep. In the orchards and the water meadows, across the fragrant plain with its tall, whispering grasses, many a summer they watched ignite the yellow flames of iris among the bending reeds, and many a sea of bloom become a harvest of golden fruit within the walled gardens of the wide open land. There, daffodils amid the tended trees would bow in spring, and men laughed with a full, hearty sound, singing cheerful tunes as they worked, and lighting the evening itself with a rousing drinking song. Sleep came easily there, lulled by the drone of bees, swarming over cottage gardens piled high with blooms in their love for the sunlit goodness of those days. Their lives unfolded richly in steady, measured hours. But that was long ago. And now they sing no more, nor do they reap or sow, and I of necessity, in many a town across this island, a restless wanderer, have tarried for a time. The town of dreams here. Many days once slipped past me, gentle and unnoticed, in this beloved town of ancient forgetfulness. Here, utterly wrapped in dreams, I slept long, and heard no whisper of the world's anguish, pierced through the rustling of the elm's abundant leaves, while the Avon, gurgling over its shallows, spun an endless melody, and mornings and evenings drifted upon its waters until autumn arrived, like the golden leaves that then drip and flutter down, till the dark river glimmers with scattered jets of flame that slowly float away far beyond our sight. For here the castle and the mighty tower, loftier than the layered elms, more grey than the long rains of November, sleep, and neither sunlit moment, nor triumphant hour, nor the passing of the seasons, or the sun himself, can rouse their ancient lords, lain too long in slumber. No vigilance troubles their splendid dream, though laughing sunlight dances along the stream, and whether they are cloaked in snow or lashed by windy rains, or if March whirls the dust about the twisting lanes, the elm robes and disrobes herself of a million leaves. Like moments clustered in a crowded year, still their old heart remains unmoved, neither weeping nor grieving, uncomprehending of this present evil tide, today's profound sadness or tomorrow's lurking fear. Faint echoes die within their drowsy halls like ghosts. The daylight steals across their walls. The city of present sorrow, there lies a city set far away, and a valley shaped in forgotten times. There the grass spread wider, and the lofty elms were fewer. The scents of the river lay heavy in the lowland air. There many willows altered the look of the earth and sky, where feeding brooks wound inward by lazy courses, and down the banks of the sailing Thames around his broad aged bosom their old stems were bent, and subtle shadows lay upon his streams, where their grey leaves, drooping over silver pools, wove a coverlet like shimmering jewels of blue and misty green and filtering light. O aged city of a stay, all too brief, I see your clustered windows, each one burning, with the lamps and candles of men now departed. The misty stars are your crown, the night itself your gown, and you hold my heart with a peerless magical power. Old days stir to life once more. Familiar mornings break, or shadowed evenings return, with the same twilight sounds rising from the city below. You contain the very essence of longing and delight. In sleep, my spirit often dances through your great grey streets, or slips down a little lamplit alley after dark, no longer remembering other cities it has known, forgetting for a time that tree-encircled fortress and the town of dreams where men have fallen silent. For your heart understands, and you have shed many tears for all the sorrow of these bitter years. Your thousand spires and fretted towers are illuminated by echoes and the shimmering fires of countless ringing bells, stirring pale visions of majestic days the windy years have scattered down distant paths, and in your halls your spirit still sings songs of old memory amid present tears, or hopes for days to come that are half sad with many fears. Look, though laughter no longer runs along your paths while war untimely claims your many sons, no tide of evil can drown your glory. You are robed in sad majesty, the stars your crown. In other versions, a segment addressing the city of present sorrow stands apart. It opens with O aged city of an all too brief sojourn, and is shorter, concluding after the line, thinking no more of other cities it has known with, forgetting for a while that all men weep. It strays there happy, and to you it sings, no tide of evil can thy glory drown, robed in sad majesty, the stars thy crown. This was first titled The Sorrowful City, but later renamed, using an adapted line from Beowulf, the hall of feasting empty, the resting places swept by the wind, robbed of laughter. Separately, the town of dreams sometimes appears as its own poem. Subtitled An Old Town Revisited in one manuscript, the primary title was later changed to The Town of Dead Days. Lastly, there is The Song of Ariel, a poem in two parts found across three manuscripts, with later versions incorporating minor revisions. It tells how Ariel, in the room of the tail fire, sang of his wandering feet that finally discovered the lonely isle and its fairest town, Cortirion. I, in forgotten days, the sires of my fathers came, taking root from sun to sun among the orchards, the river meads, and the long grasses of the fragrant plain. They saw many a summer kindle yellow fires of flag lilies among the bowing reeds, and many a sea of blossom turn to golden fruit within the walled gardens of the great Champagne. There daffodils nodded among orderly trees in spring, and men laughed deep and long, singing happy lays as they laboured, lighting the evening with drinking songs. Sleep came easily to the drone of bees thronging cottage gardens heaped with flowers. In love of the sunlit goodliness of days, their lives flowed richly in settled hours, but that was long ago. Now they no longer sing, nor reap, nor sow. And I, a restless wanderer, have dwelt a while in many a town about this isle, feeling always the pull of a road I did not choose. Wars of great kings and the clash of armories, whose swords were beyond counting, whose spears were as numerous as a wheatfield's ears, rolled over all the great lands. The seas grew loud with navies, devouring fires burned fields and towns behind the armies. Cities were sacked and crumbled, or made into flaming pyres where treasuries and crowns, kings and their folk, their wives and tender maids were all consumed. Now silent are those courts, ruined the towers, their old shapes slowly fading. No feet pass beneath their broken gates, and the wind tells the only tale that remains. My father fell upon a bloody field, and my mother perished in a starving siege. I was taken captive, yet I heard the great sea's endless call, a roar that echoed the cry of my own spirit for those shadowed western shores from which my mother's ancestors had sailed long ago. I shattered my bonds and journeyed across desolate valleys and dead lands until my feet were wet by the western tide, and my ears were filled with nothing but its thunderous hum and crash. But that was long ago. Now I know the dark bays and the strange waves, the twilight capes and the misty island chains, all the dangerous straits and salt wastes that lie between this enchanted isle and the coasts I once called home. A later note on one manuscript places its writing in Easington during 1917 and 1918, suggesting the second part of the song was composed there and joined to an existing prelude. The poem offers few strict narrative details, but outlines the same saga: wars of great kings sweeping over the lands, a father lost to battle, a mother claimed by famine, and a son's escape to the western sea. While the prelude was once attached to verses about Warwick and Oxford, it seems the great tower in Ariel's tale was not simply Warwick reborn, though such powerful images were fluid and would later transform. The entire evolution of this piece reveals the wonderfully tangled roots of the story. After my father returned to Oxford in 1925, he undertook many revisions, initially setting aside the Mariner Ariel in favour of Elfwine, the elf friend. For a time, Ariel was displaced, though he resurfaces in the 1926 Silmarillion draft. In earlier texts, the two names signal distinct narrative paths: the Ariel story and the Elfwine story. The latter belongs to a new conception where Tol Eressëa is no longer linked to England, and the tale of the lonely island being drawn back across the ocean is left behind. England remains central to this later vision, now called Lúthien. The sailor Elfwine is an Englishman voyaging west from Britain's shores, though his role is greatly reduced. In earlier writings, he reached Tol Eressëa before the calamity known as the Faring Forth, witnessing or even causing the island's ruin when men and their dark allies invaded. Now, in these later outlines, he arrives only after all that sorrowful history has concluded. His purpose is merely to listen and to write down what he learns. I now examine several brief and cryptic passages, jotted on separate slips of paper, but found together and clearly composed around the same time. Elfwine of England lived in the southwest. He was descended from Ing, king of Lúthien. Sea raiders killed his parents and took him captive. He had always loved the fairies, for his father had shared many tales with him, including the traditions of Ing. He manages to escape, sailing the turbulent northern and western seas. During his wanderings, he encounters the ancient mariner and begins his quest for Tol Eressëa, the unblemished isle where most of the undimmed elves have withdrawn, fleeing the din, strife, and clamour of mankind. The elves welcome him, their joy increasing when they discover his lineage. They name him Lúthien, the man from Lúthien. To his astonishment, he finds his own native tongue, the ancient English language spoken on the island. The Ancient Mariner had appeared earlier in a story told by Ariel to Vianney, and more of his tale would be revealed later. Ælfwine of Engleland finally arrives at Tol Eressëa, where most of the fading elves have retreated from the world and ceased to diminish further. A description is given of the harbour on the southern shore. The fairies greet him warmly upon learning he is from Engleland. He is surprised to hear them speak the language of Alfred of Wessex, though among themselves they use a mellifluous and unfamiliar speech. The elves call him Lúthien, for he has come from Lúthien, a name meaning friend and friendship in their tongue. They refer to their land as Eldoros or Elfham. He is escorted to their capital, Rose. There he finds the cottage of lost play and meets Lindo and Vera. He tells them who he is and where he comes from, explaining that traditions within the kin of Ing led him on his long search for the Isle. He pleads with the elves to return to Engleland. It is here, as they explain why they cannot, that the series of stories known as the Book of Lost Tales begins. In this account, Ælfwine is more firmly placed in English history, seemingly an 11th century man of Wessex, yet, as in the previous note, he remains of the kin of Ing. The elvish capital on Tol Eressëa is not Cortirion, but Rose, a name now used quite differently from an earlier citation where it denoted a promontory on the Great Lands. The shift in how the name Lúthien came to be applied so differently later to Lúthien Tinuviel remains unclear. Another note from this period offers a completely different explanation. Lúthien or Lúthien was the son of Telemectar. Ælfwine loved the constellation of Orion and would often trace its shape in the night sky. Hence the fairies called him Lúthien, Wanderer. This peculiar association of Ælfwine with Orion and this interpretation of the name Lúthien are mentioned nowhere else and appear to be an idea the author did not pursue. For convenience, I include here the opening passage from the second outline for the Lost Tales, which plainly belongs to the same period as these other Ælfwine notes, a time when the tales had been written as far as they would go within their initial framework. Ælfwine awakens on a sandy beach. He listens to the sea, which is far out. The tide is low and has receded, leaving him there. He meets the elves of Rose and discovers they speak the speech of the English, in addition to their own sweet language. The reason for this, the dwelling of elves in Lúthien, and their journeys to and from that land, is then explained, clothed and fed. He begins his journey along the island's blossoming paths. The narrative continues, noting that on a summer evening, Ælfwine arrived at Cortirion, a detail which contrasts with an earlier version where his destination was Rose, their capital, the location of the cottage of lost play. Here the name Rose appears to take on another meaning, perhaps as a title for Tol Eressëa itself. From there he is guided to Ælfham, also called Eldos or Elfhome, where Lindo and Vera share with him a vast history. They speak of the world's creation and its ancient design, of the gods and of the elves in Valinor. They recount tales of lost elves and of men, the sorrows of the gnomes, and the saga of Eärendil. They describe the faring forth and the subsequent loss of Valinor, framing this exodus not as the later failed quest to rekindle the magic sun, but as the original march of the elves from Kor, a venture here termed a disaster, linked to a bitter war with corrupted men. This conflict forced a retreat to the land of Lúthien, where Ingvi ruled as king. There a deep homesickness gripped the elves, leading many to seek a way back to Valinor, a period marked by the tragic loss of Elwing. Meanwhile, the Solosimpi and other groups established a new sanctuary on Tol Eressëa, which became a haven for elves who with heavy hearts began their continual farewell to the mortal world. To grasp this history, one must understand that the pivotal faring forth referenced here is entirely distinct from the later event of the same name. It signifies that initial fateful march from Kor, which ultimately severed the elves from Valinor. The reason this march is labelled a catastrophe seems intrinsically tied to that brutal war with men, a conflict echoed in other fragments of the legend. In the earlier Ariel story, the elves departed the Great Lands for Tol Eressëa after this march. This newer Ælfwine version, however, tells of a war with evil men followed by a strategic retreat to Lúthien under Ingwer's kingship. It is from Lúthien that a partial exodus to Tol Eressëa later occurs, a voyage during which Elwing was lost. Consequently, the faring forth as a concrete historical event fades from this timeline, surviving only as a distant prophecy and a lingering hope for the future. The core structural shift between the two narratives can be summarized as a divergence in where the elves regrouped after their war with humanity. One account has them withdrawing directly to the Lonely Isle, while the other tells of a sanctuary first found in Lúthien. This outline, of course, omits the rich history of Lúthien itself, which is detailed in the passages that follow. Lúthien translates to friendship, with Lúthien meaning friend. It was the singular land where elves and men once coexisted for an age in genuine peace and affection. For a time after the arrival of Ing's sons, the elves there flourished anew, and their yearning for Tol Eressëa faded. It is from this profound bond that Old English emerged as the only mortal tongue an elf will deign to speak to a human who knows no Elvish. Ylfwine himself was an Englishman, a passionate devotee of the elves, particularly those who lingered along the shores. Orphaned by fierce seamen who held no love for the fair folk, his life became a quest for Tol Eressëa, the whispered refuge of the departed elves. His determination was rewarded when he finally reached its shores. The fairies there welcomed him, naming him Lúthien. From them he learnt the full chronicle of creation, of gods and elves, of the complex tapestry binding elves and men, all leading to the final departure for Tol Eressëa. He heard how the great hope of the faring forth crumbled into nothing, forcing the fairies to seek refuge in Albion, this isle of friendship, and he learned of the 7 invasions that would later test that friendship to its very limits. The arrival of men to the shores of Lúthien brought a time of discord, as the races clashed and the presence of the fairies began to diminish, fading like mist under a harsh sun. This decline continued until the fairies finally set their course westward, a departure hastened by the coming of the Roomhoth. Among the waves of men, those of the 7th invasion, known as the Ingwaiwa, proved to be of a different nature, showing a marked friendliness toward the elder folk. This affinity stemmed from their forefather, Ingwe, who, alongside the figure of Erendel, had dwelled in Lúthien in a distant age when it was still part of the mainland. It was Os's wrath that drove their people eastward across the sea, where they eventually founded the lineage of the Ingwaiwa. All those descended from Ing held a natural goodwill toward the elves. Because of this bond, the elves who remained in Lúthien communicated with these men in the ancient tongue of the English. This language, carried by some who later journeyed to Tol Eressëa, is still understood there. Thus, any who wish to speak with the elves but possess no knowledge of the elfin speeches must converse in that old English tongue. The concept of the faring forth reappears here, echoing its earlier use regarding the march from Kor, an event labelled a disaster that ultimately came to naught. This description seems puzzling, considering the same exodus is credited with leading to the binding of Melko and the liberation of the enslaved Noldoli. The notes also introduce the framework of the 7 invasions of Lúthien. One of these was by the Roomhoth, or Romans, and the 7th and final was by the Ingwaiwa, who alone came not as foes to the elves. The name Ing, appearing also as Ingwe and Ingwaiwa, anchors this mythology to the dim roots of English legend, much like the figures of Hengist and Horsa. To delve into the scholarly tangle of Baltic origins, the Roman term Ingweonas, or the cryptic Ing of the Old English runic poem, would be to chase shadows. The connection is clear, yet it seems the intent was merely to weave a known tradition into the fabric of the tale, not to reconstruct history. The notes themselves blur the lines between Ing and Ingwe, never quite distinguishing them. Ylfwine is of the kin of Ing, king of Lúthien, yet the elves retreated to a Lúthien where Ingwe was king. The land revived after the coming of the sons of Ing, and the Ingwaiwa are the friendly 7th invaders founded by Ingwe. The name aligns with Ingweones, and their invasion unmistakably mirrors the Anglo-Saxon settlement of Britain. Within this material, Ing and Ingwe seem inevitably one and the same, a mortal king and ancestor, not to be conflated with the elder Inwe of Kor, though the echo between the names is too resonant to be mere chance. It is a quiet irony, then, that this mortal king, from whom a line of elf friends sprang, shares a name so close to the lordly Eldar, yet his legacy is written in the speech of men and the weathered stones of a mortal shore. The tale speaks further of Ingwer and the Ingwaiwa. It is said that Ing sailed away in his old age into the twilight, and while men believe he went to the gods, he actually dwells on Tol Eressëa. From there he will one day guide the elves back to Lúthien when the great faring forth occurs. He prophesied that his descendants would return and reclaim Lúthien, holding it until the elves themselves came again. That land suffered 7 invasions by men, each wave causing the elves to fade further from mortal sight and love, until the 7th brought Ing's own distant kin back to their ancestral home. The final invaders, the Rumhoth, did not even believe the elves existed, and so nearly all fled, leaving the isle empty of them for 300 years. Ingwe once drank the sacred Limpi from the elves and reigned for ages in Lúthien. When Eärendil arrived seeking the departed elves, Ingwer gave him aid, though he was not permitted to join the voyage. In gratitude, Eärendil blessed Ingwer's line to become the world's mightiest sea rovers. This act, however, drew the wrath of Ossë, who made war upon Ingwer. Longing for the elves, Ingwer set sail with a host, only to be driven far east by Ossë's winds and utterly wrecked. Washed ashore on a lonely raft, the immortal Ingwer came among the East Danes. He became their half-divine king, teaching them the lore of elves and gods, so that a flicker of true knowledge lingered in that folk alone, who took the name Ingwaiwa. He stirred in them a deep magic, and a restless yearning for the Western Sea. In a separate account, Eärendil, seeking refuge from Ossë's wrath, gives Ingwe a draught of Limpe, granting him immortality and news of Tol Eressëa. Consumed by this hope, Ingwe and his people sail west, but are again blown back east and wrecked. Only Ingwe survives, becoming king of the Angles, Jutes, Saxons, and Frisians, who together are called the Ingwaiwa. After a long reign, he one day sets sail alone in a small boat and is never seen again. The introduction of Lúthien and Ingwe shifted Eärendil's story. He now sought Lúthien after the elves' departure, and Oss's enmity became linked to the origin of the Ingwaiwa. The narrative thus forms. Ingwer, king of Lúthien, shelters Eärendil. Ingwer's failed quest for Tol Eressëa drives him east. Lúthien endures 7 invasions, and finally the Ingwaiwa return across the North Sea to claim their own. Lúthien holds profound significance. It was the embarkation point for the elves' great journey to Valinor aboard the Lonely Isle, and later the launching place for many, including Elwing, who sought Tol Eressëa. This connects to the idea that Ingwe and Eärendil dwelt there before it was even an island. Other fragments speak of the channel that came to separate Lúthien from the mainland, an isthmus cut by the elves in their caution after Ingwe's departure, their silver spades carving the white cliffs. The elves would later tell Vina of Lúthien's ancient splendor, of cities like Cortirion and Tavrobel, and how they dwelt there for 100 ages before men could cross the water, leaving a mighty magic that lingers still in its woods and hills. The elves gave many locations in Tol Eressëa names that echoed their lost homeland of Lúthien. This act speaks to their profound longing, a sentiment carried into their second faring forth. In this renewed hope, they dreamed of one day returning to reign in Lúthien and restore its ancient glory by replanting the sacred trees. Yet the entire endeavor hinged on a fragile variable, the disposition of the men of Lúthien, for the elves needed their welcome to even set foot there once more. The mention of this second faring forth clarifies earlier references, though the prophecy itself has shifted dramatically from its earliest form. Now the focus is firmly on Lúthien as the destined ground for the tree's rebirth. Later, the mariner Elfwine finds himself upon the shores of Tol Eressëa. To his wonder, the landscape appears as a perfected mirror of his own homeland, wrapped in the serene beauty of a blissful dream. The local folk, through the grace of Ulmo, swiftly understand his origin and guide him on his way to the city of Cortirion. This narrative invites a fascinating comparison. Earlier writings described Cortirion as an elvish city built in Tol Eressëa when that island was drawn across the sea to become England. The city was renamed Warwick. In this newer tale, however, the foundations are upended. The original ancient Cortirion was in Lúthien all along. The Cortirion that Elfwine visits on the Lonely Isle is therefore a namesake, a poignant echo built after their home in Lúthien. This creates a curious reversal of legacy, where the copy now exists in the West, named for the true original left behind in the mortal lands. Piecing together these threads, a broader saga emerges. It began with the first faring forth, the march of the elves from Kor into the Great Lands, and their subsequent loss of Valinor. After wars with hostile men, they retreated to Lúthien, then a peninsula under the rule of King Ingwe. A deep homesickness later gripped many who sailed back west to settle Tol Eressëa, though not without tragedy, as Elwing was lost during this exodus. They stamped their new home with the old names, a cartography of memory. The hero Erendel later sought refuge in Lúthien with Ingwe, fleeing the wrath of Os. He bestowed upon the king the divine drink, Limpe, and blessed Ingwe's lineage before departing, an act that somehow drew Os's enmity onto Ingwe himself. Driven by this peril, and perhaps a newfound yearning, Ingwe embarked on a great voyage with many of his people to seek Tol Eressëa. Os's hostility led to shipwreck, but Ingwe survived, washing up far to the east. There he became the king of the Ingwaiwa, the forebears of the Anglo-Saxons, instructing them in the true lore of the gods and elves and turning their hearts toward the western seas. He foretold that his people would one day return to Lúthien. His own final fate is ambiguous. He either departed mysteriously by boat, never to be seen again, or he finally completed his journey to the Lonely Isle. After Ingwe's departure, a great channel was carved, transforming Lúthien into an island, though men soon learned to cross it. The land then endured 7 successive invasions, including that of the Rumhoth or Romans. With each new wave of war, more of the remaining elves fled over the sea, yet the 7th invasion, that of the Ingwaiwa, was different. These were not foes, but the long-lost people of Ingwe coming back to their own. In this reunion, the elves of Lúthien, now England, found a renewed vitality. They ceased their flight to Tol Eressëa and spoke freely to the Ingwaiwa in the familiar tongue of Old English, a language of shared heritage and newfound hope. Ulfwine was an Anglo-Saxon Englishman, a descendant of Ingwe whose family traditions had passed down to him both knowledge of and affection for the elves. He eventually reached the shores of Tol Eressëa, where he discovered the inhabitants spoke Old English. The elves there named him Lúthien, meaning friend, and called him the Man of Lúthien, the Isle of Friendship. I present this not as definitive fact, but as the sole framework that seems capable of uniting these scattered fragments into a coherent narrative whole. Even so, one must acknowledge that achieving this apparent consistency demands a certain flexibility with the source material. For instance, the relationship between the Ingwaiwa and Ingwe is described in varying terms. They are called the sons of Ing, his kin, or the children of Ing. Yet Ingwe himself appears elsewhere as a king and teacher to North Sea peoples who had no known ties to Lúthien or the elves. Over whom, then, did he rule at the time the elves first withdrew to Lúthien? Furthermore, the 100 ages said to have passed while the elves dwelt in Lúthien before the invasions of men began proves exceptionally difficult to reconcile with the rest of the timeline. These notes clearly represent my father thinking aloud on the page, tracing out separate narrative threads in a ferment of evolving ideas, where one possibility rapidly gives way to another without a stable core ever solidifying. A perfect seamless solution is therefore almost certainly an impossible goal, and this reconstruction is likely as contrived as the earlier attempt to piece together the Eriol story. Yet, as with that effort, I believe this outline effectively captures the general direction of his creative thought during that period. There is scant indication of how the Ulfwine story was meant to proceed after his time in Tol Eressëa. The mariner's role, as noted, was primarily to learn and preserve ancient tales. Nearly all we can glean comes from a solitary slip of paper which reads how Ulfwine drank of Limpe, yet still yearned for his homeland, prompting his return to Lúthien. There, however, he was consumed by an unquenchable longing for the elves, so he journeyed back to ancient Tavrobel. He took up residence in the House of the Hundred Chimneys, where a descendant of the famed pine of Beren still grows, and there composed the Golden Book. Connected to this is a draft title page, the Book of Lost Tales, and the History of the Elves of Lúthien, the Golden Book of Tavrobel, the same that Aulfwine wrote and laid in the House of 100 Chimneys at Tavrobel, where it lieth still to read for such as may. These details are intriguing. Tavrobel, the old, must refer to the original settlement in Lúthien, after which the Tavrobel in Tol Eressëa was named, just as Cortirion on the Lonely Isle was named for Cortirion, or Warwick, in Lúthien. Consequently, the House of the 100 Chimneys, along with the Pine of Bellerin, was evidently being relocated from Tol Eressëa back to Lúthien. Presumably my father intended to revise those framework passages in the Lost Tales that reference the house in Tavrobel, unless he envisioned a second, identical house in the newer Tavrobel on Tol Eressëa. In a curious twist during his stay, Ælfwine found the local cider surprisingly bitter, a stark contrast to the sweet wines of the elves, which only deepened his melancholy. Lastly, an entry in the Chenya dictionary is worth noting: Parma Culuinen, the Golden Book, the collected book of legends, especially of Ing and Eärendil. Of all these ambitious projections, my father only fully developed and polished the tale of Ælfwine's youth and his voyage to Tol Eressëa. To that work I now turn, but first it is useful to gather the previously examined passages that relate to it. In the opening link to the tale of Tinuviel, Ariel recounted that many years agone in his childhood, his home was in an old town of men, girt with a wall now crumbled and broken, and a river ran thereby over which a castle with a great tower hung. My father hailed from a family of coastal people, and though I had never laid eyes on the ocean, a deep longing for it was in my blood. My father fanned that desire, sharing with me the very tales his own father had told him. My mother perished during a brutal and starving siege of our ancient town, and my father fell in a desperate battle defending its walls. In the aftermath, Ariel, managed to flee to the shores of the Western Sea. He later recounted his wanderings among the western harbours, how his ship was wrecked upon distant islands until, on one particularly desolate shore, he encountered an aged sailor. The old man offered him shelter, and beside the fire in his solitary cabin, spun strange yarns of lands beyond the western seas, of enchanted islands, and the most isolated one that lay farthest out. From that moment on, Ariel said, I sailed with a new purpose among the western isles, hunting for more tales of that kind. And so it was, after many great voyages and by the grace of the gods, that I finally reached Tol Eressëa. In another telling of this story, it is said that in Ariel's hometown, where his parents lived and died, there ruled a powerful duke from the highest tower, which was considered the loftiest in all the lands of men. He could gaze out and see no end to his vast domain, except where the blue forms of great mountains rose far to the east. The siege and destruction of the town were wrought by wild men from the mountains of the east. In this version, a young boy named Osir insisted to Ariel that the ancient mariner by the lonely sea was none other than Ulmo himself, who often appears in such a guise to voyagers he favours, though Ariel remained sceptical. There are reasons to believe this tale of his youth was not originally set in England. Turning to the later story of Ælfwine, we learn he lived in the southwest of England. His parents were killed by sea pirates or fierce men of the sea, and he was later driven from his home by the Normans. His travels also included a meeting with an ancient mariner, and he eventually came to the harbour of the southern shore of Tol Eressëa, where he awoke upon a sandy beach at low tide. The narrative that finally emerged, perhaps to the reader's relief, saw the complete disappearance of Ingwe and the Ingwaiwa. Ælfwine of England. This work exists in 3 versions. The first is a brief plot outlines of under 500 words, which I will call Ælfwine A for reference. The second is a much fuller narrative titled Ælfwine of England, written in 1920 or later as evidenced by the dated letters used for its manuscript paper. The third text began as a neat copy of the second, but evolved into a significant rewrite, introducing much new material and later emendations. Though untitled in the manuscript, it is clearly also Ælfwine of England. I will refer to the first full version as Ælfwine I, and its rewrite as Ælfwine II. The relationship of Ilfwyn A to these is complex, as it shares elements with both. While my father clearly had Ilfwyn I before him when composing Ilfwyn Ter, he likely consulted Ilfwyn A as well. What follows is the complete final text of Elfwine II, with all notable emendations and important variations from the other texts detailed in accompanying notes. There was an island nation in the west known as England before the great conflicts of the divine powers reshaped the world. It stood as the farthest western reach of the northern realms, gazing out upon the vast ocean ancient peoples named Garseg. The portion that was sundered away became known as Ireland, among other titles, and its inhabitants do not enter this narrative. The elves named all that enduring land Lúthien, a name they use to this day. Within Lúthien remained the greatest gathering of the fading companies, those sacred fair folk who had not yet departed the world, sailing beyond the horizon of mortal understanding to the lonely island, or to the hill of Turin, upon the Bay of Faery which touches the western shores of the realm of the gods. Thus, Lúthien remains a land hallowed and enchanted, where a unique magic lingers in its forests and hidden valleys. Near the heart of this island lies a town ancient in the reckoning of men, yet far more aged in the chronicles of the elves. As this is a book of the lost tales of Elfiness, it shall be called by its elvish name, Cortirion, which the gnomes know as Minden Gwar. Upon the hill of Gwar, in the days when the English dwelt there, lived a man named J.R.R. He had journeyed from distant places, from the southern forests of the island and from the enchanted western coasts. And though of English lineage, he had long been a wanderer. The Prince of Gwar in that time was a patron of song and no foe to the elves, who lingered most plentifully in those regions around Cortirion, a land they called Alalminor, the land of elms. It was to seek this prince and the fellowship of the fading elves that J.R.R. the singer came, for he was a known friend to their kind. Though J.R.R. was of English blood, the tales say he took to wife a maiden from the west, from a land some later called Lyonesse, or which the elves named Ivadrian, the coast of iron. He found her in a lost country beyond Belerion, from whose shores the elves would occasionally embark. For a long time, J.R.R. knew joy in Minden Gwar. Yet the men of the north, whom the island's fairies named the Forodwaith, and whom men called by other names, marched against Gwar in an age when they laid waste to nearly all of Lúthien. Its walls provided little lasting defence, and its towers could not hold them back forever. Despite a long and bitter siege, there Aidifu, for so J.R.R. had named his western bride, though it was not her name in earlier days, perished during those grim and hungry times. J.R.R. himself fell before the walls, singing a lay of ancient courage to lift the hearts of the defenders during a desperate final sortie. Their son Aelfwine was then but a boy left orphaned. The sack of the town that followed was merciless, leaving only whispers of its former glory. The elves who had grown fond of the island's English folk fled or hid themselves away for many years, and none remained in the old halls to mourn the fall of Oswine, Prince of Gwar. Aelfwine, whom the timeless elves beyond the waters of Garseg would later name Eldarin of Lúthien, was taken as a thrall by the fierce lords of the Forodwaith, and his youth was shadowed by hardship. But here a curious twist emerges, a shift from solemn history to a note of sly, inherited irony for Aelfwine, who had never once beheld the ocean, perpetually heard its deep voice speaking within his heart. Its murmuring choirs sang in his secret ear between waking and sleeping, filling him with an unshakable yearning. This was the legacy of Eadgifu, his mother from the west, who had carried this same relentless longing all her days while dwelling in the quiet inland shade of Minden Gwar's elms. It was amid the heart of her yearning that Aelfwine was born. Indeed, messengers from the Foam Riders, the elves of the sea marge whom she had known in Lyonesse, were said to have attended his birth, as if called by a tide within his very blood. Now, Eadgifu had passed beyond the edge of the world, her beauty resting without ceremony in Minden Gwar, while J.R.R.'s music had fallen silent. Aelfwine remained in servitude until he neared manhood, his days filled with visions and a deep, unspoken yearning, occasionally sharing whispers with the unseen elven folk. This longing for the ocean grew so fierce, it finally drove him to shatter his chains. Braving terrible dangers and enduring countless hardships, he fled to regions untouched by the lords of the Forodwaith, far from Dior's old haunts in Minden Gwr. His path turned ever south and west, as if guided by some unseen hand. Elf-wine possessed, to a degree, the gift of elven sight, a rare blessing in those fading days of the firstborn, and rarer still now. The people of Lúthien were less diminished then, and on his lonely road he often glimpsed their radiant hosts. Some still danced in their ancient glades, but many more moved in sorrowful processions toward the west, fleeing a land scorched by war and soaked in the blood spilled by men's hatred for their own kind. This was not the first time Lúthien had been seized by men from men, nor would it be the last. From every corner of the world, people have coveted that isle for its beauty and the lingering magic of the elves, a glamour clinging to its trees and white shores long after their power waned. With each conquest, more of the ancient folk of Lúthien turned their backs on the land, gathering ships at Beren in the west to sail beyond all knowledge, leaving the island a little poorer, its leaves a little less vibrant. Yet it remains the place where men may still sometimes feel the presence of the elves most strongly. They say only when the fierce early enemies of the elves first set foot there did a greater fleet of elven ships depart than when the powerful men of the south first claimed Lúthien, those whose lords ruled from the mighty city both races call Rum, though only the elves remember it as Magbar. These days it is not just violence, but the slow dulling of mortal hearts that persuades the little folk to depart. Still from time to time a small vessel lifts its anchor at Beren at dusk, its melancholy song fading forever into the surf. Even in Aelfwine's time, many laden ships with elven sails made that final journey, and he counted many companions, seen and half seen, on his westward trek. He finally reached Beren himself and washed his tired feet in the cold grey waters of the western sea, its endless roar filling his ears in the twilight. The faint shapes of elvish boats glided past, and voices from their decks called soft farewells. But those delicate vessels would not take him, denying his pleas. They would not allow even a beloved man to cross with them past the rim of the west, or discover what lies upon the vast, immeasurable Garsec. The few souls dwelling near Beren were fishermen, and Aelfwine stayed long among them. There, by the shore, where the salt air sharpened his resolve, he discovered a natural affinity for the sea, learning all a man could of ships and the ways of the deep water. His old dreams now tempered by the practical knots and tides of a sailor's life. He cared little for his own life, charting courses across the ocean, far wider than even the most skilled sailors of his time. In the end, few dared to join him, save for the fatherless Ylfia, who remained his steadfast companion through every venture until the final one. On one such journey, he sailed deep into the open sea, first trapped by a windless fog, then tossed helplessly by a fierce eastern gale. In the dim light of dawn, he glimpsed distant islands, but shifting winds tore him away before he could reach them. Only sheer luck brought him back to the familiar dark shores of home. Yet this safe return brought him no peace. His heart was set on sailing west once more, convinced, though he did not fully understand, that he had seen the legendary Magic Isles from the songs of men. Finding willing companions for such a perilous quest proved nearly impossible. Not many men yearned to chase the setting sun or brave unknown seas, driven by mere curiosity. He eventually gathered 7 of England's finest mariners, men whose names, save for Ylfia, have since been lost to time, taken by Ulmo, lord of the sea. Just as the islands of Ylfwine's longing came into view, a monstrous storm struck, a towering wave swallowed their ship, and Ylfwine was torn into the churning water. When he regained his senses, he found himself alone, washed ashore in a steep-walled cove with no trace of his ship or crew. The island was dark and desolate, and he knew at once these were not the Magic Isles of the tales. Wandering the long, gloomy beaches, he came upon the rotting hulls of many shipwrecks, some ancient and mighty, others still laden with forgotten treasure. It was a grim museum of maritime failure. At last, on the far shore, he found a lonely cabin facing west, built from the overturned hull of a small boat. Inside lived an ancient man whose eyes held the depth of the unfathomable sea, his long beard a mix of blue and grey. He was a figure of immense stature, clad in tangled rags with shoes of stone, sitting beside a meagre fire of driftwood, with no other shelter or guidance. Ulfwine stayed in that strange hut by the empty sea, believing his ship lost and his friends drowned. Surprisingly, the old man grew kind, questioning Ulfwine about his journey and his original destination before the storm. By that smoky evening fire, Ulfwine heard tales he had never imagined, stories of wind-harried ships and harbourless tempests in forbidden waters. He learned the Magic Isles were still a vast voyage away, standing as a dark, secret guard at the edge of the world. Beyond them, the waters of Garsek grew calmer, leading into the twilight of Fairyland's latter days. Further still, on the edge of the shadows, lay the lonely island, gazing east to the magic archipelago and the lands of men, and west into the shadows, where, far off, one might glimpse the outer land, the kingdom of the gods, the aged Bay of Faery. Its glory now dimmed. From there, the world fell steeply past the rim of things to Valinor, the home of the gods, and onward to the wall and the edge of nothingness, where the stars are sown. But the lonely isle belonged neither to the great lands nor the outer land, and no other island lay near it. In his stories, the aged man called himself the Man of the Sea. He spoke of his final voyage, before being wrecked on this outer isle, telling how he had once glimpsed, far in the deep, the twinkling lanterns of the lonely isle just before the west wind claimed him. At this, Ulfwine's heart leaped, with a fierce, sudden hope. Yet, with a bitter laugh, he told the old man that such dreams were folly. He could never hope to secure another brave ship or find comrades willing to follow him again. But the Man of the Sea explained, "Look, this is one of the harbourless isles, a ring of islands that pull ships toward their hidden rocks and shifting sands. They were placed here during the hiding of Valinor to keep men from sailing too far upon Garsek and glimpsing sights not meant for their eyes. You won't find much timber here for building a raft or ship, as you might guess, but I may still help you leave these grasping shores." One morning, after a night of terrible storm, Ulfwine walked the eastern beach, staring at the many tragic wrecks, as he often did. He searched for any trace of his own lost ship from Beren. The storm had brought a new wreck, a large, well-made vessel of the kind favoured by the Forodwaith of the north. It was driven far up on the treacherous sands, its dragon-headed prow still glaring defiantly at the land. The Man of the Sea waded out as the tide began its slow crawl across the flats. He carried a timber as thick as a young tree, moving without fear of the water or the quicksand until he was far out, his shoulders barely above the yellow flood, reaching that carved prow now alone above the water. Watching from a distance, Ulfwine was amazed to see the old man heave the entire great ship free from the sucking sand that held its stern. Once it floated, he pushed it before him, swimming with powerful strokes in the deepening water. At this, Ulfwine's fear of the aged one returned, and he wondered what kind of being this could be. The ship was soon thrust upon firmer sand, and the swimmer strode ashore, his mighty beard and hair tangled with strands of seaweed. When the tide retreated from the hungry sands, the Man of the Sea told Ulfwine to examine the new wreck. Ulfwine found it was unharmed, but inside lay 9 dead men who had not long been lifeless. They stared up at the sky from the deck, and one among them, by his garb and bearing clearly a chieftain, lay with white locks and a pale face, yet he looked proud and fierce even in death. "Men of the north, Forodwaith," said the Man of the Sea, "hunger and thirst killed them. Their ship was thrown here by last night's storm, stuck in the hungry sands, to be slowly swallowed until fate decided otherwise." "You speak truly," replied Elfwine, "and I know that white-haired one, well he is Orm, who slew my father. I was long his thrall, and I loved him little. Then let his ship be the one to carry you from this harbourless isle," said the Man of the Sea. It was a gallant ship of a brave man, for few folk now have such a heart for sea adventure as these Forodwaith, who ever press into the mists of the west, though few live to bring back tales of what they see. So it was that Elfwine escaped beyond all hope from that island. The Man of the Sea served as his pilot and steersman, and after a few days they came to a land little known. The people there are a strange folk. None know how they came to be in the west, yet they are counted among the kindreds of men. Their land lies on the outer borders of the regions of mankind, further toward the setting sun than the harbourless isles, and further north than the isle where Ælfwine was cast away. They are marvellously skilled in building and sailing ships and boats of every kind, yet they seldom journey to the lands of other folk, and they busy themselves little with commerce or war. Their vessels are crafted not from necessity, but from a profound love for the work itself and the sheer joy of riding the ocean swells. A significant portion of their population lives upon the water, and the seas encircling their homeland are perpetually dotted with white sails, whether under a gentle breeze or a howling gale. They take immense pleasure in friendly competition, racing their exceptionally swift boats, which are propelled by the wind or by banks of long, sweeping oars. They also engage in contests of seaworthiness, pitting their stoutest ships against one another to see which can best endure the most violent tempests, and the storms around that iron-bound isle are truly formidable, save for a single sheltered harbour in the north. It is through these trials that their shipwright's skill is proven. Men know them as the Withlings, the children of the waves, while the elves name their island Aeneidur and its inhabitants the shipmen of the west. They welcomed Ælfwine and his mysterious pilot warmly at the bustling northern quays. It appeared to Ælfwine that the man of the sea was no stranger to them, regarded with profound awe and reverence, his requests heeded as if they were royal decrees. His astonishment deepened when, amidst the crowds, he spotted two comrades he believed had been lost to the deep. He learned that all 7 of his English mariners had survived in that land, though their ship had been utterly shattered on the dark southern shores shortly after the night. The great sea had swept Ælfwine overboard. At the man of the sea's urging, the islanders swiftly set to building a new ship for Ælfwine and his men, as he wished to travel no farther in Orm's vessel. Its timbers were cut as the ancient sailor had requested, from a sacred grove of enchanted oaks far inland that surrounded a high place of the gods, holy to Ulmo, lord of the sea. These trees were seldom felled. A ship fashioned from this wood, the man of the sea declared, may be lost, but those who sail in her shall not perish on that voyage, though they may well find themselves cast upon shores they never dreamed to see. When the ship was complete, the ancient mariner bade them board. They complied, and with them went Baal of the Withlings, a man of mighty sea lore to aid their journey, and one of the few among his people with a restless desire to sail far from Aeneidur to the west, north, or south. Many Ithlings gathered on the shore beside the vessel. They had built her in a cove of the steep western cliffs, where a rocky bar with a narrow opening formed a sheltered pool and mooring, a rare feature on that island of sheer precipices. Then the Ancient One placed his hand upon her prow and spoke words of power, granting her the ability to cleave through uncharted waters, enter unseen harbours, and rest upon untrodden beaches. She had twin steering oars, one on each side, in the Itling fashion, and each of these he blessed, giving them the skill to steer when the helmsman's hands failed, to rediscover lost courses, and to follow stars hidden from sight. He then strode away, the crowd parting before him until he climbed to a high pinnacle on the cliffs. With a mighty leap, he plunged far out and down, vanishing in a tremendous burst of foam where the great breakers gathered to assault the towering shore. Ælfwine saw him no more and said in sorrow and wonder, "Why was he so weary of life? My heart grieves that he is dead." But the Withlings only smiled, prompting Ælfwine to question those nearby. "Who was that mighty man? For it seems you know him well." They offered no answer. Then they thrust the valiant timbered vessel out into the open sea, for Ælfwine would delay no longer, even as the sun sank toward the mountains of Valinor beyond the western walls. Soon her pale sail became a distant speck, filled with a wind from the shore, stained crimson in the light of the half-sunken sun. Those aboard sang old English folk songs, their melodies fading over the empty waves of the western seas until no sound reached the watchers on the beach. Night fell, and no one on Aeneidur ever saw that sturdy ship again. Thus began the mariners' long, strange, and perilous voyage, a tale whose fullness remains untold. Their adventures among the archipelagos of the west, the wonders and perils they found in the magic isles and on uncharted seas, are not for this telling. Instead, this is of the voyage's end. How, after weary years at sea, heartsick and worn, they met a grey and cheerless day. The wind was nearly still, low clouds hung heavy, and a steady grey rain fell. Nothing could any of them see before their ship's prow, which now moved slow and hesitant over long, lifeless swells. This was the day they had pledged would be their last before turning homeward, if they even could, unless some final wonder or sign of hope appeared. Their spirit was broken. Behind them lay the Magic Isles, where 3 of their crew slept a deathless sleep on dim strands, their heads pillowed on white sand, clad in sea foam, and wrapped in the ancient spells of Eglavain. All their journeys since had been fruitless, for the winds had ever driven them back, without a glimpse of the fabled shores of the island of the elves. Then spoke Ylfja, who held the helm. "Now, O Ylfwine, the pledged hour is upon us. Let us do as the gods and their winds have long desired, cease this heart-weary quest for a nothingness, a fable in the void, and turn homeward, if the gods will it, seeking the hearths we remember." And Ælfwine, his own resolve crumbling, agreed. The wind died completely then, not a breath from east or west, and night crept slowly over the sea. But behold, at last a gentle breeze arose, soft and from the west. Just as they prepared to set their sails for home, one of the shipmen suddenly cried, "Wait, this is a strange air, full of scented memories." They all stood still, breathing deep. The mists parted before that gentle wind, revealing a thin moon riding in tattered clouds, until soon 1,000 cool stars peered through the dark behind it. "The night flowers are opening in Faerie," murmured Ælfwine. "And look," said Beorn, "the elves are lighting candles in their silver dusk." All gazed where his long hand pointed over their dark stern. For a moment no one spoke, struck with wonder. Deep in the gloaming of the west lay a blue shadow, and within it many glittering lights appeared. More and more twinkled into being, until 10,000 points of flickering radiance were splintered far away, as if a dust of self-luminous jewels like those Fëanor made were scattered upon the ocean's lap. "Then that," said Ælfia, his voice hushed, "is the harbour of the lights of many hues that many a half-heeded tale spoke of in our homes." Without another word, they shot out their oars, swung their ship about in haste, and pulled with new vigour toward that undying shore. They had come so near to abandoning it when it was finally barely won. The long pull seemed nothing now as they thrust the waters strongly behind them. The long night of Faerie held on, and the horned moon of Elfiness rode above. Then came music, very gentle over the waters, laden with an unimagined longing. Ælfwine and his comrades leaned upon their oars and wept softly, each for his heart's half-remembered wounds, for memories of fair things long lost, and for the thirst in every child of men for a flawless loveliness they seek, but never find. One of the men spoke, his voice low with wonder. "Listen, it is the sound of harps being played, and the songs they sing are of beautiful things. The windows facing the sea are all alight," another added, a note of melancholy in his tone. "Their violins echo the ancient sorrows of the immortal people of the earth, yet there is a strange joy woven through the melody." Then Ælfwine cried out, "Ah, I hear it now, the horns of the fairies shimmering through enchanted woods. It is the very music I once faintly imagined long ago beneath the elm trees of Mindengwar." Even as they spoke, lost in their thoughts, the moon vanished behind a veil of cloud. The stars were swallowed by mist, and a fog of ages descended upon the shore until they could see nothing at all. All sound faded, save for the distant sigh of surf upon the pebbles of the lonely isle. Soon even that faint whisper was stolen by the wind. Ælfwine stepped forward, his eyes wide and unblinking, saying not a word. Then, with a sudden desperate cry, he leaped into the dark sea. The waters that closed over him were strangely warm, and a gentle, almost welcoming end seemed to wrap him round. To his companions, it was as if his shout woke them from a deep dream. A fierce wind now filled their sails, tearing them away, and they saw him no more, driven back with hearts shattered by regret and longing. For a time they glimpsed pale elven boats perhaps beating a path home to the haven of many hues, and they called out in vain, only faint mocking echoes answered them across the water. No guide ever led them to the land they desired. After a great while they painstakingly retraced the tangled, maze-like course of their long voyage, until at last they dropped anchor in the harbour of Beren, aged and weary men. In time all they had witnessed seemed but a mirage, a phantom born of hunger and sea magic. All that is, save for Bjor of Enader of the shipfolk of the West. Yet among the descendants of these sailors, many a restless and yearning spirit was born in the years that followed, long after the men themselves had died and passed beyond the rim of the earth without need of boat or sail. They never abandoned their life upon the sea while breath remained, and now their bodies all rest beneath the waves. The narrative concludes here. There is no indication of any further continuation, though it appears likely that the story of Elfwain of England was intended as the start of a full rewriting of the Lost Tales. Determining exactly when this second Elfwain text was written would be of great interest. The handwriting in the manuscript is distinctly different from that found in the rest of the Lost Tales. Still, I believe it followed the first Ulfwine narrative after only a short interval, and that initial version probably dates to around 1920 or not long after. At the end of this second text, my father scribbled two ideas. First, that Elfwine should be reimagined as an early pagan Englishman who fled to the west, and second, that the Isle of the Old Man should be removed, with all characters instead shipwrecked on Enader, the Isle of the Withlings. This second change, surprisingly, would have meant abandoning the vivid scene of the foundered ship pushed ashore by the man of the sea on the incoming tide, and the dead Vikings lying abottom gazing at the sky. In this particular narrative, where the early magic of the elves is most powerfully conveyed through the sailor's vision of the lonely isle under the horned moon of Elfeness, Elfwine remains connected to figures of ancient English legend. His father is J.R.R. the minstrel. There exists a short poem of 42 lines in the great Anglo-Saxon manuscript known as the Exeter Book, to which the title J.R.R. is now given. It is the lament of the minstrel J.R.R. who has lost his position and been supplanted in his lord's favour by another bard named Hirenda. Throughout the poem, J.R.R. consoles himself by recalling great misfortunes from heroic legends, ending each allusion with a steadfast refrain, Pes offreod, thisis swameg. This line has been translated in various ways. My father believed it meant, time has passed since then, this too can pass. It is from this very poem that both the characters J.R.R. and Hererenda were drawn in the narrative known as the Ariel story. Hererenda is presented as the son of Ariel, born on the lonely isle of Tol Eressëa to his wife Naimi. He is later connected to the legendary brothers Hengest and Horsa during the conquest of that same isle. His eventual home in England is said to be at Tavrobel. It is my view that my father's characters, J.R.R. the minstrel of Cortirion and Hirenda of Tavrobel, share little more than their names with the figures from the ancient Anglo-Saxon poem, though those names were certainly chosen with purpose. He was deeply stirred by the fragment of a story he perceived, even if, as one scholar of the poem remarked, the autobiographical element is entirely fabricated, serving merely as a frame for recounting heroic legends. In fact, during his Oxford lectures on Beowulf, he would occasionally bestow a name upon the anonymous poet, referring to him as Hirenda. Similarly, I believe the other Old English names woven into the narrative, such as Oswine, Prince of Gwar, Eadgifu, and Elfia, cannot be pressed for deeper narrative connections, though their etymologies are meaningful. Oswine combines God and friend, while Eadgifu signifies blessedness and gift. The Forodwaith are clearly Viking raiders from Scandinavia, and the name Orm, given to a deceased ship captain, is a familiar Norse name. Yet all this serves as a historical backdrop, a setting informed by history rather than a strictly historical account itself. The core concepts of the 7 invasions of Lúthien, or Lútheny, and the gradual fading and westward retreat of the elves, an idea that persisted throughout my father's work, remained intact. However, a shift occurred in earlier outlines. The invasion of the Ingwaiwa, the Anglo-Saxons, was the 7th and final incursion. In this version, the Viking invasions are depicted as befalling the English, with the text noting, "Nor was that the last of the takings of Lúthien by men from men," an unmistakable nod to the Norman conquest. This reframing adds a layer of grim irony, transforming a chronicle of loss into a sardonic commentary on the relentless cycle of conquest, where each wave of invaders merely paves the way for the next. The geographical details within the story are particularly fascinating. An early curious mention speaks of Ireland being broken away in the warfare of the gods. Since the Elfwine narrative does not include the concept of Tol Eressëa being drawn back eastward, this must refer to a different cataclysm entirely from the earlier tale where the Isle of Ivarin was sundered. It is conceivable this is the very first faint hint of the great drowning that ended the Elder Days, when the vast region of Beleriand was lost beneath the waves, though I have found no evidence linking the harbour of Beleriand to the land of Beleriand in this tale. Cortirion, also called Minden Gwar, is Cortirion the Old, the original elvish settlement in Lúthien, for which the city on Tol Eressëa was later named. By the same logic, the name Alal Minore for the surrounding region, analogous to Warwickshire, was subsequently given anew to the central lands of the Lonely Isle. Regarding the islands scattered across the Great Sea, the description in Olfwine of England can be compared to earlier geographical passages. These texts describe many lands and islands before reaching the enchanted barrier of the Magic Isles. Beyond them lies Tol Eressëa, and further still are the shadowy seas with their Twilight Isles marking the beginning of the outer lands. Tol Eressëa exists in a unique state, belonging neither to the outer lands nor to the Great Lands, isolated far out in the ocean. To this schema, Ulfwine of England adds the significant detail of the harbourless isles, creating a sequence journey from east to west. First the harbourless isles, then the Magic Isles, followed by the Lonely Isle itself, and finally the shadowy seas. This specific progression was later revised in the broader legendarium. When Valinor was hidden from the world, the enchanted isles were placed within the seas, surrounding those waters with shadows and confusion. These islands formed a chain like a net across the shadowy seas, stretching north to south, positioned before any sailor could reach Tol Eressëa, the Lonely Isle, by journeying west. It was nearly impossible for any ship to navigate through them, for in those treacherous channels the waves endlessly sighed against dark rocks veiled in mist. In the perpetual twilight, a profound weariness would overcome sailors, breeding in them a deep loathing of the ocean. Yet any who dared to set foot upon those shores were instantly ensnared, falling into a slumber that would last until the world itself was remade. This concept of the Enchanted Isles draws mainly from the older tales of the Magic Isles, established during the hiding of Valinor. In those stories, Ossé arranged them in a vast ring around the western edges of the Great Sea to guard the Bay of Faerie. Anyone who stepped onto them was forever trapped, entangled in the nets of Oinan's hair, the Lady of the Sea, and plunged into an age-long sleep by Lúthien. They would lie upon the shoreline as if drowned and washed up by the tides, yet these unfortunate souls slept an unfathomable sleep, while dark waters gently washed over them. In one account, 3 of Elfwine's companions slept upon dim strands in that deadly slumber, their heads resting on white sand and their bodies clad in foam, wrapped in the ancient spells of Eglavain. The name Eglavain likely relates to the elves, perhaps meaning elfiness. The Enchanted Isles also share traits with the Twilight Isles, existing in a similar twilight and set within the shadowy seas, as well as with the Harbourless Isles, which were placed farther east, yet served the same protective purpose as the Magic Isles after Valinor was hidden. There is mention of Ineadir, the Isle of the Whitelings, a people whose life is tied to the waves, though this place seems to fade from later narratives. One might wonder if Ineadir and its shipmen of the west faintly foreshadow the early Númenóreans on their own cliff-girt island. A puzzling passage describes the world sloping steeply beyond the rim of things toward Valinor, the home of the gods, extending to the wall and the edge of nothingness where the stars are sown. In later geographical writings, a map shows the outer land sloping westward from the mountains of Valinor. It is possible this slope is what is referenced, though the rim of things might instead signify the horizon, the limit of mortal knowledge rather than a physical mountain wall. Other texts speak of the dead passing beyond the rim of earth, and of Tuor's boat dipping over the world's rim. Adding to the mystery, one account notes the sun sinking to the mountains of Valinor beyond the western walls, which could imply the sun moving toward Valinor before passing through the door of night into the outer darkness. Interestingly, there is a suggestion that elves sailing west from Lúthien might journey beyond the Lonely Isle and even return to Valinor, a notion that invites further reflection on their enduring connection to the undying lands. To conclude, a recurring theme in these texts, especially in recent chapters, deserves brief mention: the perceived diminutiveness of the elves, a quality often woven into their portrayal across these ancient tales. The ancient tales speak often of the elves' stature, describing them in the old days as taller and more imposing than they would later become. In the early accounts, it is noted that the first men were shorter than those of later times, while the elves themselves were of greater height. Some writings even suggest that men and elves were once of comparable size, though men were always the larger of the two. Other passages hint that the elves, by their nature, possessed a somewhat slimmer and more graceful build. This shift in physical presence is directly tied to the rise of humanity. As men multiplied and spread across the lands, the elves began to diminish, not just in influence but in literal form. Their essence grew more faint and tenuous, becoming almost translucent to mortal eyes, while men became more solid and substantial. Eventually, most men lost the ability to perceive the elves at all. The most vivid description of these faded elves portrays them as whispers upon the wind, a shimmer of leaves, a bending of grass, a murmur of voices on a bridge before they vanish. Yet, not all elves shared this fate. Those who departed for Tol Eressëa, the Lonely Isle, were said to have halted their fading. They remained unfaded, preserved beyond the reach of mortal clamour and strife. This creates a curious contradiction, however. When considering the cottage of lost play, where visitors were told they must become very small to enter, a notion that seems at odds with an island inhabited entirely by elves. This peculiar detail was likely an early idea that would have been abandoned in later revisions. In fact, the concept of the elves as merely little folk was already being set aside. They were destined to shed those quaint, fairy-like qualities entirely. And let's be perfectly clear, the idea of elves as delicate, pretty creatures is a complete misreading. Anyone picturing them as such has missed the point entirely. In the later ages, the elves who remained in Middle-earth were figures of immense power and majesty. They were tall as young trees, lithe and fiercely strong, capable of drawing a great warbow with ease. Their bodies held a tremendous vitality, making them nearly tireless and resilient enough to traverse rock and snow in light shoes. There was nothing filmy or fragile about them. They were heroic, formidable beings. This evolution brings us to the end of the early chronicles concerning the mariner who reached the Lonely Isle and learned its secrets. The journey of these texts reveals a fascinating and complex transformation in how the true nature and history of the elves came to be understood. When he first sketched out the synopsis, the mariner's journey to the island of the elves was already taking shape. Yet in those early notes the voyager set out from the east, and the Lonely Isle he sought was not yet the England we know. It was a mythical precursor, a land not yet inhabited by the English and not yet situated in its familiar seas. As the entire concept later shifted, this vision of England endured as Lúthien or Lúthien, the quintessential elvish realm. To the English mariner, Tol Eressëa, with its flowering meadows, dense thickets, and the rooks nesting in the elms of Alal Minore, felt like a miraculous reflection of his own lost homeland, a land the elves themselves had forfeited with the rise of men. It was, in essence, a distant re-embodiment of elvish Lúthien across the ocean. All these intricate layers would eventually peel away from the evolving mythology, yet Ylfwin left his indelible fingerprints on its pages before he too faded from the narrative. Much of this chapter remains speculative and unresolved, but I am convinced these very early jottings and outlines deserve to be brought back into the light. Though abandoned as mere plots and likely forgotten, they stand as a testament to truths within my father's heart and mind. Truths he never truly relinquished. But let's be honest for a moment. These notes were the frantic scribbles of a young man utterly enchanted. A time when elvish magic still pulsed powerfully through the woods and hills of Lúthien. By his old age, that magic had utterly vanished, sailed away west over sea, and with it came a definitive end for the Eldar of legend and song. What a shift from youthful wonder to the stark, clear-eyed acceptance that some doors close forever. This passage delves into the origins of names within the legendarium, treating them first as mere sequences of sound. Examples include Kor from H. Rider Haggard's She, or names like Rohan and Moria, which my father addressed in a 1967 letter. In that correspondence, he expressed his view on what might be termed the external history, the real-world process of selecting phonetic sequences before they were woven into the narrative fabric. He considered this line of inquiry largely unimportant, arguing that the effort to reconstruct it would far outweigh any value in the findings. These spoken forms begin as simple auditory shapes. Only when placed within the constructed linguistic reality of the story do they acquire meaning and significance, dictated entirely by that fictional context and the nature of the tale itself. The search for overt or hidden meanings by tracing the sources of these sound combinations would be a fundamentally misleading endeavor. The situation is further tangled by the existence of some exceptionally rough, nearly illegible narrative sketches. In these, the mariner is named Ulfwine, yet key components of the earlier Ariel story persist. I interpret these as representing an intermediate, transitional phase. They are profoundly obscure and would demand extensive space to properly present and analyze, so I will set them aside for now. It is worth noting, however, that when my father read The Fall of Gondolin to the Exeter College Essay Club in the spring of 1920, his preparatory notes show the mariner was still called Ariel. Strangely, in these notes, he stated that Ariel lights by accident on the lonely island, a detail that adds a layer of serendipity to the mariner's legendary arrival. The text then navigates a web of name variations and historical footnotes. For instance, Garseg, pronounced Garseg, was one of many Old English terms for the sea. In one version, the land is named Lúthien, not Luthany, while another makes a distinction, Ulfwine of England, whom the fairies after named Lúthien, friend of Luthany, friendship. Interestingly, at its first appearance in one manuscript, the name Lúthien is penciled above Lúthien, a name that would later become famous as the title for the long poem of Beren and Lúthien Tinuviel. Other references point to locations like the Hill of Tun and Minden Gwa, and note that the Old English name Eadifu was used as an equivalent for Naomi, Ariel's wife in Tol Irisea. One passage describes the land's beauty, citing that king of the Franks that was in those days the mightiest of earthly kings. The only clue to Elfwine's era is an invasion by the Forwardwaith Vikings, which might point to Charlemagne as this mighty king, though no specific reference has been found. The narrative also touches on conflict, with an original mention of Melko later amended to evil. It describes a time when the ancient men of the south from Myselgird, the heartless town, set their mighty feet upon the soil of Lúthien. Myselgird, or its modernized spelling Mikliard, is an Old English construct modelled on the Old Norse Mikligarð for Constantinople, hinting at a peculiar and implied hostility from the Romans toward the elves of Luthany, including a disbelief in their very existence. This intricate layering of names and drafts reveals not just a story, but the very archaeology of its telling. The frequent use of the term little to describe the fairies or elves of Lúthien and their vessels, common in the Alwyn I manuscript, was initially kept in Alwyn II before being removed. In this section, however, the word appears twice, possibly by oversight. The term elvish is a later correction over the original fairy. An additional sentence concerning Elfia was inserted into Elfwine II at a later date. It does not appear in the earlier version. The entire narrative up to this point is condensed in the Elfwine A outline as follows. Elfwine of England, later named Lúthien by the fairies, was the son of Deor and Eadifu. After their city was sacked and his father killed, his mother perished, leaving Elfwine enslaved by the winged helms. He eventually escaped to the Western Sea, setting sail from Beleriand on a series of great voyages. His quest was for the Western Islands his mother had described in the stories of his youth. The Alfwine I text originally stated that he found only 3 companions, whom Ose claimed. This was altered to name Niorth instead of Ose, and then the entire line was crossed out and rephrased to say he found just 3 men, and those 3 were later taken by Niorth, their names lost. It is noted that Niorth is another name for Ulmo. The Ulfwine version offers a divergent account. Ulfwine sights islands at dawn, but is driven away by fierce winds, barely making it back to Beleriand. There he gathers the 7 finest sailors from England. They set sail in spring only to be shipwrecked on the very islands. Ulfwine sought, finding them desolate, haunted by the whispers of gloomy trees. This contradicts Elfwine I and U, where Elfwine is cast ashore alone, though it aligns with I on the point of him having 7 companions. A clue identifying the man of the sea as Ulmo can be found in another text which describes him wearing great shoes of stone, from the moment the man of the sea reveals the island as one of the harbourless isles, through the episode of the wrecked Viking ship and its captain, Orm, the slayer of Aelfwine's father. The narrative expands. This entire section is absent from Ylfwine, which simply states the man of the sea helped him build a small boat and guided him to a little-known land. The name for the wave folk appears in one instance in Ylfwine I with an Old English plural ending. The term shipman of the west is an emendation from an earlier word. The section dealing with the island of the Withlings is told more succinctly in Ælfwine I, though in similar language, omitting key details like cutting timber from a grove sacred to Ulmo and the ship's blessing. The main structural difference is that in Ælfwine Ælfwine is reunited with his 7 original companions among the Withlings and sails west with them, and a Withling named Beor. In the earlier version, his first crew had drowned, and he recruited 7 new companions from the Withlings, with no mention of Beor. The plot outline, Ælfwine A, continues the story from the shipwreck differently, stating that Ælfwine and his 7 men were cast upon the Isle of the Man of the Sea together. They explore the island, discovering many decaying wrecks, some of them great treasure ships, before coming upon a solitary, eerie cabin built from old ship timbers. There dwells a lone, strange old mariner of a fearsome appearance. He speaks of the harbourless isles, where enchanted rocks pull ships from their course, a safeguard placed during the hiding of Valinor to keep men from venturing too far upon the Garth Edge. The trees here, he claims, are woven with ancient magic. From him they learn countless wonders of the Western realms, and their thirst for adventure grows fierce. He helps them select and cut sacred timber from the island groves to construct a remarkable vessel, instructing them on how to provision it for an epic journey, including that mystical water which never fails save when courage does. With a spell meant for discovery, he blesses the ship, then dives from a cliff into the sea. They whisper among themselves, suspecting this was Niorth, the Lord of Waters. For years they voyage among strange western islands, gathering whispers and rumours of the elusive belt of magic isles that few have ever passed, of the trackless ocean beyond where the winds almost always blow from the west, and of the twilight's edge where a far-glimpsed isle stands with its glimmering haven. When they finally reach that enchanted shore, 3 of the crew fall under a spell and slip into a deep sleep upon the beach. The rest beat against the waters in despair, for each time they gain headway westward, the wind shifts and drives them back. They agree to turn for home at dawn if nothing changes. The day breaks chill and dull, and they lie becalmed, peering uselessly through a curtain of pouring rain. This telling stands apart from both earlier accounts of Ælfwine, for here the Withlings are never mentioned. Instead, Ælfwine and his 7 companions begin their long western voyage directly from the harbourless isle of the ancient mariner. It echoes the first version in naming the Sea Lord Niorth, yet it foreshadows the second in the detail of cutting holy trees to build the ship. Isn't it just like old tales to tease you with pieces that never quite fit together? You chase one thread only to find it leads to a knot. In the first account, the character Ælfir doesn't appear at all. His lines are given to a man named Gelimer, a name borrowed from a Vandal king of the 6th century. And while the first version ends almost identically to the second, it holds one staggering difference. Ælfwine never leaps overboard. He returns with his crew to Beleriand, never reaching Tol Eressëa. The text says the world of men felt hollow to them ever after, and their descendants have been a restless, wistful folk. The author seemed set to write the same conclusion for the second version, but he stopped, scratched it out, and made Elfwine jump into the sea instead, a turn that defies easy explanation. The second version concludes with a shift in the weather. As night falls, a faint breeze rises and the clouds part. They raise sail to depart when suddenly, low in the dusk, they see the many-coloured lights of the haven of many hues twinkling into view. They row toward it, hearing faint, sweet music, but then a mist swallows everything. The waking companions dismiss it as a mirage born of hunger and hearts heavy, prepare to sail back. But Aulfwen plunges into the dark water and swims until he is overcome, feeling death envelop him. The others sail for home and vanish from the tale. Beneath these words, one can trace long routes that later surface in other stories. There is a resonance in the idea of elves passing westward through the woods at evening, leaving Middle-earth and its troubles behind, a notion that would be called nothing new by a skeptical listener in another age. The structures of the three versions of Aulfwine's story differ in key ways. In the earliest, he sails from Beleriand and sees islands in the dawn. The first written version follows this, while the second names his companion Elf. In the early account, he sails again with 7 mariners, is shipwrecked on the Isle of the Man of the Sea. Yet all survive, a detail that shifts in the later tellings. Aulfwine's journey unfolds with stark variations across the different texts. In one version, he begins with only 3 companions, emerging as the sole survivor from a devastating shipwreck. Another account grants him 7 fellow travelers, yet he finds himself utterly alone on the island of the mysterious Man of the Sea, grieving for his lost crew. The nature of their alliance also shifts. Sometimes the Man of the Sea merely assists in constructing a vessel before they part ways. In other tellings, he not only helps build the boat, but also joins Elfwine as a companion, their partnership solidified when they discover a stranded Viking longship and commandeer it for their voyage. Their departure from the island is equally varied. In one narrative, the enigmatic figure simply dives from a towering cliff back into the ocean, while in another, this dramatic leap occurs only after they have reached the Isle of the Withlings. The composition of Aulfwine's crew is a point of notable divergence. One source claims he recruits 7 new companions from the Withlings. Another, more hopeful version insists his original 7 English companions were never truly lost, merely separated, and they are joyously reunited, with a Withling warrior named Beor added to their number. Their subsequent adventures are no less perilous, as 3 of the crew fall under a dangerous enchantment upon the Magic Isles. These unfortunate souls are identified as Withlings in one text, but their origin is left ambiguous in another. The journey's climax near the fabled Tol Eressëa is particularly telling. In the most desperate account, they are blown off course after a mere glimpse of the island, prompting Aulfwine to leap overboard in a final solitary bid to reach it, while his crew turns for home. A less tragic version has the entire company, Aulfwine included, simply giving up and sailing back to England together. It's almost as if the scribes couldn't decide whether he was a determined hero or just a very unlucky tourist. The texts are further complicated by a tapestry of changing names. The land known as Lúthien in some manuscripts is called Lútheni in others. A companion named Hiorenda is later steadfastly referred to as Deor. The name Erenol, meaning Iron Cliff, evolves into Evadrian. Even geographical descriptors shift, with the Winged Helms region also being recorded as Forodwaith or the earlier Guasgonin. The outer lands are sometimes pluralized. A figure named Elfia appears in one place, while another text initially uses the name Gelima. The poetic shipman of the West replaces an earlier term, Inithrim. This appendix serves to extend the onomastic study from Part 1, focusing on names newly introduced or receiving additional linguistic context in these later tales, such as those from the name list to the Fall of Gondolin. Linguistic notes drawn from the Gnomish and Kenya dictionaries clarify these terms. For instance, Alkarame incorporates Alka, the Kenya word for swan. Amon Gwerith translates to Hill of Ward, from Gnomish roots for hill and watch. The name Artanor, related to Dor Athro, signifies the land beyond, derived from elements meaning across or athwart. Other entries, like Angarodin, reference earlier explanations for related places such as Angamandi and Kalorme. The reed-filled place called Arlistjan in Gnomish, or Garlistjan, finds its root in the word lisk for reed, with Kenya offering liska. This intricate web of names and their evolutions highlights the dynamic and living nature of the legendarium's geography and language. An entry in the Northern Folk Glossary states, Asgon is a lake within the land of shadows, Dor Lomin, which the elves call Aksan. The Gnomish lexicon provides avos for fortune, wealth, or prosperity, with Ozia as its personified form alongside Orzin, meaning rich, and Ozaith or Avosaith for avarice. In the Kenya lexicon, under the root AWA, are found Orti for prosperity or wealth and Ausia for wealth regarding Babylon. See page 214. For Bad Uthwen, the Gnomish Uthwen signifies a way out, exit or escape, referenced in I-251 concerning Dor Fidwen. The Northern Folk Glossary clarifies that Bad Uthwen simply means way of escape, corresponding to the Eldarin Uswavande. For Vande, consult I-264 under Kalvanda. Balkmeg is described in the Northern Folk Glossary as a formidable warrior among the Orklim, whom the elves call Orki, who was slain by the axe of Tuor. Its meaning is given as heart of evil. The entry for Balrog notes that Bal signifies evilness, Balk means evil, and Balrog translates to evil demon. The Gnomish lexicon lists Balk as cruel, as seen in I-250 for Balrog. For Bansal, translated as fair gleam in the Northern Folk Glossary, see page 214. Its components are detailed in I. 272 for Varna and I. 265 for Sil Belorin is referenced in I-264 under Pelurian. For Belcha, see I-260 under Melko. The Northern Folk Glossary adds an entry. Belka, though Bronweg commonly used the elfin names by overwhelming custom, was the former name of that evil Ainu. Beleg is found in I-254 under Haloisi Velica. For Belegos, the first element relates to Beleg. The Gnomish lexicon gives ost as an enclosure, yard or town, os as an outer or town wall, oster meaning to surround with walls or fortify, and ostor as an enclosure or circuit of walls. The Kenya lexicon under root oso has ost for house or cottage, oster for homestead, ostar for township, and ossa for wall and moat. A late entry in the Gnomish lexicon introduces bo or bon as a patronymic prefix meaning son of, comparable to Kenya vo or vondo. An example given is tuor bobeleg. Also included is bor for descendant, see go, and in Dorian for bodrith, associated with bod meaning back or again. The Gnomish lexicon originally had bodrith for revenge, bodrith hol for vengeful by nature, and bodrith hog for thirsting for vengeance, though these were later struck out. Gruth remains for a deed of horror, violent act, or vengeance. It is possible that Bodruth, Lord of Belegost, earned his name from events in the tale of the Noglafring. Copas Alcalunten is referenced in I-257 for Copas and I-249 for Alcalunte. For Chris Ilbranteloth, the Gnomish lexicon offers Krisk for sharp, Chris for a cleft, gash or gully, Christ for knife, and Christa, meaning to slash, cut, or slice. The Northern Folk Glossary states, Chris means much the same as falk, a cleft, ravine, or narrow waterway with high walls. The Chenya lexicon under root kiri for cut or split includes kiris for cleft or crack, among other terms. For Ilbrant meaning rainbow, see I-256 under Ilweron. The final element, telleth, means roofing or canopy, as in I-267-8 for Tellery. For Christhorn, Chris refers to Chris Ilbranteloth, and Thorn is from I-266 under Sorontor. The Northern Folk Glossary entry reads, Chris Thorn is eagle's cleft or sornikiris. Quilwarthon derives quill from I-257 under Koivia Nani. The second element is unexplained. For Coom and Idrisaith, Coom means mound per I-250 under Coom Agumlaith. Idrisaith is defined in the Gnomish lexicon, cf. Avosaith. But that means avarice, money greed, whereas Idrisaith equals excessive love of gold, gems, and beautiful, costly things. For Avasaith, see Ausir. Related words include idra for dear or precious, idra meaning to value or prize, idri or eid for a treasure or jewel, and idril for sweetheart. See Idril Curufin presumably contains Kuru for magic, referenced in I-269 under Tolly Kuruvar. Dairon is included in the Gnomish lexicon without etymology, Dairon the fluter, Kenya Siron. See Marvanwa Tialieva below. For Danig wheel, the Gnomish form is Danigwethil, see I-266 under Tanikatil. The Northern Folk Glossary notes, Danig Wethil is what the gnomes call Tanikatil, but for tales concerning that mountain, seek rather the elfin name. Bo Trauhodvros translates to son of the weary forest. Gnomish droft means weary or toil-worn, droth-os is toil or weariness, and droth-a means to be weary. For the second element, tavros, see I-267 under Tavari. Dor Athro is referenced under Artanor and Sarnathrod. For Dor Nadaya Diloth, Gnomish die for sky is in I. 268 under Telemektar, and Teleth for roofing or canopy is in the same volume under Teleri. Compare Chris Ilbranteloth Dramborleg, sometimes called Drambor, translates to thudder sharp in its complete form. This was the axe of Tuor, renowned for delivering crushing blows like a club, while also slicing with the precision of a sword. The Eldar referred to it as Turambor or Tarambolaika. In QL, under the root tara or tarama, meaning to batter, thud, or beat, we find Tarambor and Tarambolaiki listed as Tuor's axe, alongside related words like Taran and Tarambo for buffet and Taru for horn, though the latter is noted with a query. No direct Gnomish translations are provided in GL. The second component, leg or leg in Gnomish, signifies keen or piercing, corresponding to the Kenya Laika. Duilin, whose name means swallow, was the lord of the house within Gondolin that bore the swallow as its emblem. He was counted among the most skilled archers of the Elderlie, yet he perished during the city's tragic fall. The names of these champions are recorded primarily in Noldorissa, as they were gnomes. In Eldorissa, his personal name would be Tuilindo, and his house, known to the gnomes as Nos Duilin, would be called Nos Tuilinda. QL lists Tuilindo, meaning spring singer or swallow. GL includes dueling for swallow and initially had duel and duelir for spring, though these were later crossed out and replaced elsewhere with twill and twillir. For nos, meaning kin or people, GL does not offer nos in that sense, but provides related terms like nosta, to be born, nost, birth, blood, high birth, birthday, and nos, altered to nos for birthday. Irame combines EA for eagle and Rame. GL records Irothran, or Ern, as the Gnomish equivalent for the Kenya Irame, or eagle pinion, which was the name of one of Erendil's vessels. The Gnomish words Iror and Iroth also mean eagle. Ecthelian's name is derived from Ecthel, meaning fountain, which corresponds to the Kenya Ektale. This term endured in later linguistic developments. Garthurian appears in an earlier form as Garfurian. GL provides fern and furion, for secret or concealed, along with fur, a lie, and fur, to conceal, to lie. QL offers furin and hurin, with similar meanings of hidden. Gilim is associated with terms of hearing in GL Gimli for the sense of hearing, Gim for to hear, Gimriol for attentive, later changed to audible, and Gimri for hearkening. The captive gnome Gimli, held in Tevildu's dungeons, was said to possess the keenest hearing the world had ever known, a detail that adds a layer of tragic irony to his imprisonment. Glamhoth is defined in GL as a name given by the Goldothrim to the Orkin, translating to people of dreadful hate. The first element, glam, means hatred or loathing, with related words like glamry for bitter feud and glamog for loathsome. An NFG entry clarifies that glam signifies fierce hate and, similar to war, stands without clear kindred words in Eldarin tongues. The element hoth means folk as seen in other compounds. In QL, under the root HOSO, we find hos for folk, hos for army or troop, hostar for tribe, and horma for horde. A compound, sankosi, equates to gnomish glamhoth and is evidently formed from sanka, hateful, and hos. The name glend may be linked to gnomish terms like glen, meaning thin or fine, and glendrin for slender, with related words such as glent for thinness. In Chenya, the root lean meaning long branched out in meaning to include slow, tedious, and trailing, as well as stretch and thin, giving rise to words like lenka for slow and lenoir for long, thin, straight, or narrow. For Glingol, an entry notes the translation as singing gold, with the second element being kulu, the word for gold. Another poetic reference mentions Kulu or Kulon as names for Glor, said to be related to the Elvish Kulu, with Gol appearing in the Gnomish Glingol. Glorfalk combines glor, meaning gold, with falk, which in Gnomish signifies a cleft, gash, ravine, or cliff. This term also relates to a great two-handed sword, later altered to falchion. In Chenya, the root yields falca for cleft, mountain pass, or ravine, and falcan for a large sword. The name Glorfalk is described as a great ravine leading from Garioth, a region associated with Hisaloma. Glorfindel, translated as goldtress or goldlocks, uses glor for gold and an element for hair. Gnomish records show Findel as a lock of hair, though it was later replaced by fin or fingal for tress. In Chenya, the root gives Findel for lock of hair and Firin for ray of the sun. The name underwent revisions, with variants like Glorfin and Glorfingal appearing. Glorund, also using glor for gold, refers in Gnomish to a great drake slain by Turambar. Earlier Kenyan names for such a creature include Fentor, from Fent meaning serpent and Fenome for dragon, with initial notes citing Ingilmo or Turambar as the slayer. Golosbrindi, an earlier name for Hiralorn, meaning queen of the forest, derives from Goloth for forest. This word comes from Gwoth, itself from Oloth or Olos, a poetic term for forest, combined with an intensive prefix. The corresponding Kenya word is noted as Malos. Gondabar, later revised to Gonthabar, incorporates Gond for stone and Bar for dwelling, for Gondolin, meaning stone of song. Gond again signifies stone, with the full name reflecting a lyrical construction. The etymology of Gondolin is further elaborated in later sources. Gondolim translates to folk of stone, combining Gond for stone, hot for folk, and the suffix lim to imply the many. This suffix meaning many is often added to plurals, creating forms like Goldathrim for the people of the gnomes. Related terms include Lothlim and Rodathlim. Gondoth-Limbar extends this to mean dwelling of the stone folk. In the Gnomish lexicon, the term Gondoth-Limbar was later revised to Gondhof-Limar or Gonoth-Limar. An initial entry for the prefix go, subsequently removed, defined it as son of a patronymic prefix. This was later replaced by the element listed under Bo for further reference. See the entry for Indorian. The name Gon Indor relates to these prefixes and the entry for Indorian. Regarding Gothmog, references can be found on several pages. The Gnomish lexicon provides the root mog, meaning to detest or hate, with derivatives like mogri for detestation and mogrin for hateful, corresponding to the Kenya root moko. Alongside this is goth, signifying war or strife, from the Kenya root koaso, to strive. Related terms include Gothwen for battle, Gothweg for warrior, Gothwin for an Amazon, Gothriol for warlike, Gothfeng for a war arrow, and Gothwilm for armistice. The sword Girthholfin is glossed as a Dolwen, a sword of Turambar, wand of death. The first element, Girthu, means death. The second component is Olfinj or Olf, translating to branch, wand, or stick. Interestingly, in the Kenya lexicon, Turambar's blade is named Sangahyando, cleaver of throngs, derived from roots for packing tight and ploughing through. This name, Throng Cleaver, endured to later label a man of Gondor, for Gwar refer to earlier entries. The name Gwaristrin is rendered as Tower of Guard in the narrative, specifically denoting Gondolin. A late lexical entry offers Asterin for pinnacle. The second part relates to Tiri, on. The initial element connects to Amon Gwereth. Concerning Gwedling, see the prior reference. Heberodin translates to the encircling hills from the preposition heb, meaning around, with related words for boundary and circumspect. The element orod refers to a hill. Hirelorn combines hirel, a poetic term for queen or princess, and orn for tree. The masculine form is bridon. It is worth noting that Neldor, meaning beach, appears in the Kenya lexicon. The name Idril in Gnomish means sweetheart. Another entry distinguishes Idril as a girl's name, often confused with Idril meaning beloved, and Idril signifying mortal maiden. Both names were attributed to the daughter of Turgon. The lore suggests Idril was the older name, while the Cor Eldar called her Irilde, equating to Idril due to her marriage to the mortal Tuor. Additional entries list Idrin for men or earth dwellers, and Idru or Idrabar for the world of men. Corresponding Chenya words under root IRI relate to dwelling, with terms for town, house, and master of house. A later note reiterates that her name means beloved, but elves often say Idril, rightly compared to Irilde, meaning mortal maiden, perhaps signifying her union with Tuor. An isolated annotation even suggests altering the name to Idril due to this confusion, stating the elves called her Irilde because she married Tuor Pelecthan. For Ilbrantaloth, see the entry for Chris Ilbrantaloth. Regarding Ilfiniol and Ilfrith, consult the earlier reference. For Ilúvatar, a note mentions that the mystic sayings of the Noldoli also name Ilathon, who is Ilúvatar, similar to the Eldar name Ennu, the almighty creator dwelling beyond the world. For Ilathon, see the previous entry. Indor is noted as the father of Peleg, who was the father of Tuor. This is likely the word Indor, meaning master of house or lord, used as a proper name. For Endorion, see the entry for the prefix go in the poetic lexicon. Yo and Yond are terms for son, often appearing as ion in patronymic names to signify descendant. The related word yondo refers to a male descendant, typically a grandson or great-grandson, as seen in names like Gon Indor connected to Eärendil. Consider also the name Eärendilion. Within the Gnomish lexicon, Indra means long, applicable to both distance and time, leading to forms like Indraluin for long ago and Indravang as a specific title for the Noglath, or dwarves. These terms were later refined to Indra, Indrafang, and Indraluin, or Idraluin. An initial entry for bang, meaning beard, equivalent to Kenya Vanga, was removed. Another term with a similar meaning to Indravang was first recorded as Bangasaur, but altered to Fangasaur. The latter part, sur, translates to long or trailing, matching Kenya Sora with a later addition of Surfang, meaning a long beard, synonymous with Nogla or Inrafang. This connects to later names like Fangluin and the famous Fangorn or Treebeard. The entry for Isfin notes she was the sister of Turgon, lord of Gondolin, who eventually married Eol. Her name is interpreted as either Snowlocks or exceeding cunning. Much later, commentary suggested the name, stemming from early drafts of the Fall of Gondolin, was essentially meaningless, though its components can be compared to Finn for a lock of hair or Fim, meaning clever, and Finthi for idea or notion. For Ivare, the Gnomish form is given as Ior, described as the renowned piper of the sea, with the Kenya equivalent being Ivare. A late edition references Ivrin or Ivrian as an island west of Tol Eressa, corresponding to Kenya Ivarin or Ivarindor. Kenya records show Ivarind for island. The great wolf warden of Belka's Door is given in Kenya as Karkaras. The Gnomish names were Karkaloth or Karkamoth, later revised to Karkaloth and Karkamoth. The root involves kark for jag, point or fang, with Kenya forms including karka for fang, tooth, tusk, and karkassa or karkaras for a row of spikes or teeth. The heath known as Lúthien na Daedalath translates to heath of the sky roof. The lexicon provides Lúthien with meanings of levelness, a plain or heath, a plain or a surface. Related terms include laidin for level, smooth, fair, equable as in tumladin, lad for a level, and the verb lada meaning to smooth out, stroke, soothe or beguile. Ladwinios signifies equity. Additional words are bladwen for a plain and fladwen for meadow with flad as sward. This connects to Fladweth Amrod or Nomad's Green, a location in Tol Erethrin where Eriol once stayed near Tavrabel. Here Amrog or Amrod means wanderer or wandering from Amra to roam or live in the mountains. The term los signifies a flower with the elderine form losses, specifically referring to a rose. The later form loth does not appear in this early lexicon, though lothwing for foam flower is present. For Losengriol, translated as lily of the valley, the gnomish elements are eng for smooth or level, enga for plain or vale, engri for a level, and engriol for veil-like. It is described as the flower of the vale. Another term, los l'oriol, originally written as los gloriol, denotes the golden flower of Gondolin, with gloriol meaning golden, the lothlim meaning folk of the flower, was the name adopted by the exiles of Gondolin who had previously referred to their city as Los for Mablung. Mab means hand. The second element, lung, conveys heavy, grave or serious with related words like lungra for to weigh or hang heavy, luntha for balance or weigh, and lunthang for scales, the cottage of lost play, known in Gnomish as bara dire hathin, appears in the glossaries with the root dira for play and haim or hathin for lost or departed. The name Mathustor, associated with Ariador and Hisalome, is linked to words for dusk and evening, such as Mathrin for dusky and Mathrin for dusky and Mathrin for delightful. Her Kenya name, Mavoinya, might connect to a concept of profound longing. The element mel, meaning love, is central to names like Melian, Melinon, and Melinere, with Melian later interpreted as dear gift. References to towers and willows appear with Mindengwar and Nantathrin, the latter being the Gnomish name for the land of willows, known in Kenya as Tazarinan. The tale of the Nauglafring, or the necklace of the dwarves, is recounted with a sombre tone. Wrought for Elu from the gold of Glorund and cursed by Mim, it brought ruin upon Beren Ermabwed and his son Damrod. Its dark legacy was only quelled when it sank into the sea with Elwing, beloved of Arundel. Terms for weeping and lamentation like Nin for tear connect to Niniel and the name Ninin Udathriol, meaning unnumbered tears. The Golden Book, or Palma Kuluanen, is noted as a surviving term for writings. Names tied to axes and strength, such as Peleg and Rog, reflect attributes of characters, while places like Rothwarin, meaning cavern dwellers, describe hidden gnome settlements. Various other entries from Rumhoth to Ramandur round out this linguistic tapestry, each term a thread in the broader narrative fabric. The name Rusitarion in the Gnomish lexicon is built from rus, meaning endurance, patience, or long-suffering, alongside the adjective ro for enduring, gentle, or quiet, and the verb rus signifying to remain, stay, or endure. The element Taurian relates to forest dwellers. For Sarnathrod, the Gnomish term Sarn denotes a stone, while Athrod refers to a ford. The term Sarkindi, meaning cannibal ogres, likely originates from a root connected to flesh, with related forms implying corporeality and bodily substance. An entry elsewhere translates Silpion as cherry moon. In the linguistic notes, Pio signifies plum or cherry, with derivatives including words for blackberry and holly, and even a term for a sacred cherry tree in the Blessed Realm. The Gnomish word list provides alternate names for the silver tree and a general term for berry for Taimonto. See the entry for the hunter star, the names Talceleb and Taltelepta, referring to Idril, mean of the silver feet. The first part, tall, means foot, with related words for base, ankle, and path. Indeed, one name for the secret way into the hidden city was the path of escape. The etymological root involves support, giving words for foot, feet, and sole. The second element relates to silver. The form telepta is listed without definition. Tarn in Oster combines tarn for gate with Orst for summer. The latter linked to words for the sun, the names Taru Thorn and Turoktana, meaning Oxford derive from words for horn and ox. Immediately following these are terms for gate and to cross or a crossing. The corresponding root gives words for horn, horned, bull, and Oxford itself alongside verbs, meaning to go athwart, and nouns for a passage. For Tazarinen, see the entry for the Valley of Willows. Tawafuin relates to forest and gloom. An early note describes Teld Quing Ilon as the gully of the rainbow roof, with an Eldar form given. This was later replaced by another name. A separate entry states Ilon means the sky and is also a name for the Allfather. Teld does not appear directly, but related words for roof are found, and Quing means a bow. The linguistic source has a word for rainbow and an adjective meaning having a roof. The name Tevildu, with an earlier gnomish form Tifil, is associated with a noun for resentment, bitterness, or ill-feeling. His title Prince of Cats appears in two forms, Vardo Mioita and Bridon Miogion. The first uses a word for prince and a term for cat. The second uses Bridon for king or prince, a title also used for a major valor, and words for tomcat and she-cat in the tales. The Prince of Cats is called by these names, and his cook was named Myauli for Thorndor. See the entry for the great eagle. Thornhoth refers to the hostile horde. Thorn-Sur relates to the great river. The name Tifunto is clearly connected to gnomish words for twilight and starry hints. Turin refers to the watchtower city. Tone Agwedrin means the tale fire in the cottage of lost play. Here, tone is a gnomish word for fire on a hearth related to other fire words. Compare this to a fiery lake of purification in the west with words for cleansing, pure bath, and washing. Gwedrin belongs with a verb meaning to say or tell, and nouns for word, tale, saying, and proverb, with a derivative for the telling of tales, and even a word for unspeakable. The corresponding root gives verbs for speaking, words for word and sentence, and a name for the elven tongue for the initial component. Consider the gnomish word tum, meaning valley, referenced earlier in the discussion of Tombo. The second part, laden, translates to level or smooth, as seen in the name Ladwen Nadaeloth regarding Turambar. Its first element connects to earlier notes on Merry Turin Key. The Kenya lexicon lists amato and umbar for fate, alongside the root empty yielding mart for a piece of luck, marto for fortune, fate, lot, and the impersonal verb mart, meaning it happens. The gnomish lexicon includes mart for fate and martian for fated, doomed, or fey, with variants umrod and umbart also signifying fate. The name Turamart is directly related to Turambar. Examining Eupheddin, potential links are found in the gnomish uf, meaning out of or forth from, or perhaps fedin, denoting one bound by agreement, an ally or friend for Ulbandi. Consult the earlier entry on Melko. The gnomish equivalent for Ulmonan was Ingulma, NN, where Gulma corresponds to Ulmo, incorporating the prefix in or ind, im, meaning house of, as seen in the word ind for house from the Idril entry. Other constructions using this pattern include Imbelka or Imbelkon for hell, the house of Melko, Inthorn for Eri, and Intavros for forest, more precisely understood as the forest palace of Tavros. The term Umboth Mulin combines gnomish Umboth or Umbath for nightfall, Umbathor being a name for Garioth, derived from the root Imbap, related to map as seen in Math for dusk, referenced under Mathastor. The second element, Mul, means tarn, equivalent to Kenya Moil E for Undolari. See the entry for Glorund. In the Noldoli traditions, as recorded in NFG, the Valar are referred to as Banin or Bandrim. They are said to dwell in Gwalion. Though Elfrith and other chroniclers consistently use their elvish names, the Valar or Valley, for these beings, and call their resplendent realm Valinor. Refer to the earlier section on the Valar for more context. A brief glossary of less common terms. This list includes words that are obsolete, archaic, or used in rare senses, terms already defined in the glossary for Part I, such as an for if, fane, leaf, mead, reed, and ruth are generally not repeated here. Some modern English words employed in older meanings are included. Acquaint, an old past participle, later replaced by acquainted. Ardor, burning heat, the modern sense of intense passion, appears later. Bested, beset or surrounded bravely in a splendid or showy manner. Broijaw, embroidery. While not directly recorded, related Middle English forms like browjaw exist, burg, a walled and fortified town. Birnie, body armour, a corselet or coat of mail. Carcanet, an ornamental collar or necklace. Carl, likely a serving man. A house carl is a domestic retainer. Chain, a linear measure of 66 feet. Champaign, level, open country. Clue, a thread. Cot, a small cottage, damasked, damascened, ornamentally inlaid with designs in gold and silver. Diapered, covered with a small repeating pattern. Dight, arrayed or fitted out. Drake, a dragon, the original English word from Old English draka, drolleries, comic plays or entertainments. Enow, enough. Enthralled, enslaved, entreat. To treat or deal with, the modern sense of earnest pleading, is separate. Errant, wandering, estate, situation or condition. Ewer, a pitcher for water. Aote, a small island, fathom, a linear measure of 6 feet. Not originally restricted to measuring water depth, fell in dread, was overcome with dread, force, a waterfall, a Northern English term from Scandinavian. Ford one, overcome or exhausted, fosses, pits or trenches, fretted, adorned with elaborate carving. Glamour, enchantment or a spell. Greaves, armour for the lower leg. Guest kindliness, hospitality, apparently not widely recorded, but used previously, happily. Perhaps he, to hasten. He, thee means hasten, high tide, a festival or celebration. House carl, sea, carl, inly, inwardly. Jacinth, a blue gemstone. Kempt, combed, unkempt means uncombed. Kirtle, a long coat or tunic. Knave, a male child or boy, the original sense, now lost. Lair, the place where a dragon or any creature was lying at a given time. The flickering glow of a flame that dances across a surface without consuming it is described as lambent, noted on page 297. A league is a distance of roughly 3 miles, referenced on pages 171, 189, and 201. The term lealty signifies loyalty, found on page 185. The word let carries several meanings. To desist, as on page 166, to allow, as on page 181, and in constructions like had let fashion, meaning had fashioned on page 174, while let seize and let kill imply having someone seized or killed, as seen on pages 225 and 235. To like can mean to please on page 41, and good liking refers to goodwill or a friendly disposition on page 169. List denotes a wish on pages 85 and 101, or to like on page 236. The phrase or ever means before ever, appearing on pages 5 to 6, 38, 80, 110, 233, 4, and 240, while or serves as either or on page 226. A pale is a boundary, noted on page 269, and ports are gateways on page 299. To prate is to chatter or speak pointlessly on page 75, and puissance means power on page 168. Repair can mean to make one's way or go on page 162. A runagate is a deserter, originating from the same root as renegade, referenced on pages 1544, 224, and 232. Scarth refers to hurt or harm on pages 99 and 233, and scatterlings are wanderers or stragglers on page 182. Sconces are wall brackets for holding candles or torches on page 226, and a scullion is a menial kitchen servant or drudge on pages 17 and 45. A shallop is a type of boat, defined here as oarless on page 274, while sylvan is an Old English term for silver on page 270. A slot is the track of an animal, synonymous with spoor on pages 38 and 96. A stead is a farm on page 89, and stricken in the context of the stricken anvil means struck or beaten on pages 174 and 179. A swinge is a stroke or blow on page 194, and thews refers to bodily strength on page 33. Tilth means cultivated land on pages 488 and 101, and a tithe is a tenth part on pages 188, 223, and 227. Travail denotes hardship or suffering on pages 77, 82, and 239, or toil on page 168. Travailed means toiled on page 163, and travailing means enduring hardship on page 75. A trencher is a large dish or platter on page 266. The term uncouth likely means strange on page 85, but carries its modern sense elsewhere on pages 13, 75, and 115. A vambrace is armor for the forearm on page 163. Weird refers to fate on pages 85 to 6, 111, 155, and 239. Whin is gorse on page 287, and whortle is whortleberry or bilberry with whortlebush on page 287. A withe is a flexible willow branch on page 229. Worm can mean serpent or dragon on pages 85 to 8 and elsewhere, and rack signifies downfall or ruin on pages 116, 253, 283, and 285, searchable terms. Please note that the page numbers in this digital edition may not align with the original print version. To find a specific section, use your e-reader's search function. This index follows the same structure as Part I, with more selected references in some cases, though individual lost tales are excluded. Given the numerous names in Part II, extensive cross-references are provided for related names, including earlier and later forms and equivalents in different languages. As in Part I, major names from the Silmarillion are not defined in detail, and references may include passages where the person or place is implied but not named. Elfham, Old English for Elfhome, is on pages 301 to 2. See also Eldaros, Elf here. Old English is a companion of Elfwine called the Fatherless, on pages 315-16, 320, 323, 330, 333, 324. This character replaced Gelimer. The language of Alfred of Wessex is mentioned on page 301. Ulfwine Old English for Elfriend appears on pages 278, 305, 307 to 11, 313, 23, 305, 307, 329, 34, with the Elfwine story referenced on pages 300, 303, 335, 310, 12, 323, and 305, 310 to 12, 303, 26. See also Eldaron and Lúthien 1. Eilinoil, meaning mirrors of twilight, is on page 217 and 249, replacing Umboth Muilin, the pools of twilight. The Aphros River in Tol Irisea, which joins the Greur at the bridge of Tavribel, is noted on pages 284 and 287. Agarwayan, meaning blood-stained, is the name Turin gives himself in Nargothrond on page 128. Aelios, an earlier name for Gilfanon, appears on pages 69 to 70, 144, 5, 221, 2, 228, 242, 3, 256, 284, and 294. Eilindel is on page 219. See also Music of the Ainur. For Ainur, singular Ainur is on pages 15, 32, 36, 113, 177, and 198, with Ainu Melko on pages 15, 18, and 33, and Ainu of Evil on page 22. The plural Aino is on page 202 and 264, and Aino on pages 151, 265, 174, 197, 202, 204, and 218, 19. See also Gar Enyon, Music of the Ainur and Valar. Erin, wife of Brodda, also called Feiglindra or Firolander of the long hair, is on pages 89 to 91, 93, and 126 to 8, with the later form Erin on pages 126 to 7. Al-Minora, meaning land of elms, refers to a region in England, Warwickshire, and Tol, Eressëa, on pages 292, 313, 324, and 327. Albion is used once for Lúthien, England, on page 304. The Alley of Roses is a street in Gondolin on page 183. Al-Karame, meaning Swanwing, is Tor's ship on page 254 and 265. See also Erame and Swanwing. Aman is on pages 64 and 266. Ambarkanta, meaning Shape of the World, is a cosmological work noted on page 325. Milo, the youngest of the great Valar, also called Omar, is on page 279. Amnon, referred to as the Prophet, is on page 184. See also Part I, page 172. Amon Darthyr is a peak in the Ered Wethrin mountain range. East of Nargothrond stood Amon Ether, the Hill of Spies, to the north. The great city of Gondolin was raised upon Amon Gwereth, the Hill of Watch. Within the forest of Brethil rose another height, Amon Obel. The sons of Feanor, Amrus, and Amrod are noted here. The pass known as Anak descended from the dark forest of Tar Nufuin. The vast, dusty plain once called Anfauglith is also referenced. The great chain that once bound the dark power named Angai Nu is mentioned alongside the dreaded hells of iron known as Angamandi or Angband. This fortress and the long siege of Angband are central to the history. The name Angol refers to the Iron Cliffs and is also a name given to the traveller Yol and his homeland. Other names appear: Angerodden for the Iron Mountains, the knife Angrist forged by Telchar, and Anil, the grey elf who fostered Tuor. The annals of Valinor are recorded as a source of lore. We read of geographical features: the Arch of Heaven, the Arch of Inwo in Gondolin, and the grassy plain of Ardgalen. Erdhel, sister of Turgon, is named, as is Arlistien, the place of reeds near Sirian's delta. The elf Arminus, who guided Tuor and brought warning to Nargothrond, is listed. The river Aros is identified, which was forded at Sarnathrod and flowed past the caves of the Rodoth Lim. The protected realm of Artenor, later called Doriath or the lands beyond, is detailed, with many references to the magical girdle maintained by its queen. The name Arvel is an early designation for the dark elf Eol. The region Ariador, the land of shadow, is another name for Hithlum. The lake once called Asgon is later known as Mithrim. Mentions of the wider world include the Atlantic Ocean and the Vala Ole. The sons of Dior, including Urid here, are noted, as is the name Ozir, which means the wealthy and was born by Dior. Another, a boy in the cottage of Lost Play, also held this name. The Avari, the unwilling elves, are listed. Geographical names from later tales appear, like the River Avon. The gnomish form of Babylon, Babylon, is recorded. In Gondolin, the secret path was called Bad Uthwin, the way of escape. The Isle of Balar is noted. In the fall of that city, Tuor slew an orc named Balkmeg. The Balrogs, terrible demons of fire and shadow, are described with notes on their numbers and fearsome appearance in the battles for Gondolin. The dark tower of Barad-dûr is mentioned. Baragund, father of Morwen, and Barahir, father of Beren, are named. The great and tragic battle of unnumbered tears, with its many names, is referenced as a pivotal event. The star Sirius is poetically called the Bee of Azure or the Blue Bee. The Valier Yavanna is referred to by her gnomish name, Belorin. The Dark Lord Melko is given the gnomish title Belcha. The great elf captain Beleg Strongbow, the huntsman and friend of Turin, is entered. Finally, the dwarven city of Belegost is recorded. The vast index of names and places from the ancient chronicles presents a tapestry of legend. Among them, Belfil, the silver-flowered tree wrought by Turgon in Gondolin, stands as a memory of lost glory. The bow Belthronding, carried by the great huntsman Beleg, echoes with tales of the wilderness. The saga of Beren, often called the One-Handed, is a central thread, a tale of a mortal man, or perhaps an elf, whose destiny intertwined with the highest and lowest fortunes of his age. His story as a woodsman of the Noldoli is one of profound love and desperate quests. In the tangled forests of Brethil, the stream Celebros flows toward the Teiglin, a site shadowed by later sorrows. Here, the ravine known as Cabed and Arus, the Deer's Leap, holds a grim legacy. Not far in conception, the Cleft of Eagles within the encircling mountains witnessed both despair and salvation. A stark passage later sung as Cirith Thoranath. The city of stone, Gondolin, bore many names, including the City of Seven Names and the City of the Dwellers in Stone, a hidden refuge before its fall. Figures like Bodruith, Lord of Belegost, and Brodda, a lord among men in Hisaloma, played their parts in the broader conflicts. The sons of Fëanor, such as Celegorm the Fair and Curufin the Crafty, weaved strands of ambition and oath into the narrative's fabric. Meanwhile, in the quieter corners of lore, the Cottage of Lost Play is remembered as a place of rest and memory, a concept that persisted through many retellings. From the western shores, references to Balerion Harbour in Britain and the distant Isle of Tol Eressëa tie these elder days to later geography and the journeys of men like Elfwine. His companion, Baior of the Whitelings, shared in these voyages to forgotten shores. The poetic works, such as The Bidding of the Minstrel and The City of Present Sorrow, served as vessels for these tales, blending history with melody. It is almost amusing how these ancient catastrophes and hidden havens were eventually packaged into verse for fireside recitation, transforming epic ruin into a pleasant evening's entertainment. The minstrel Dairon, brother to Tinuviel, originally composed many of these lays in the woods of Artenor, a realm that also held the ominous mound of Avaris. His music, like the gully of the rainbow roof known as Chris Ilbrontaloth, which guided Tor to the sea, provided pathways between worlds. The scholarly notes, referencing works from Beowulf to the histories of Charlemagne and Constantinople, anchor this mythical corpus within a wider tapestry of human legend and record, ensuring these names are not entirely lost to time in the annals of the elder days. The Dark Elves are noted alongside the Danish peninsula and the lands of the north. Deor is remembered as the father of Elfwine, a figure of song and story. In a moment of despair, Turin named himself the Son of the Weary Forest, a title echoing his hidden sorrow. The falls of Celebros in the fair woods of Brethil were known as Dimrost. Among the sons of Fëanor, the name Dinithel, later called Diriel, appears in the records. Dior the Fair, son of Beren and Tinuviel and father of Elwing, stands as a pivotal figure in the fate of the Silmarils. The grim door of night, sometimes described with dragon-headed visages, marked the boundary of the world. The hidden realm of Doriath, also called the Land Beyond, was a sanctuary until its fall. In the land of Dor Lomin, tales of shadow and resistance were born. The great battle upon the desolate plain was a turning point in the war against the Dark Lord. The Forest of Night, a place of ancient pines and deep fear, held its own dark history. The coming of the dragons, those terrible serpents and worms, brought ruin to many. They were the dread of Gondolin, monstrous foes against which even the bravest faltered. Tuor wielded his mighty axe, a weapon of renown in song. The secret way into the hidden city was known as the Dry River. Duilin is named both as a lord of Gondolin and as a father. The dwarves, a stout and secretive folk, crafted works of great wonder and sparked conflicts of dire consequence. In the mortal lands, Egivifu is remembered, a name borne by an elf maid and a mother of men. Great eagles, messengers and allies, soared above the mountains, their king a mighty lord. The shining poem of Arundel, brightest of angels, tells of his voyage. His first ship was named for the eagle's wing, and his journey across the starlit seas became a legend for all ages. He is the mariner, the hope of elves and men, and his son followed in his wake. Tuor built a vessel, a ship meant for the undying waves. Men from the east, the Easterlings, came into the tales, often as a complicating force. In Gondolin, Ecthelion of the Fountain and Agelmoth of the Heavenly Arch were lords of great valour and grace. The fair shore of the elves was a distant dream for many seafarers. Egnor the Forester, father of Beren, was a huntsman of the deep woods, an elf who walked beneath the green leaves long before the world grew dark. Egnor, known as the son of Rimion, appears in entries 22 and 51 and is also connected to Rog. The location Eithel Ivrin is noted, as is the simpler Ivrin. The name Elbenil, meaning Little Heart, was later changed to Elwenil. The Elvish name for Elfwine was Eldaron, specifically Eldaron of Lúthien, which replaced the earlier designation Lúthien of Luthany. The term Elderlier is referenced across numerous entries from 9 to 265. Eldamar, meaning Elfhome, is found in entries 261, 262, 272, and 287 and is synonymous with Eglamour. The Eldar are described in various contexts, sometimes referring to all elves, including the Dark Elves, and at other times specifically to the Noldoli or distinguished from them. References to their language, as opposed to Gnomish, are labelled Eldarissa or Elfin. The term Eldaros is another name for Elfham or Elfhome, while Eldos appears separately. The era known as the Elder Days is noted. Elenwer is identified as the wife of Turgon. The title Elf-Friend is applied to both Urin and Deor, the father of Elfwine. The Elfin language is discussed in several entries, often in contrast to Gnomish. The concept of Elfiness is mentioned repeatedly, including phrases like children of Elfiness and daughter of Elfiness. The Elf March, also called the March of the Elves or the March of Liberation, describes the expedition from Kor to rescue the gnomes, an event also known as the Faring Forth. The character Little Heart appears under several evolving names, Elfriniel, later Elfrith, and earlier forms like Elfriniol and Ilfiniol. Ellen is a gnomish name for Tinwillint, related to Tintoellen and Tinthallen. Elu refers both to Tinwellint in Eldarissa and, separately, to a lord of the Solocimpi who was later called Olwo. The name Elmavoita, meaning one-handed, was given to Beren in the language of the Lonely Isle, similar to Ermabwed. Elmir is named as one of the first two men alongside Erman. Eltus is noted as the teller of the tale of Turambar, with significant detail in entry 119. Eluthingol corresponds to entry 50. Terms like Elvenfolk and Elvenland appear. The elves are described in various ways, sometimes including the gnomes and sometimes distinct from them. Their fate, their stature compared to men, and their gradual fading are recurring themes. Their feud with the dwarves, their languages, and their connection to Old English are also discussed. Subgroups include the Wild Elves, and references are made to brown, dark, green, grey, island, lost, and woodland elves. Elwas Singolo is another name for Thingol. The name Elwenil for Little Heart replaced Elbenil, and Elwenildu was later replaced by Ilverin. Elwing is referenced across many entries from 139 to 308. Ineadur is identified as the island of the Yitlings, with its people called Inithrim, or the shipmen of the west. The enchanted isles are mentioned. The encircling mountains or hills surrounding the plain of Gondolin are detailed, also known as the Heberodin. England, referred to in Old English as Engleland, is frequently cited, connected to the lands of Luthany, Lúthien, and Leithian. The Engle are the English people, also called Anglekin. The English people and their language are discussed in relation to Anglo-Saxon and Old English. Eo is noted as the father of Otto Wfre, who was later replaced by Deor. Eol is identified as the father of Meglin, also known as Meglin. The location Efel Brandair is listed. Ed Gorgoroth are the mountains of terror, and Ered Wethrin are the mountains of shadow. Finally, Erenol, meaning iron cliffs or coast of iron, is associated with Leonis. Eriol appears across numerous pages, notably in sections 3 to 9, 21, 40, 42, 49, 145, 148, 149, 29, 29, 258, 264, and from 278, 279 through 295, with further mentions at 331, 303, 313, 31323, 326, and 329, 330. The narrative, often referred to as the Eriol story, is detailed in pages 293, 294, 300, 303, 31, 330, and 310, 31, 330, and 330, and includes the poetic Song of Eriol found on pages 298 to 300. See also the entry for Melanon. The gnomish name for Beren, Mabwed, meaning one-handed, is referenced on pages 34, 36, 71 to 72, 116, 137, 144 to 145, and 242. See also Elmavoite. Ermon is listed as one of the first two men, alongside Elmir on page 305. Erumen is noted on page 68 in the phrase, the giant of Erumen. The form Erumani appears on page 264, with the Battle of Erumani described on pages 285-286. The river Esgalduin is mentioned on page 63. A reference to Europe appears on page 261. The Uti are identified as the Jutes on page 306. The name Evadrian, translated as Coast of Iron and equated with Lyonesse, is found on pages 313 and 334, where it replaced the earlier name Erinol. The Evening Star is discussed on pages 267 to 268. Evrenin, the nurse of Elwing, is noted on page 241. The Exeter Book, a collection of Old English poetry, is cited on page 323. Exeter College at Oxford is mentioned on pages 147, 199, 273, 277, and 329. Feilivrin is a name given to Findulus, daughter of Orodreth of Nargothrond, on page 124. See also Feilivrin and Findulus. The terms fairy and fairy appear on page 321. The Bay of Fairy on pages 260, 313, 316, 324, 325. The Lamp of Fairy referring to a Silmaril on page 238. The Shores of Fairy on pages 271 to 272. And the poem The Shores of Fairy with its prose preface on pages 271 to 273 and 262 to 265 respectively. Fafnir, the dragon slain by Sigurd, is mentioned on page 125. For Feiglindra, see Erin. Feilivrin is identified as the daughter of Galweg of the Rhodothlim on pages 82, 87, 102, 124 to 125, and 138. See Feilivrin. The term fairies is used synonymously with elves frequently, such as on pages 10, 23, 24, 26, 28, 31, 35, 41, 113, 223, 240, 249, 252, 257, 261, 264, 270, 274, and extensively in Chapter 6, with a distinction made from gnomes on page 113. Fairyland is referenced on page 316. Falasquil, the dwelling of Tuor in a coastal cove, is noted on pages 152, 202, 204, 205, 217, and 253, 256, 260, 261, 263, 264, 276. The Falmarini, spirits of the sea foam, are mentioned on page 276. Fangluin, meaning Bluebeard, a dwarf of Nogrod, appears on pages 229 to 230. The term faring forth has two applications. First, the march of the elves of Kor on pages 302, 304, 307, 308. And second, the expedition from Tol Eressëa, detailed on pages 255, 276, 283, 287, 289, 293, 294, 301, 303, 305, 307 to 308. Fascalan, also called Fascala Numen or Bath of the Setting Sun, is on page 138. See also Furi, Fos Almir, and Tanyasalpe. Furi is an earlier name for Fos Almir, noted on page 138. The terms Fey or Fays appear on pages 10, 13, 29, 32, 43, 54, 64, 71, 76 to 77, 96, 233, 263, and 274. Feanor is referenced on pages 13, 129, 137, 204, 216, 228, 240, 241, 259, and 321. The Lamp of Feanor, another reference to a Silmaril, is on page 238. See also Sons of Feanor. The Feanorians are mentioned on pages 246, 250, 251, and 265. Felagund appears on pages 53, 56, 123, 124, and 126 with the epithet Lord of Caves on page 123. See Finrod. Fellowship of the Ring is cited on pages 214 and 327. See also Lord of the Rings. The Fell Winter is noted on pages 126, 205, and 208. Finarfin is on page 123. Finduilas is on pages 124 to 125, with the Mound of Finduilas on pages 127 and 130. See Felivrin and Hord en Eleth. Fingolma is given as a name of Finwen Nolame on page 220. Fingon is on page 216. Finrod is on page 246, with Finrod Felagond on page 123. See Felagond. Finwë Nolame is on pages 200 and 220, with Nolame alone on page 208. See Fingolma. Fionwe, also called Fionwe-Urien, the son of Manwë and Vada, is on pages 116 and 281 to 283. The Fjord of the Mermaid is mentioned on pages 256 and 263. For Firolander, see Erin. The First Age is referenced on pages 66 and 208, 209. Flinding, a gnome of the Rodothlym and companion of Turin, later known as Gwyndor of Nargothrond, appears on pages 62, 78, 82, 84, 85, 116, 118, 119, 123 to 124, and 141 to 142. See Duilin 1 and Gwyndor, the Flower of the Plain, is an epithet for Gondolin on pages 158 and 184. See also Lothen Griol Fflewddwyn. An ogress and mother of Gothmog, son of Melko, is on page 216. See Ulbandi. Farloka is the name for the dragon Glorund, appearing on pages 70, 91, 94, 99, 103, 105 to 106, 108, 129, 130 wet, 105 to 106, 108, 129, 131, and 138 with the element Loka on page 102. See Fuithlug. The Foam Riders are described as elves of the sea marge on page 314. The Forest of Night, also called Tarfuin, the great pine forest on the mountains of Night, later known as Dorthonion or Tarnufuin, is referenced on pages 21, 47, 62, and 78. See Tarfuin, the Forod Waith, the Men of the North or Vikings are mentioned on pages 313, 314, 317, 31, 323, 330, and 334, where the name replaced the earlier form Forwaith. See also Guasgonin, Men of the North, Men of the Sea, and Winged Helms. The earlier form Forwaith is noted on page 334. Fosalmir, the Bath of Flame, is on pages 115 and 138, where it replaced the earlier name Fori. See also Fascalan and Tanyasalpe. The Fountains of the South in Gondolin are mentioned on page 186. The King's Fountain in Gondolin is referenced under Square of the Palace. The fountain is the name of one of the kindreds of the Gondolth Lim, also called the Fountain of the South on page 181, and appears on pages 173, 18, 18, 182, and 215. See Ecthelion. The Franks are noted on page 330. The Frisians are on page 306. See Firisandi. Fui, the death goddess, also known as Nienna, is on page 115. Fithlug is the gnomish form for Faloke, found on pages 70 and 118, with earlier forms Fothlug and Fothlog noted on page 118. Galdor, Lord of the People of the Tree in Gondolin and called Galdor of the Tree, appears on pages 1733, 176, 181 to 182, 185, 189, 193, 215 to 216, 258, and 278 to 279. See Nosgalden. Galweg, a gnome of the Rodothlym and father of Felivrin, is on pages 82, 84, 85, 114, and 144. Sam Gamgee is referenced on page 333. Gamil Zirak, a dwarf smith and master of Telchar of Nogrod, is on page 129. Gar Einion, the place of the gods in Gondolin, is also referenced. The secret place, known earlier as Gar Furion and later as Gar Thurion, stands among the 7 names of Gondolin, a hidden city of stone and song. This citadel, founded in secrecy, was home to the Gondoth Lim, dwellers in stone who spoke a guarded tongue and crafted wonders like the golden tree Glingle, whose blossoms were called singing gold. Their great festival, the Gates of Summer, or Tarn in Auster, was a time of revelry, though it was ultimately overshadowed by the city's tragic fall, leaving only ruins whispered of in later ages. From this stronghold came figures of legend such as Glorfindel of the Golden Flower, whose hair was like spun gold, and Tuor, who found his path to the sea through the Golden Cleft, known also as Glorfelk. Their stories are entwined with the broader struggles of the gnomes, the Noldoli who were once slaves of Melko but later wandered free, their artistry seen in their lanterns and mail, their fate a tapestry of captivity and fleeting liberty. The text also speaks of the Great Sea, Garseg, and the dragon Glorund, precursor to Glaurung, a bane upon the land. Alongside these are mentions of the Gloomweaver, the Great Spider, and the Gongs, mysterious beings aligned with shadow. It's almost amusing. In a grim way, how this catalogue of wonders and terrors reads like a historian's ledger, each entry epic reduced to a footnote, each name a world lost to time. Yet from these fragments the legacy endured, passed down through tales like the Golden Book and echoing in the lineage of Arundel, great-grandson of Indor, a hint of hope woven into the grim tapestry of the past Indor, also known as Indorildo, is noted in connection with Gorgamoth, the Hound of Mandos, on page 278. The entry for Gorlim the Unhappy appears on page 52. Gothmog is listed with 2 distinct identities, first as Strife and Hatred, the Lord of Balrogs, described as a son of Melko and a captain of his armies, referenced on pages 67, 176, 179, 183, 4, 212, 13, 215-16, with a cross-reference to Cosmoko, second as a lieutenant of Minas Morgul on page 216. The concept of the Great End is discussed on pages 60, 173, and 13 and 285, and is also linked to the term Great Rack. Among the Ilkharins, the gods were sometimes called the Great Folk of the West, as mentioned on page 142. Great Haywood is identified as a village in Staffordshire, corresponding to Tavrable, and is referenced on pages 146, 290, 232, and 328, with its Old English name, Higwadu, also provided on pages 290, 292, and 328. The Great Journey denotes the migration of the elves from the Waters of Awakening, noted on page 64 and 307. The term Great Lands refers to the territories east of the Great Sea, appearing extensively across pages 4 to 6, 60, 64, 5, 68, 141, 206, 208, 249, 50, 255, 255, 2057, 8, 264, 279, 81, 283, 285, 289, 292, 4, 299, 30, 100, 302, 3, 306 to 8, 317, 326, 7, and is synonymous with lands without and outer lands within Gondolin. The Great Market is listed on page 182. References to the Great Plains appear on page 61. The Great Sea, distinct from general references to the sea or ocean, is specifically cited on pages 155, 162, 196, 312, 315, and 324, and is also known as Garsek, or the Western Seas. The Great Rack is mentioned on page 116 and 282, with related terms like Rack of Things on page 283 and Rack of the Gods on page 285, all connected to the concept of the Great End. The Green Elves are described on pages 234 and 248-9, sometimes referred to as the Brown Elves and the Green on pages 237, 240, 242, and 248, or as elves clad in green and brown on pages 234 and 248. Synonymous with the Lyquendi, Greenland is noted on page 261. The Grey Elves are categorized as those of Doriath on page 64, of Beleriand on pages 64 and 28, of Hithlum on page 204, and of Mithrim on page 205. Grithner is identified as the elder guardian of Turin on the journey to Doriath on page 127, with a cross-reference to Gumlin. The Grua River in Tol Eressë, which joins the Afros at the bridge of Tavrobel, is mentioned on pages 284 and 287. The guarded plain of Nargothrond is also called Talath Dirnan. References to Gilwathon, see I Gilwathon. The Gillin are noted as invaders of Tol Eressë on page 294. The gully of the Rainbow Roof is also known as Chris Ilbrantaloth or Teld Quing Ilon. Gumlin is listed as the elder guardian of Turin on the journey to Artenor on pages 74, 76, 92-3 and 127 with a cross-reference to Grythnir. Gumnio appears to be an alternative name for Tevildu's doorkeeper referenced on page 24, with a see also note for Umuyen. Gurtholfin, meaning Wand of Death, is Turin's sword, later named Gurthang, and appears on pages 83, 85, 90, 99, 9, 107, 8, 112, and 119, with an earlier form Gortholfin on page 119. Gwar and Gwar refer to Minden Gwar, associated with Cortirion, on pages 291 and 313, including the Hill of Gwar and the Prince of Gwar on pages 313 and 323. Gwarthirin is noted on page 307, with a see also reference for Caergwar. Gwarestrin, meaning Tower of Guard, is one of the 7 names of Gondolin, listed on page 158. Guasgonin, meaning Winged Helms, is an earlier name for the Forodwaith on page 334. Gwendoling is the Queen of Artenor, a name that replaces Gwendoling in the tale of Turambar, appearing on pages 73, 76, 94-6, 119, and 244. The form Gwendoling replaces Gwendoling in the Gnomish dictionary on pages 50, 119, and 244, with a cross-reference to Artenor. Gwendolen is the Queen of Artenor, a name replaced by Gweniel in the Tale of the Noglafring on pages 228, 231, 5, 237, 239, 40, 243, 4, 246, 249, 50, with a see also note for Artenor. Gwendoling is the Queen of Artenor, a name replacing Gwendolen in the Tale of Tinuviel on pages 8, 10, 12, 14 to 15, 17, 19, 22, 3, 30, 33, 35, 7, 49, 51, 63, 4, 66, 119, and 243, 4, with a cross-reference to Artenor. Gwenethlin is the Queen of Artenor, a name replaced by Melian in the typescript text of the Tale of Tinuviel on pages 51, 244, and 259. Gweniel is the Queen of Artenor, a name replacing Gwendolen in the Tale of the Noglafring on pages 223, 225, 227, 230, 243-4, and 249, with a see also note for Artenor. Gwyndor is an elf of Nargothrond and companion of Turin, earlier known as Flinding, referenced on pages 62 and 123-4, with a cross-reference to Flinding. The House of Hador is noted on pages 126. Hagwudu is cross-referenced with Great Haywood and Herenda. The term half-elven appears on pages 130, 215, 215, 265, 6, and 293. The Hall of Play Regained is located in Mar Vanwa Tielieva, mentioned on page 4. The Halls of Iron refer to Angamandi on pages 166 and 264, also described as Halls of Darkness on page 169. The Hammer of Wrath is the name of one of the kindreds of the Gondothlim, listed on pages 174, 176, 179, 183, and 2018, with cross-references to Rog, 2, and Stricken Anvil. The poem The Happy Mariners is cited on pages 273-6. The Harbourless Isles are referenced on pages 34, 17, 18, 345, 3312, also called the Isle of the Old Man, on page 3422, with other mentions on pages 57, 311, 3415, 16, and 333. The Harbour of the Lights of Many Hues in Tol Eressë is on page 3421, also known as the Haven of Many Hues, on pages 342 and 333. The Harp is the name of one of the kindreds of the Gondothlim, noted on pages 173 and 182, with a cross-reference to Sulgan. Hazen of Isanora is identified as the uncle of Otter W. Free, also known as Ariel, and is an alternative to Beorn on page 291. Hord and Elith, the mound of Findulas, is on page 130 with a see also reference for Findulas. The Haven of the Moon is noted on page 269. The Haven of the Sun appears on pages 266 and 268 to 9. The Haven of the Swans is also called Swanhaven. The Havens of Sirion are referenced under Sirion. The Battle of the Heath of the Sky Roof is mentioned on pages 284-5 and 287. Also known as the Battle of the High Heath, or of the Heaven Roof, on page 287, with cross-references to Dor Nudeadiloth, Ladwen Nudeadiloth, and Withered Heath, the Heavenly Arch, also known as the Arch of Heaven, or simply the Rainbow, was one of the noble houses of the Gondolin. References to it appear on pages 173, 176, and 179 through 183, as well as 215, and it is closely associated with the Lord Agelmoth. The Battle of the Heaven Roof is elsewhere noted as the Heath of the Sky Roof. Encircling the hidden plain of Gondolin were the Heberodin, the encircling hills, also called the encircling mountains on page 166. Other notable locations include the grinding ice of Helcaraxi on 209, and the island of Heligoland on 290 to 292. The name Helgor, an earlier form for Elfia, appears on 334, but was later replaced by Gelimer. The infernal region of Angermandy is referred to as Hell on 239, and as the Hells of Iron, or the Hells of Melko on pages 45, 61, 77, 15, 7, 59, 61, 19, 6, and 206. Among the people, Hendor is remembered as the servant of Idril, who carried the young Eärendil to safety from the fall of Gondolin, noted on 190 and 216. The brothers Hengest and Horsar, sons of Ottor W. Free, also called Eriol, are recorded as conquerors of Tol Eressëa on pages 290 through 294, 304, and 323. Harenda, son of Eriol, was born in Tol Eressëa. He is mentioned on 145, 19:7, and 290 through 294, as well as 323 and 334, sometimes called Harenda of Hegwadu. The Golden Book of Harenda is noted on 290. A separate reference connects the name to an Old English poem, Deor, on 323. Major events include the Hiding of Valinor, referenced on 317, 324, and 325, and 332. The geography features the High Feroth, the highlands above Nargothrond, on 124, and the High Hay on 328. Another conflict, the Battle of the High Heath, is also the Heath of the Sky Roof. The Hill of Spies, later known as Amon Ether, is on 128, 129, while the Hill of Watch, or Hill of Vigilance, called Amon Gwareth, is on 158 and 161 and 280. The formidable Iron Mountains are also noted. In the great forest of Artenor stood Hirulorn, the Queen of Trees, mentioned on 18, 19, 46, 51, and 54, a name that replaced the earlier Golos-Brindi. The shadowy land of Hisilom, also known as Ariador, Dor Lomin, Hithlum, the land of shadow, or Mathastor, is referenced extensively on pages 10, 11, 13, 17, 21, 23, 31, 38, 43, 45, 47, 51, 61 through 66, 70, 88, 92, 102, 103, 115, 117, 192, 24 through 30, 430, 43, and 248 through 2051, and 280. Hithlum itself appears on 61, 71, 72, 74 through 77, 87, 120 through 22, 122, 126, 127, 172, 74 through 77, 87, 120 through 122, 126, 127, 131, 142, 243, 252. The legendary House of 100 Chimneys, home to Gilfanon at Tavrobel, is on 283, 284, and 310. The great hound, Huan, called the Lord of the Hounds of Hisiloe, and the Captain of Dogs, features in tales on 21 through 23, 26, 27, 30, 31, 34 through 36, 38, 39, 41, 47, 48, and 53 through 59, 62, 68, 231, 233, 234, 239, and 243. Other places include the perilous Hungry Sands on the coast of the Isle of the Ancient Mariner on 318. Figures include Hunthor, who accompanied Turambar against Glaurung on 133, Hor on 214, and Hurin, also called Urin, on 52, 118, 120, 12, 126, 128, 131, 35, 337, 210, 216, and 245. Iceland is noted on 261. The term Aegwilwarthon, meaning the dead that live again, replaced the earlier Aegwilwarthon and appears on 41, 51, 245, and 249. The icy seas are on 254. Idril, wife of Tuor and mother of Erendel, also called Idril Talceleb or Idril of the Silver Feet, is central to the narrative on 130, 162, 164, 165, 167 through 77, through 170, 175, through 193, 99 through 21, through 256, 260 and 262 through 267 and 276. She was also known as Irilde. The earlier term Aegwilwarthon is on 51, 233, 2043, and 245. Ilbrantaleth refers to Chris Ilbrantaleth. The scribe Littleheart is named Ilfiniol on 5, 50, 144, 45, 201, 221, and 244, a name replaced by Ilfrin on 7 and 50 and 201, and later by Ilfrith on 276. Ilinsor, the spirit of the Suruli, is the steersman of the moon on 259. The Ilkorindi, or elves not of Kor, are described on 9 and 64, 65, and 70, with Ilkorins on 74, 122, and 285. Iluvatar, the supreme creator, also called the Lord for always, is invoked on 842, 163, 209, 219, 203, 247, 283, 284, and 287. The middle air among the stars, Ilwi, is on 281 and 328. The Incamas, or Easterlings, are on 126. Indor, father of Peleg and grandfather of Tuor, is on 160 and 217, also called Gon Indor. His legacy continues in the name Indorildo, or Indorion, for his great-grandson Erendel on 217. The Indrafangs, the long-beard dwarves of Belegost, appear on 46, 68, 223, 230, and 230, and 235, 243, and 247, 248, with variant forms Indrafangen on 234, and Indravangs on 19 and 68. Ing is a name with multiple lineages, first as Ing or Ingwe, a king of Lúthien, with many references to his kin on 301 through 310 and 312. Second, as an earlier name for Inwe on 305. And third, connected to Old English legend on 305. His son Ingil, also called Gil, is on 56, 258, 280 through 282, 289, 292, 305, and 328. Related peoples include the Ingweones, discussed on 304, 305, and the Ingwewa, or Anglo-Saxons, who trace their origin to Ingwe on 304 through 307, 309, 309, 323. Ingwe is also the lord of the Vanya on 305. The term Ingwine is noted on 305. The inland sea refers to the Mediterranean on 294. Inwe, king of the Eldar of Kor, and later lord of the Vanya, for whom the Arch of Inwe in Gondolin was built, is on 208, 253, 258, 280, 282, 289, 2092, and 305. His royal clan among the Teleri, the Inwe, are the forerunners of the Vanya. The gnomish name for Inwe is Inwithiel, noted on page 258. The Old English term for the Irish is Eras, as referenced on page 290. Ireland itself appears across the narrative, indexed on pages 285, 293, 312, and 323, and is also known as Iverin. The name Irilde, used in Eldorissa for Idril, is found on pages 199, 210, 216, 254, and 276, with the epithet Irilde Taltelepta or Irilde of the Silver Feet, specifically on page 216. The formidable Iron Mountains, also called the Mountains of Iron, the Hills of Iron, or the Bitter Hills, stretch across the northern reaches, appearing from the early pages through to 279. Isfin, the sister of Turgon and mother of Meglin, is a figure of significance, noted on pages 165, 168, 199, 2020, and 2048. She is also known as Aridhel. The elves who dwell on Tol Eressëa are referred to as the Island Elves, mentioned on pages 283 and 285. Off the coast lies the Isle of Seabirds, a location detailed on pages 2053, 255, 2056, 2059, 2060, 2062, and 2064, notable for a solitary tower upon its shores. In darker tales, the Isle of Werewolves, known as Tol in Gauhot, is a place of dread on page 53. The minstrel Evare, who plays his melodies beside the sea, is introduced on pages 10 and 59. The Isle of Ivarin is another name for Ireland, indexed on pages 283, 285, 286, 293, and 323. The name Capellan precedes Tifanto, who is also known as Dairon on pages 49 and 50. A creature of terror, Carcarus, meaning knife fang and called the father of wolves, stalks through the pages, appearing from 19 through to 239, with variant spellings like Carcarus on pages 46 and 68, and simply the Hellwolf on page 38. This beast is also referenced under the name Knife Fang on pages 21, 31, 33, 68, and 227. In the hidden city of Gondolin, the King's Hall, Palace, Tower, Fountain, and the Square of the Palace are central locations. The King's House, or Royal House of the Gondolin, is noted on pages 172, 183 to 185, 187, and 213. A tragic event in elven history, the kinslaying at Swanhaven, is recorded on page 258. The shining city of the elves in Eldamar, built upon a hill, is Ker, also known as Tun, Tuna, or Tyrion. It is a focal point across the legendarium, referenced from page 8 through to 329, with particular detail on pages 291 and 292. The elves of Ker are called the Coreldar on page 276. In Tol Eressëa, the elm tree enclosure where Merrill e Turinki dwelt is named Corin, found on pages 144 and 197. The town of Cortirion is the chief settlement of Alaminore in Tol Eressëa. It is a place of song and story, appearing from page 4 through to 324, and is the subject of the poem Cortirion Among the Trees on page 276, with its prose preface on pages 289 and 308. The name Cosmoco or Cosomok is the Eldarissa form for Gothmog on page 216, with the variant Cosomot. An early sketch for the tale of Turambar mentions an evil magician named Kuruki on pages 138 and 139. The name Lycalasse is the Eldarissa form for Legolas Greenleaf of Gondolin on page 217. The green elves of Ossiriand are the Lyquendi, noted on page 249. Various shadowed realms are referenced as the Land of Shadows on pages 61, 88, 149, 61, 66, 215, and 218, also known as Ariador, Dor Lomin, Hisalomi, Hithlum, and Mathustor. The poignant land of the dead that live or I Quilwath on is on page 249. The peaceful land of willows, or Nantathrin, appears on pages 140, 153, and 153, and 154, and 195 to 196, 205, 214, 217, and 278, 280. The lands beyond Artenor, which is Doriath, are mentioned on pages 9, 11, 21, 62, 72, 77, 91 to 92, and 117, 126, and 140. The great lands outside Valinor are called the lands without on page 233, or the outer lands. A prophesied last battle is noted on page 138. The golden tree Laurelin is named on pages 216 and 285. The dragon Glorund appears in Eldarissa as Lorundo or Loronto on page 84, also called Underlori. The Lay of Lúthien is a central poetic work referenced on pages 52, 54, 57, 67, and 330. The Lay of the Children of Hurin is noted on page 62. Legolas Greenleaf appears as an elf of Gondolin on pages 189, 192, 214, and 217. The name Lúthien is equated with Lúthien and with England on page 330, with the variant Lúthien on page 300. In Gondolin, the Lesser Market, or the Square of Thee, is on page 182. The letters of J.R.R. Tolkien are cited on pages 265, 267, 271, and 329. Limpe, the magical drink of the Eldar, given the Old English equivalent lip, is mentioned on pages 279, 283, 284, 290, 292, 306, 308, and 310. Laurelin is also called Lindalare or Lindalocta on page 216. Lindo, an elf of Tol Eressëa and master of Mar Vanwa Tialieva, appears on pages 370, 144 to 145, 219, 221, 258, 279, 284, and 302. The earlier name for Tinway, Linto, or Tinwellint, was Linway Tinto, found on pages 49, 50, 76, 92, 116, 117, and 135, 138. The legendary drowned land between Cornwall and the Scilly Isles is called Lyonesse, also known as Evadrian or Erenol, on pages 313 and 314. The land of reeds at the mouths of Sirion is Lisgard, or Alistian, on page 217. Little Heart, the son of Bronwig, Voronwy, and the Gong Warden of Mar Vanwa Tialieva, is a recurring teller of tales, appearing on pages 197, 201, 221, 228, 244, 252, 254, 256, 263, and 276. In Eldorissa, the dragons of Melko are named Loki, with specific forms like Foaloki and Feathlug, as noted on page 85. The Lonely Isle, also known as the Holy Isle or the Island of the Elves, appears across numerous references, with its speech and the poem dedicated to it noted. This location is synonymous with Tol Eressëa. The text also references major works, including The Lord of the Rings and its constituent volumes. Various names and titles are catalogued, such as the Lord of Wolves, identified as Thu the Necromancer and the Lords of the West, another term for the Valar. Places like Lorien and the earlier forms of names from Gondolin, such as Los becoming Loth, are listed. The Lost Elves, those who remained in the Great Lands, and their language are mentioned alongside specific groups like the survivors of Gondolin, who called themselves the Lothlim. Entries detail characters from Tuor's saga in Gondolin, and locations tied to Melko's history. Concepts like the Magic Isles and the Magic Sun are noted, alongside the tragic figure of Maeglin, the betrayer. The entries weave through mythology, touching on the Valar Mandos and the enigmatic Man of the Sea. Names shift and evolve, reflecting the linguistic history of the world, from Mavwin to Morwin and the Cottage of Lost Play. The geography extends to the real world, with Lúthien representing England and Magbard denoting Rome. The final references concentrate on Melko's enduring malice, his curses, his creation of horrors, and his mythical defeat, painting a picture of a pervasive and ancient evil. Known by many dark titles, such as Ainu Melko, the Evil Prince, the Prince of the Evil Heart, the Valar of Iron, the Lord of Iron, the Evil One, and the foe, Melkor casts a long shadow. His influence touches all, even the race of men. References to men detail their early confinement in the shadowy lands of Hisalomi, the remarkable journey of Tuor as the first man to ever lay eyes upon the sea, and the fateful choice of Ulmo to place his hope in a mortal. Their diverse tongues and the tales they tell weave into the larger history, while their ultimate fate and unique stature compared to the elves remain poignant themes. A profound knowledge of Ilúvatar is granted to them, and the rare sacred unions between men and elves create bonds that defy the natural order, later bringing some men even to the shores of Tol Eressëa. Their complex relationship with the dark power of Melko is a thread running through their story. In the hidden realm of Doriath lies Menegroth, the fabled Thousand Caves. Elsewhere, the men of the north are noted both as the people of Tuor and, in a different context, as the fierce Forodwaith, seafarers akin to Vikings. Similarly, the men of the sea are another name for these northern raiders. Contrasting them are the men of the south, often equated with the powerful Romans of history. The text also speaks of Merrily Turinki, the lady who rules Tol Eressëa, and touches on the enchanting, elusive mermaids of the deep. In a more domestic, yet sinister, setting within the halls of the cat lord Tevildo, his cook Miaule is mentioned. Places of great renown and infamy are listed, from the great town of Myselgard, which is Rome, to the distant Micklegartha, known as Constantinople, and the dark tower of Minas Morgul. The fortress of Minas Tirith stood guard on Tol Sirion, while the city of Cortirion was known to the gnomes as Minden Gwar, the lands around Lake Mithrim, with its river and the grey elves dwelling there, are described among the noble houses of the hidden city of Gondolin, was the house of the mole, whose warriors bore a specific sign, though it is noted that Meglin, who was of that house, chose to bear no emblem. The celestial dance of the moon is detailed with poetic references. The moon as a mariner in eternal pursuit of Earendel, its imagined ship and haven, and the mysterious realms said to lie beyond or behind its light. It served as an emblem in Gondolin and was ever a target for the malice of Melko, who is also widely known as Morgoth. The depths of the world hold places like Moria and the dark region of Nan Dungorthin, the land of the dark idols, also called Nan Dungortheb. The Valley of Dreadful Death, characters of great tragedy and renown are catalogued. The dwarf Mim, called the Fatherless, is remembered for his bitter curse. The hero Turin is known by names meaning Black Sword, Mormagli, Mormakil, and Mormagil. His mother Morwen endures her own sorrow. Mythology speaks of Moru, the primeval knight, given form in the great spider. The geography is vast, from the mountains of Iron and the foreboding mountains of Night, shadowed by Tarfuin, the forest of Night, to the mountains of Shadow and the distant mountains of the east. Towering above all are the mountains of Valinor. The foundational music of the Aina is referenced as the source of all that is. Personal stories intersect with the epic, such as that of Ylfwine and his wife, the elf Naimi of Tol Eressëa. The lands have their own tales. Nan Elmoth, the gentle Nan Tathran, or Land of Willows, and the great cavern city of Nargothrond, central to many events. The saga of Turin is specifically called the Narn Ihin Hurin. The river Narog flows through these histories. Betrayal and greed also have their place. The elf Nath Seg is noted for his treachery in betraying Artenor to the dwarves. His counterpart among the dwarves is Noglador, the lord of those from Nogrod, whose actions in the pursuit of treasure would bring about great ruin. The Nauglafring, known as the Necklace of the Dwarves, is referenced extensively throughout the text, appearing in numerous entries and chapters. The Noglath, the dwarves of Nogrod, are similarly prominent, with their history and actions detailed across several pages. Another term, Nortar, appears to be synonymous with the Nauglath, mentioned in a few specific contexts. The entry for the Nazgul is noted, while the necromancer receives a brief mention. Nellas, an elf of Doriath, is remembered for her testimony at the trial of Turin. Geographical features include Nen Girith, the shuddering waterfalls in Brethil, and the stream Nen Lalaith. The Vala Ulmo is referred to by the name Niorth, a lord of waters, with a linguistic note connecting it to a Scandinavian deity. Among the Valie, Nessa is listed. The region of Nevrast is cited. The star Sirius is noted under the name Nialuin, also called the Bee of Azure. Nielthi, a handmaid to Queen Gwendolen of Artenor, appears in the narrative concerning the necklace. The tragic figure of Nienor, daughter of Urin and Mavwin, originally named Nienori, is a central character. Her story, including her time living among the woodmen under the name Niniel, or Child of Tears, is recounted with sorrow. The great battle against Morgoth is named in several forms: Niril Tasinwa, Ninin Udathril, and later Nirnaeth Arnoidiad, the Battle of Unnumbered Tears. The city of Ninway, or Nineveh, is referenced. The region of Nivrim in Doriath and the dwarven city of Nogrod are important locations. Entries cover the Noldor elves, their language Noldorissa, and the figure Noldorin, a name for Salmar. Finwen Noleme is cited along with a poetic reference to the fruit of noon. Historical and linguistic notes mention the Normans, Old Norse, and a publication titled A Northern Venture. The North Sea and the North Wind are referenced, as is Norway. The people of Galdor in Tol Eressëa are listed under two names, Nos Galden and Nos Nan Alwen. The Gondolin Spring Festival is called Nost na Lúthien. The Númenóreans are noted. Sea spirits called the Orani are described, sometimes identified with mermaids. The tale of Beren and Lúthien includes Oikoroi, a cat of Tevildo slain by Juan. The Maya of the seas, Unen, appears under an earlier name, Unen. Orcs, their origin, nature and role as wolf riders and mercenaries are detailed across many entries, with notes on early plural forms. The geography of Gondolin includes the Orfalch Ekor. Characters such as Orgoth, an elf slain by Turin, and Orlin, a man slain by Turambar, are noted. The mariner Orm, a sea captain who slew Deor, father of Elfwine, is mentioned. Orodreth, lord of the Rodothlym, Orome the Vala, and Osse the Maya are all cited. The land of Ossory and the fortress of Belegost are referenced. A prince named Oswine appears in the tale of Cortirion. The god Ain related to Warden is noted in a linguistic context. An orc lord named Othrod, slain by Tuor, is listed. Finally, Otto Orfrey is identified as the earlier name for the figure Eriol, the Outer Dark, is referenced on pages 273 and 276, while the term Outer Lands carries a dual meaning. Primarily, it denotes the Great Lands, also known as Middle-earth, as seen on pages 254 and 265, sometimes called the lands without. In a secondary, more mystical sense, it refers to the legendary lands situated west of the Great Sea, detailed across pages 316 through 325 and 334. The vast outer oceans or outer seas are mentioned on pages 154, 160, and 276, also known by the name Vi. The city of Oxford appears across several entries noted on pages 146, 269, and from 292 to 323. Its Old English name, Oxenford, is recorded on page 292, and it is the subject of a poignant poem titled The City of Present Sorrow, found on pages 295 to 298. This location is also poetically called Taruwethorn or Taruktana. The Oxford English Dictionary is cited on pages 69 and 147. Palliser is identified as the region within the Great Lands where the elves first awoke, with references spanning pages 89, 21, 42, 47, 49, 64, 65, 115, 136, and 137. The name Palurian is given for Yavanna on pages 281 and 328, also known as Belorin. The Parmakuluinen or Golden Book is noted on page 310. The Path of Dreams, alternatively called Olori Male or the Way of Dreams, is on page 119. Peleg is listed as the father of Tuor on pages 88, 160, 181, and 204. In the tales of Gondolin, Penlod is called the Tall and was the lord of the peoples of both the Pillar and the Tower of Snow, as per pages 173, 179. The term Pereldar, meaning half-elven, appears on page 266. Pictures by J.R.R. Tolkien is referenced on pages 123 and 214. The pillar itself is named as one of the kindreds of the Gondothlym on pages 123 and 79 under the lordship of Penlod. The pine of Belorin, also known as the pine of Tavrabel, is mentioned on pages 281, 282, 310, and 328. Within the city of Gondolin, several specific locations are named: the place of the fountain on page 207, and the place of the gods on pages 164, 186, 168, 87, 199, and 200. also called Gar Aenion, or the place of the wedding. The place of the king is referenced as the square of the palace. The place of the well is noted as the square of the folkwell. The place of the wedding is explicitly equated with the place of the gods on pages 186 and 200. Pools of Twilight, a region on the lower course of the river Sirion, later known as Ailenuil or the Meres of Twilight, are detailed on pages 195, 217, 220-25, 248, 279, and 280. They are also called the Silent Pools or Umboth Mullin. An entry for pygmies appears on page 254. References to the Kenya language, particularly concerning entries in its early dictionary, are found on pages 216, 264, 285, 292, and 310. The term Quendi is on page 219, and Quenya on pages 50 and 140. In Gondolin, the rainbow is mentioned on page 179, also called the Heavenly Arch. Ramandur is given as an earlier name for Sorontor on page 203. The author Henry Rider Haggard is noted on page 329. Rimian, father of Egnor, appears on page 22, with the patronymic Egnor Bo-Rimian on page 51. The rim of earth, also termed the world's rim of things, lip of the world, or the margin of the world, is a recurring concept found on pages 151, 255, 260, 261, 262, 268, 269, 274, 314, 316, 322, and 325. The Ring of Doom is noted as an earlier reading for the Necklace of the Dwarves on page 136. Gondolin's architecture includes the Road of Arches on page 182 and the Road of Pomps on page 186. The Rhodoth Lim were the Noldoli of the caves who sheltered Turin, precursors to the Noldor of Nargothrond, appearing extensively from pages 81 through 142 and again on pages 222, 223, 226, 228, 236, 246, and 248. This name replaced the earlier Rothwarren. The name Rog has two distinct references. First, as an Orcish name for Egnor, father of Beren, called Rog the Fleet on page 45, and second as the Lord of the People of the Hammer of Wrath in Gondolin, detailed on pages 174 through 180, 203, and 211. Rohan is noted on page 329. The Romans are referenced on pages 294, 304, 309, and 330, also called Roomhot or Men of the South. Rome itself, or Room, appears on pages 196, 203, 315, and 330, with the form room stemming from Old English as noted on page 315. It is also called Magbar or Meiselgard. The Roomhoth, meaning Romans, are on pages 294, 304, 306, and 309. The Sage Rumil is mentioned on pages 149 and 209, credited with an alphabet on page 69 and a book on page 217. Rusitarian, meaning son of the weary forest in Eldorissa, was a name given to himself by Turambar as per page 89, also called Drauthodavros. Saros appears on pages 121, 122, and 142. The Saxani are identified as Saxons on page 306. In Gondolin, Salgant was the lord of the people of the harp, noted on pages 173, 175, 177, 182, 190, and 191. Salmar, a companion of Ulmo, also called Noldorin, is on pages 2119 and 2179. The character Ted Sandyman is referenced on page 333. Sarnathrod, meaning Stony Ford, is on page 236, with a later form Sarn Athrod on page 249. The Sarkindi are described as cannibal ogres on page 254. Sauron is referenced on pages 53, 54, and 55, with the epithets Wolf Sauron on page 55 and Mouth of Sauron on page 67. Saxons are again noted on page 306. The Scarlet Heart was the emblem of the king's house in Gondolin, found on pages 172 and 200. The term sea wing refers to Erama. The shadow folk of Hisaloma are mentioned on pages 64, 215, and 249. The shadowy seas, a region of the Great Sea west of Tol Eressëa, are described on pages 256, 275, 286, 325, also called the Great Sea Shadows on pages 260 and 272, or simply the Shadows on page 316. The Shining Isles are noted as the dwelling of the gods and the Eldar of Valinor, as imagined by the Ilkorins on page 142. The shipmen or shipfolk of the West, known as the Wethlings, are referenced on pages 319, 322, 325, 331, and 334, also called Inithrim. The scholar T.A. Shippey is also cited within the rich tapestry of Tolkien's Legendarium. The Shoreland Pipers, also known as the Solacimpi, hold a distinct place among the elven kindreds. Their connection to the coasts is echoed in the geography of the narrative, such as the dwellings at the mouth of the river Sirion, a place of refuge that later becomes a focal point of history and conflict. This region, with its isles and havens, stands in contrast to the hidden realms like Gondolin, with its grand square of the palace and the king's towering hall. The saga of the Silmarils, those radiant jewels crafted by Fëanor, drives much of the epic's tragedy involving his sons and many others in a relentless oath. This quest intersects with tales of Tuor, marked by the swan emblem, and his vessel, the Swanwing, which seeks the shores beyond the sundering seas. The mythology is further deepened by the celestial lore of the sun and stars, and the poignant beauty of places like the Land of Willows or Tazorinan. A shift in tone reveals the almost bureaucratic complexity of keeping track of it all. The name changes, like Tinwe Linto becoming Singoldo, or the Forest of Night evolving from Tower Fuin to Tower Nu Fuin, could give a scholar a proper headache. Yet this meticulous detail is what builds the world, connecting everything from the Battle of the Silent Pools to the Tower of Pearl, and from the Golden Trees of Valinor to the humble, yet significant translation of Oxford into the elvish Tarahuithorn. It is in the quiet corners like the bridge at Tavrobel where the rivers meet that the sense of a living, breathing history is most profoundly felt, a history recorded in tomes like the Golden Book and passed down through the tale fire's glow. Tavrobel, once known as Tavrist, stands as a landmark in the annals. The Teiglin River, with its treacherous crossings and deep ravines, carved a path through the land. Among the skilled craftsmen was Telchar, the renowned dwarf-smith of Nogrod. The Teleri, the first kindred of the elves, embarked on their great journey, their history intertwined with figures like Thingol, the hidden king of the woods, and the valiant Thorondor, king of the eagles, whom the gnomes called Thorndor. In darker tales, the Prince of Cats, known as Tevildu, Tiberth, or Tifil, wove his schemes, a shadowy figure of cunning and dread. This stands in stark contrast to the luminous legacy of Tinuviel, whose story of love and courage echoes through time, a melody against the gloom. From the thousand caves of Menegroth to the lonely isle of Tol Eressëa, these names chart a geography of myth. The Tower of Pearl gleams in memory, and the plain of Tumladin, the smooth valley, cradled the lost city of Gondolin. Here the narrative shifts from mere catalogue to a more reflective tone. Isn't it fascinating how these names, from the mighty Tulkas to the tragic Tuor and Turambar, are not just entries in a ledger, but fragments of a living, breathing world? They speak of battles like Tumhalad and places like the Cavern of the Tumultuous Winds, each a thread in a grand, unfinished tapestry. This is not a dry history. It's a collection of echoes from a time when heroes walked and fate was a thing to be challenged, a testament to stories that refuse to be forgotten. Turgon appears across numerous pages, including 43-44, 65, 70, 73, 77, 83, 120, and from 160 onward through 187, with further mentions on 99 to 200, 204, 205, and 207, 21, extending to 216, 218, 251, 257, 263, and 266. He is also referenced as Torondo and associated with the square of the palace and the king's house. Turin's story is detailed on pages 21, 41, 47, 62, and extensively from 70 through 86, then 91, 95, 98, 110, 112, and 115 to 131, continuing through 134 to 135, 137 to 138, 140, 242, 45 to 22, and 25 to, also known by the name Turambar. The entry for Turinki points to Meril e Turinki. Turondo is given as the Eldorissa name for Turgon, noted on pages 70 to 71. Turuhalme, meaning the log drawing, refers to the tradition of bringing wood to Mar Vanwa Tialieva, mentioned on page 69. Turamart is listed as the gnomish form for Turambar, found on pages 70, 86, and 119. The Twilit Isles are referenced on pages 256, 273, 275, and 324-325, with a singular mention as the Twilit Isle on page 254. The two trees are a recurring motif, cited on pages 3, 964, 160, 275, 266, 281, 286, 287, and 307 to 308, with a specific reference to the Tree of Gold on page 33. The trees of Gondolin are also noted. The original spelling Tinwolfiel for Tinuviel appears in the typescript of the Tale of Tinuviel on pages 41 and 51. Tyr is listed on page 290, with a cross-reference to Tiv Ufedin, a gnome who allied with dwarves and ensnared Tinwelint, appears across pages 223, 230, 236, 239, 243, and 245, 248. Uin, the great whale, is mentioned on pages 283, 286, and 328. Uinen appears on pages 20 and 51, with variant spellings Oinen on 324 and Onan on 51. Ulbandi is noted as the mother of Kosamot, or Gothmog, on page 216, with a reference to Fflewdduin. Ulmo, called Lord of Waters and Lord of the Sea, is a significant figure, described on pages 150 and 154 to 155, and appears on numerous pages including 7, 77, 159, 62, 164 to 65, 167, 84, 95, 98, 204 to 155, 208, 209, 217, 219, 253, 254, 256, 257, 260, 263, 269, 279, 283, 308, 308, 311, 316, 319, 328, and 331. He is also referred to as the Man of the Sea and Neorth. Ulmonen, his halls in the outer ocean, is on page 1544. Meniar denotes the Eldar knot of Aman on page 64. Umboth Muelin, the Pools of Twilight, is on pages 225 and 248, also called the Silent Pools and Aelin Ual. Umuyan is Tivildu's doorkeeper on pages 24-25, with a reference to Gumniau. Undalar is the Eldorissa name for Glorund on page 84. See also Lorundo. Unfinished Tales is referenced on pages 119, 123, 146, 203, 207, and 329, relating to Nan Ehin Hurin and Tuar. Ungweliant, the spider, appears on pages 11 to 154, 256, 261, and 286, also called Gloomweaver, and Wiralome, Rin, father of Turin and Nienori, and called the Steadfast, is detailed on pages 44, 45, 52, 70, 74, 79, 82, 86, 87, 89, 99, 93 to 96, 102, 109, 116, 118, 121, 35 to 39, 144, 2021, 23, 2026, 230, 2042, 245, 2024, 5th, and 250, with an additional reference as Urin of the Woods on page 112. This name was later replaced by Hurin, or Wendy, Mistress of the Sun, is on pages 116, 281, 282, and 226. Uvenimor is referenced on pages 136 and 247. Vi, the outer ocean, is on page 273. Vainoni is the earliest name for Nienor, on pages 138 to 139. Vera, wife of Lindo, appears on pages 8, 144, 257, 286, 290, and 302. The Valar, also called Vali, are referenced in numerous passages concerning their relations with elves and men, including pages 5, 7, 15, 19, 35, 37, 44, 45, 47, 68, 72, 73, 76, 79, 101, 11, 115 to 116, 142, 152, 161, 188, 1980, 282, and 295. Their warfare is noted on page 312, the rack of the gods on 285, and their withdrawal from men's affairs on 283 and 285. Reverence for them in Gondolin is mentioned on pages 165, 174, and 218. A Valar of the Western Isles is referenced on pages 95 and 141. Turin and Nienori are described as shining Valar on page 116. They are also called the Great Folk of the West, Lords of the West, and Children of the Gods. Valinor, or Godhome, appears on pages 3, 9 to 10, 15, 34, 40, 42, 54, 58, 60 to 61, 65, 77 to 78, 82, 87, 114, 125, 129, 140, 160 to 162, 207 to 23, 229, 240, 233, 233, 233, 23, 233, 233, 233, 255, 258, 260, 265, 271, 272, 278 to 283, 285, 287, 289, 292, 302, 303, 307 to 308, 316, 325, 326, and 328, including references to the mountains of Valinor and the hiding of Valinor. Valmar is on pages 60 and 253, with Valimar on 257. Valwi, father of Lindo, is on pages 219 and 278, 279. Varna appears on pages 218 and 240. The Vanyar are on page 305. Vada is on page 281. Vianna, a child of Mar Vanwa Tialieva, and teller of the tale of Tinuviel, is mentioned on pages 4 to 8, 40, 42, 50, 51, 53, 66, 68, 294, 300, 301. Also see Melinir. Vafantor, Fantor of Death, refers to the Vala Mandos on page 115. Venus is on page 266. Veta, possibly wood rangers, are noted on page 101. Vikings are referenced on pages 322, 323, 333. See also Forodwaith, Gwosgonin, and Winged Helms. Vingalot points to Wingeilet. Vinyamar, Turgon's dwelling in Navrast, is on pages 204, 205, and 217. The Voice of Goth refers to Gothmog on page 67. Voronway is the Eldorissa form of Bronweg's name, called the Faithful, and appears on pages 145, 149, 156 to 160, 60 nor, 62, 166, 178, 186 to 188, 195, 198, 223, 205, 207, 209, 21, Sturgi, 250, 275, and 286. See also Bronweg. Wavry points to Otter W. Effery. The Wall of Things is on page 259, also called the Wall on 317 and 325, the Western Walls on 320 and 325, and the Wall of Space on 274. Warwick is referenced on pages 292, 293, 295, 300, 308, 310, and 328, with Warwickshire on 324, and the poem The Town of Dreams on 295, 296, and 298. The Waters of Awakening are on pages 64, 197, and 285. The Way of Dreams is on pages 8 and 42, also called Olori Malé and the Path of Dreams. The Way of Escape is noted on pages 158, 163, 166, 167, 177, 189, 95, 210, and 213, 2014. The Book of Lost Tales represents the foundational creative work of J.R.R. Tolkien, commenced when he was 25 in the years 1916 and 1917, and later set aside. This collection marks the very origin of the entire conception of Middle-earth and the blessed realm of Valinor, as these tales constitute the earliest versions of the myths and legends that would evolve into the epic known as the Silmarillion. deeply rooted in the soil of English legend and association. The stories are framed by the voyage of a mariner named Eriol, or sometimes Ulfwine, who sails west over the vast ocean to the lonely isle of Tol Eressë. There, among the elves, he learns their true history, the lost tales of Elfiness. Within these pages lie the first conceptions of the Valar and the elves, of dwarves and balrogs and orcs, the nascent ideas of the Silmarils and the radiant two trees, the early histories of hidden realms like Nargothrond and the great city of Gondolin, and the original maps and cosmography of this invented world. This work is published across 2 volumes, with the second containing the tales of Beren and Lúthien, Turin, and the dragon, and the only complete accounts of the necklace of the dwarves and the tragic fall of Gondolin. Each narrative is accompanied by detailed commentary and notes, alongside texts of related poems, with extensive appendices on names and vocabulary from the earliest Elvish languages. It's a fascinating, almost archaeological look at a legendarium in its raw formative state, a must-read for anyone who has ever wondered how a mythology is built from the ground up. Subsequent volumes in this series are designed to trace the evolution of Middle-earth through Tolkien's later refinements and expansions, promising to include the poetic lays of Beleriand, cosmological writings like the Ambarkanta, linguistic accounts such as the Lemmus, and a wealth of other previously unpublished materials from the author's archives. The History of Middle-earth, a monumental 12-volume series compiled and edited by Christopher Tolkien, presents a comprehensive archive of his father J.R.R., Tolkien's vast literary legacy. This collection traces the intricate evolution of the legends that would become the Silmarillion, the Hobbit, and the Lord of the Rings. The volumes, beginning with the Book of Lost Tales, offer readers an unprecedented journey through early drafts, alternative narratives, and extensive commentary, revealing the decades of meticulous craftsmanship behind the beloved mythology. A fascinating glimpse into this creative process is found within the notes for the Lay of Lúthien, the epic poem recounting the tale of Beren and Lúthien. Early drafts reveal intriguing shifts in conception, such as the character once known as Tifil, or Tevildo, Prince of Cats. Commentary by scholars like Tom Shippey has noted the poem's richly detailed plot, contrasting its expansive treatment of events, like Beren's wounding and subsequent healing by Lúthien with a magical forest herb, with the more condensed versions found in later published works. This detailed narrative, spanning dozens of lines in the Lay, showcases Tolkien's deep engagement with medieval romance motifs, even as he streamlined the story for the Silmarillion. The editorial notes further highlight the fluid nature of this legendary world during its formation. Early ideas, such as Timpinen being the son of King Tinwelint, were ultimately set aside. Characters like Daron were grouped among the elves' greatest musicians, alongside Tinfang Warble and Ivare. In outlines for stories like Gilfinan's Tale, the mysterious shadow folk of Hisalome transformed from a group of elves into enigmatic fays of unknown origin, illustrating the continuous refinement of the mythos. This entire scholarly endeavor, preserving everything from copyright details to fragmentary footnotes, stands as a testament to the dynamic and ever-growing world of Middle-earth, inviting readers to explore the hidden roads and lost tales that shaped its final form. In the narrative of Turambar, the events concerning Beren and Tinuvil are firmly established as occurring prior to the Battle of Unnumbered Tears. While no existing text explicitly confirms Gothmog's role as a voice of Goth, neither does any account refute it. He remained a pivotal figure within the Dark Kingdom, closely associated with Melko from its earliest days. This concept may find a later echo in the figure of the Mouth of Sauron, the Black Númenórean, lieutenant of Barad-dûr. Manuscript annotation at the page's bottom references the battle with the names Niril Tassinwa, Glorund Lorundo, and Underlore, later altered to Glorund and Lorunto. A separate note connects to the name Turumart Gordrauthadaros, also called Turambar Rusitaurion. Marginal notes include the word Firilanda and, seemingly linked to the term Woodrangers, the word Vetar. One passage suggests the secretive policies in Nargothrond were already in effect under Felagund when Beren arrived. Yet another implies these strategies were galvanized by Curufin's persuasive speech after Beren's coming. In later writings, she is named Finduilas, and Gwyndor bestowed upon her the name Faclivrin, meaning the sunlight shimmering on the pools of Ivren. A revised section of the tale notes the union of Tuor and Idril of Gondolin as the first marriage between a child of men and a daughter of the elves. With Tuor not being the last, this connects to his poignant declaration to Mablung, where he reveals a life spent in blindness, groping since childhood within a dark mist of Morgoth. The name Tazarinan endured unchanged in Quenya, remembered in song as the willow meads of Tazarinan. An early dictionary entry defines a term for good luck or providential fortune referred to as the luck of the Valar, while a biography places the tale's initial drafting during a convalescence in early 1917. This likely refers to the original pencil text. Later faint pencil annotations in another manuscript list Idril, Talceleb, and Heberodin, following a version of the legend likely composed around 1930, which preserved the older conceptions and formed much of the basis for the published chapter. My father wrote no further full account of Gondolin from Tuor's arrival to its fall. This version explicitly states that knowledge of a certain work was kept to a very few, ensuring no whisper of it ever reached Maeglin. It seems the various creatures of blood, snakes, wolves, weasels, owls, and falcons, were viewed here as natural allies in Melko's service. In a later narrative, a title is given as Lord of the Fountains. The 1930 text, being the final account written of the city's fall, originally included a reference to the death of Rog beyond the walls and the battle of Ecthelion of the Fountain. The mention of Rod was later omitted as it was deemed certain the name would not have been retained for a Lord of Gondolin in a final version. In a much later note, my father considered that the three lords appointed by Turgon to escort Aridhel might have been Glorfindel, Ecthelion, and Eaglemoth. He observes that the names Ecthelion and Eaglemoth originate from the primitive FG, yet he remarks they are pleasing to the ear and have already been published, referring to the stewards of Gondor. Later, he chose not to name the escort for Aridhel. The notion that Morgoth commanded a vast army of Balrogs persisted for a long time, but in a later note, my father stated that their numbers were always extremely limited, 7 at the absolute most. This particular story element was still present in the 1930 Silmarillion draft, yet I omitted it from the published version. This decision was based on evidence from a much later text indicating the old entrance to Gondolin had been sealed by that point, a detail subsequently incorporated into Chapter 23 of the Silmarillion. It also appears to conflict with the narrative that all men were confined to Hithlum by Melko's decree following the Battle of Unnumbered Tears. However, the use of the word wanderings here is peculiar, as it is immediately followed by the phrase, "For Melko ringeth them in the land of shadows." A marginal note in the manuscript reads, Fangluin Bluebeard. According to the Gnomish dictionary, the curse of Mim was finally appeased only when the Norglafring was lost beneath the waves. For Notebook C, see page 254. The wording in this passage, treemen, sun dwellers, is legible, but the punctuation is ambiguous, so the arrangement presented here may not reflect the original intent. This preface appears in all surviving texts of the poem except the earliest, with variations found only in the name forms Wingalot or Vingalot and Eglamar or Eldamar, mirroring the variations in the poem's own versions. In the third text, Kor becomes Tun, and it remains Tun in the fourth. The term faring forth is used here in a prophetic manner, distinct from its usage in other sections. It might be considered that since the African Kur was a city built atop a great isolated mountain, the connection was more than merely phonetic.